that it probably is now. You see, you unlike God. It's the ball guy. You nailed it, friend. That's exactly it. Stone Squared, I absolutely take requests up. That's the whole point of the show. So, yep, feel free to request up if you want to come in and talk. I would say, I've got a little announcement again about requests and all of that kind of thing. I'll say in a second. Let's just get make sure that we've got everything happening all right on the YouTube side as well. Hello, YouTube people. How are you all today? I hope that you're well. Who have we got? We've got Kif, we've got Calasia, we've got Indentured Cervix, Upshot, Bethos. All the good people are in on that side too. Pastor Ferry there as well. Very, very nice. I love this. I always get a warm feeling when I see my friends coming in. I think, oh, they've turned up again. It's so nice. I really, really appreciate it. Good to see you, everyone. Right. Hello, British people, says Flibberty. Hello, non-British people. From this funny little island as well. Right, let's get the guest box opened up on the TikTok side. The guest box, of course, is always open on the YouTube side, and you know what to do to come in. We've already got Dave waiting on the TikTok side. We will get you in a moment, Dave. You're going to be our first caller. But just a little bit of housekeeping before we do. So if you would like to join us on YouTube, I've just put the link there in the chat. It's really super simple. Just put tinyurl.com/JCGuest and you will be here speaking with me immediately. Right now, both queues are empty. Dave has dropped down, so the queues are empty. And yeah, the subject is one that we've run a few times before, but I have to tell you, what's up, Kirby? Good to see you. I have to tell you, this subject is actually my favorite one. I love this. Like, I love the kind of God is evil and God is a bad dream and all of those kind of things. They're fun too. But for me, atheism makes more sense, kind of just encapsulates everything. And it's sort of uplifting, right? It's not a complaint. We're not accusing anyone of anything. We're just saying, you know what? We don't believe this silly nonsense and we're really, really happy being that way. And we feel good. We feel like we're morally in a good place. We're epistemically in a good place. We're philosophically in a good place. We've got it going on, folks. We've got common sense and evidence and facts and reason on our side, and it's a good day to be alive. So, Lacadian, good to see you too. If you want to come up and join the conversation tonight, I would be delighted. But before you reach for the request button, and I see you, Zay, we'll get you in just a moment. Ask yourself if the conversation you are wanting to have is going to be one which is going to be of interest to the people watching. And I don't say that to be mean in any way, but that's really the calculation. You know, people are here to see debates or discussions about belief or stuff like that. Make sure that if you're wanting to come up, that it is on topic and that, you know, it's probably going to be a bit more interesting for the audience to watch a lively debate than for the audience to just watch two people agree with each other for 10 minutes, right? So bear that in mind. As I promised on Tuesday's stream, I am going to be doing some non-debate kind of free-form Q&A, let's all hang out shows where friends are explicitly invited to just call in and let's just chat about anything you want. You can ask me about anything. We can talk about anything, more like a kind of coffee meet. But we're going to reserve those kind of conversations for those shows just to keep things moving along here and so that people don't tune out, you know, get bored, switch away and go and do something better. We wouldn't want that to happen because I like hanging out with you guys and I get sad when people go away. So with that said, let us bring in our first guest. It is Zay on TikTok, bringing in Zay right now. Hey, Zay.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Welcome back. Good to speak to you again. How's things?
It's going all right. I gotta kind of leave in a couple of minutes. So I kind of want to just make a quick point and then hear your thoughts on it.
Go for it.
Okay, so the topic is atheism. So I'm gonna start off about the creation of the universe, right? So I think there's only 3 ways we can like understand how the universe was created. I think there's only 1, someone created it. 2, it was eternally created, like it always existed. or three, um, I think it's I think it's something about the Big Bang. Like it's something happened and then it was just like boom, it's the universe, right? Am I wrong? What do you
Yes,
think? How do you think
I
the
think
universe
it's
was created?
slightly wrong. So asking the question in that way folds an assumption into the discussion, which is unwarranted. When we say how was the universe created, can you see that that's actually making an assumption that it was, right? So a correct framing of the
Right.
question would be, does the universe have an ultimate origin, and if so, what is it? And that allows for the possibility that the universe wasn't created, it's just always been there. Because if you think about it like this, right? If we say something happened that created the universe, reality went from not having a universe to having one. Well, if that's true, then you would be basically saying that whatever created the universe was always there, right? Otherwise, you'd need an
Mm-hmm.
explanation for how that thing came about, whether it's a god or a force or a something, even whatever it is. We can just call it a thing, right?
Right. It
Something,
would have to be outside of time and space.
and that doesn't really mean anything because for creation to be done is a sequence of events, right? It's like having the intention to do it and then changing from the thing not being created to the thing being thought about being created and then the thing being created. And that's a sequence of events that requires time. Time just means things are changing, right? So the moment you say something happened that made the universe exist, well, something happening isn't outside of time. It's temporal, right? That is temporal. And the problem with it is that if you're postulating a thing that always existed, that decided at some point, let's lend you this outside of space and time to make our universe, well, I could ask, where did that thing come from? And if your answer was, well, it always existed, because outside of space and time doesn't get you away from the problem of where did it come from. What made it begin existing outside of space and time, right? You could rightly say, well, nothing. It's always been there. It's eternal. There was never a point when it didn't exist. And I could simply say the same about the universe. Do you see? Do you see the problem?
So what's your conclusion of understanding?
Well, I don't claim to have an understanding, and I think we should all be humble about this, because why does anything exist is just about the biggest question we can ask, right? So anyone who tells you they have the answer, you should have a certain amount of suspicion about that, right? So I don't claim to have an
Right, I
answer.
agree.
My suspicion is that there was never nothing. I don't think that nothing is something that can exist, because nothing
Mm-hmm.
existing isn't any different from nothing not existing. What's the difference, right? Between the presence of nothing and the absence of nothing. They're the same. So there's no reason to think that there was ever a point in history where the universe didn't exist and then something happened and it began to exist. That would be something that would need to be proved rather than assumed. And so I'm open-minded. I'm fairly comfortable just saying I don't know. And much smarter people than me are working on it. They're working on it. That's the job of cosmologists and people who are super smart, who understand the models. They understand the mathematical implications of the models. They understand this stuff much more deeply than I ever will. And if they're saying we don't know, but we have some competing models, that's a good enough answer for me right now.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from, but I want to point out that there's limited options and we have to decide which one makes more sense to us. You see where I'm
Yeah.
coming from?
Yeah, I agree with you on both of those. I agree with you on both of those. There are limited options, and we have to decide which ones make more sense to us. And the way that we should make that evaluation is based on the available evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what evidence would you be using to decide which one you go for?
Well, okay, well, the options are: 1, the universe has a beginning; 2, it's eternally not having a beginning; or 3, it came from nothing. So using process of elimination, you can agree that nothing coming from nothing makes sense, right? Like that clears out that option right there.
Agreed.
Right. So it's either it eternally begotten or it had a beginning.
Yeah,
right?
the universe eternally existing and the universe not eternally existing are a perfect dichotomy, and there are no other options.
Right.
Yeah.
So the problem with eternally having existence, my problem understanding that is, if the universe always existed, then can you say humans always existed?
No, we know for a fact that humans haven't always existed. Humans in their present form have existed for something in the region of 200 and something thousand years. 300,000 tops, more closer to 2 more likely, I believe. If anyone knows better than me, feel free to stick it in the chat. But humans in their current form, Homo erectus, a couple of 100,000 years old.
Right. So for me, just using my finite logic of understanding is that either the universe is eternally begotten or it had a beginning. If I can't say that my species always always existed, then I feel like I will have to only conclude that we had a starting point. And if we had a starting point, then it would be what did you say? You said sequences. What did you say? It would be
Yeah,
something of sequences.
can I just
And there would have to
before we
be.
pin that down? I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to give you some really strong advice here, and honestly, take this advice. Be clear in a conversation whether you're talking about our origins, as in you and me and human beings, which is one topic, or the origin of everything, which is a completely different topic. They're nothing to do with each other. It's like trying to have a conversation about the origin of tea and thinking that's the same conversation as the origin of trees. Like they're just totally different. They're totally different conversations. So if you want to have a conversation about where human beings came from, that's a conversation about biology and biodiversity. If you want to have a conversation about where did everything come from, that's cosmology. A totally different conversation.
Well, think about it. If the universe eternally existed, then would you say planets eternally existed? Would you say stars eternally existed?
No, we know how planets and stars form. This is not deep. These are not deep questions. These are basic science textbooks, high school or college science textbooks. Planets form from accretion disks around suns, which are collections of matter pulled together by the gravity around a sun. Like, this stuff is not mysterious, and we can see how planets and stars form because we can look into the night sky and watch it happening.
Okay, so you're saying that. Okay, so if I ask you, was the Earth formed? Would you say yes?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the logical explanation to tell someone how living organisms formed on the Earth after the Earth was formed?
After the Earth was formed. So, I mean, basically, the stuff you're asking about is like origin questions, right? And again, be clear whether you're in the lane of like the origin of everything, the origin of the world we live on, or the origin of organisms that live on the world.
I think it all ties together.
It ties together in that it's under the umbrella of origins, but they are totally different subjects, and the science that one applies to them are totally different disciplines. So the people who will be able to speak at length about the origins of life, for example, they study genetics, they study paleoanthropology, they study the phylogenetic tree, they study the way that biodiversity happens, the way that life changes over time in an environment. That is a totally different discipline to the study of how planets form, which is cosmology and physics and space stuff. Totally different discipline, completely different. So just be clear about what you're asking about. And the answer is that we have well understood mechanisms for pretty much all of this stuff. What you're talking about are not mysteries. There's a bit of an unknown at the moment about exactly how organic life got started, but this is the field known as abiogenesis. You may have heard that word thrown around.
I'm not trying to prove anything, but the topic is atheism makes more sense.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, out of the two options, which one makes more sense?
It makes more sense to assume that science has done a really, really good job of providing us with explanations for stuff throughout human history, right? From understanding that what we saw as the sun coming up isn't the sun coming up, it's just the Earth rotating so that It looks to us like the sun's coming up. The sun's relative to us kind of staying where it is. We're just rotating and spinning. So it looks like the sun's coming up. Science figured that out, right? Science figured out that weather isn't angry gods. Thunder isn't angry gods. Infections aren't demons, right? All of these things used to be answered with superstition and supernatural answers. And along came science and reason and equipped us with the knowledge to answer these questions without appealing to spirits and ghosts and goblins and demons and all of that magical stuff, right? And the reason why I think atheism makes more sense is there's a pattern here that we ought to pay attention to, which is time after time after time after time. Supernatural explanations are superseded by natural ones. It never goes the other way. In all of human history, there has not been one scientific explanation for something which has subsequently been replaced by a magical or supernatural one. It's never happened. And thousands of times, or tens of thousands of times, or maybe hundreds of thousands of times, the other one has happened, where these supernatural explanations have been proved to be unnecessary. When we hear thunder in the sky now, we don't go, oh, the gods must be angry. We understand what causes it, right? It's build up of static electricity in the clouds. We understand it. We understand the mechanisms of it perfectly. And this is why I think atheism makes more sense, because it's just paying attention to the pattern that we've seen over and over and over again. And, you're asking the right questions. I will give you this. You're asking the right questions, but I'm also going to give you this. The answers to a lot of the questions that you're asking can be found in high school science textbooks. No, can be found in high school science textbooks. Or on YouTube.
The origin of living organisms?
We don't understand exactly the origin of... We don't understand exactly what the mechanism is for the origin of living organisms now. But most people who are working in the life sciences say that we're extremely close to understanding this. There are a few competing ideas and models for how abiogenesis may have happened. And it's an area of science where the experts in that area feel pretty confident that this is going to be a question which is solved quite soon. And by quite soon, I mean 10, 20, 50, 100 years. That's nothing. In human history, that's nothing. This is not going to be a deep question for life.
Like one of the solutions or resolutions they're coming up to? Do you know
so like the building blocks for life, the basic building blocks for life are commonly found throughout the observable universe. Like the stuff that makes DNA and RNA, and which is the building blocks of life. We found some on asteroids recently. Like it's out there, and there are very, very plausible explanations for how, if some of that stuff, some people think that stuff might have arrived on Earth from meteors because it's been found on meteors, and it may have arrived on Earth. And there was a Miller-Urey experiment done in the 50s where they basically simulated something very close to the conditions on Earth around the time that life is thought to have began. And something like a lightning strike could have provided the energy required to get this process going of self-replicating, very, very, very small organic things that made copies of themselves. And that was the precursors to the life that we have on the planet now. So there are plausible explanations for how this stuff could have happened. And at some point in the near future, I'm pretty confident that they will be confirmed, and it's not going to be a mystery anymore. We'll understand where life came from.
I don't know. Maybe I gotta do some research on that, because that's kind of like a lot. I don't know. I don't think I fully understand what you're saying.
Well, you're asking the right questions. Keep on asking them, but don't accept fairy tales as the answer, because that's not an answer. If somebody says, "I know where life came from, it was my magic friend," you should be extremely suspicious of that. That's not an answer. That's pretending to have an answer. It's basically saying magic did it and expecting you to be satisfied with that. And if you value your own education and your own understanding in the world, you will not accept answers like that, especially when science can equip us with answers. And before you go, I'm going to get my good friend Spencer up in a moment. But before you go, I just want to give you something to think about, right? So the Bible talks about like prophecies. An example of a Bible prophecy would be something like, there will be wars and rumors of war. There's a prophecy, right? And then a few years later, when a war happens, people go, aha, a prophecy, and it was fulfilled. That's a pretty crappy prophecy. A prophecy that science can give you is science can tell you about a solar eclipse that's going to happen 1,000 years in the future, and it can tell you what time of day it's going to happen and where on the earth you're going to need to be standing to see it. That's a prophecy. That's what science can do. That's what being led by evidence and proper understanding can do, right? Can you see how I'm not so impressed by burning bushes? Like, I like the real stuff. And it's available for you. It's available for you. You are lucky enough to live at a point in history where you could get educated on stuff just on YouTube, as long as you know what you're watching. Don't watch apologetics, because the science there is crap. But, watch reputable stuff. From reputable sources, educational establishments, anything from a university, for example, anything from a science department at a university or a science channel. And you can learn this stuff. You can learn the answers. And then when people ask you, you will be equipped to give them yourself, and you won't have to rely on.
Now, I have a conundrum.
Go for it.
I have a conundrum.
Okay.
I feel like no amount of science can prove or even explain what happens after you die.
Well, that's sort of true.
Like that all just ties into the personal reasoning.
Yeah, but science can say a lot about it.
I feel like that.
Yeah, science can say a lot about what happens after you die. Yeah, because science can give us fairly strong evidence that nothing happens after you die. Your body rots if it's put in the ground and becomes essentially worm food, and the thing that makes you stops existing because it's a function of your brain. And when your brain stops working, you stop existing. So, I know it's a bit harsh sounding if you haven't thought about it like that before, but what happened to you before you were born?
I don't know.
Well, whatever you imagine that is, that's what's going to happen to you after you die. And to quote the wonderful quote, I think it was Mark Twain who said it. I did not exist for billions of years before my birth, and it didn't inconvenience me even one bit. So don't worry about it. Enjoy the life you have while you're here. Make every day count, because you don't have an infinite supply of them, and live a good life.
But that's the question. Does it make sense to believe that nothing happens after you die?
It makes sense to believe that, given what we know about brains.
Or is it like a personal subjective like understanding? It differs between different types of people.
It does differ between different types of people, but people who know anything about how brains work understand that if your brain isn't working, you're not working. If your brain's not working at all, there is no you. And we can switch you off just by applying the right chemicals to your brain. Inject a bit of the right kind of thing into your bloodstream, which like you would have if you had an operation, and the anaesthetist would give you the right kind of cocktail of various things. There is no you for a while. You cease to be in terms of your own awareness. And that's probably what happens afterwards too. So that's the presumption, and it's common sense to make that presumption. Otherwise, we're assuming that
you said probably.
Yeah, probably. Do you notice I'm careful with what I say, right? I'm not claiming to know things for sure, but the time to believe that the time to believe that you could, but you don't have a basis for saying that, and I do have a basis for saying there's probably nothing that happens to you, because we understand that if your brain is damaged, you are damaged, right? If you think about what makes you. Your memories, your sense of yourself, your ability to think properly, your emotions, all of that stuff can get permanently broken with the right type of bang on your head. Never comes back. Ever. So to propose that if your brain is sort of a bit damaged, you get a bit damaged. And if your brain is really severely damaged, you get really severely damaged. But if your brain is so badly damaged that you die, by magic it all comes back again. That's ludicrous. That's why I say we can be pretty confident that the stuff that gives you your identity and your sense of yourself is what goes on between your ears. And if that's not working properly, there's probably not much there. But dude, I'm going to move it on, Zay. You're asking the right questions. Keep on asking them, and just don't take crappy answers, because you deserve better than that. And you're lucky enough to be living at a time in history where you have access to them. So I appreciate you for being the first guest up tonight, and feel free to come back anytime, and we'll keep on the conversation.
Well, I agree with you, and you're right. I shouldn't take crappy answers.
Yeah.
I should take the most logical answer appeal to me.
That's the one.
Right. But I also want to leave a message that, you know, if there is any change in your position, you know, God loved you even when you were
after a sensible conversation about science, we resorted to preaching. But fair enough. Thanks for coming up, Zay. Take it easy and keep well. There we go. God loves you, everyone, apparently, but he's going to burn you alive forever if you don't love him back just right. Okay, we're going to get Spencer in a moment. Then we have a couple more in the queue, so we will get to this. If you are on YouTube, it would be a serious favor to me. I would consider it a personal favor if you would like the stream. That's super, super helpful. And if you are so inclined, subscribe to the channel. That would also be really super helpful, and support me. I would really appreciate that. Okay, let's end that. I will put the links for to rate our callers, and remember, we're not rating them as people. We're rating the conversation. We're rating how well executed the conversation was in terms of both the content that the caller was bringing in their arguments and the kind of attitude that they bring to the discussion. So feel free to do that. I've put the link in both chats. Let's get Spencer in, and then after that we have looks like my Eliav 12 after that. And then we have Was Impactful after that. So we will speak to everyone. Spencer.
Hey there, my friend.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you hearing music under me or no?
I'm not hearing music.
I don't know. Okay, good. I'm hearing something in my earbuds. It must be the gods are trying to mess up my transmission to you.
Clearly.
I know you have other people that are way more exciting than I am to get on here. So I just wanted to say to people like Zay, we can never point to a God, but even if we got close, let's say scientists said they did an about face and they go, okay, it really is likely that religious people are right. There is a God that created everything. The eternal universe model doesn't seem to work anymore. It'll never point to one's personal God. And that's what gets me is, like, let's say Christian nationalists in America today. If we determined it was a 6-armed Hindu God who's the true creator of the universe, would they be okay with that?
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Would they lay down with that and just say, oh, Hinduism was the true religion, I was wrong, so now I'm going to start praying to Brahma or Shmama or Vishnu?
Right.
They're not going to do that. Everybody wants the God model as long as it serves their interests and their religion and their cult, and they want it to be nice and cozy for what they were raised and indoctrinated to believe in.
That's absolutely right.
Next time someone says, do you believe in God? I might say yes. And they go, oh, cool. You know, Jesus loves you. I'm like, oh, no, that's not the God I believe in.
You got the wrong one.
Because I think the major religions think it's like, when the guy said there's only 3 choices, I'm like, we don't know that, you know? One day we might find we're a pimple on a giant invisible rhino is behind or something.
Absolutely.
And science might not determine that for another 10,000 years. So it's way more than 3 options. Either the universe is eternal and
the three,
if not, God must have created everything.
Yeah, no, of course, there are way more than 3. Where there's only 2 is whether it's eternal or not. Right, that's a question which either has a yes or no answer. Right, it either is eternal or it isn't eternal, and then depending on which one of those you settle on, then you have other hypotheses which come into play, which might be consistent with whichever arm of that decision tree you're on. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there's an infinite number of candidate hypotheses that could explain why we're here. From fairies to pixies to we're a simulation. Every simulation is running another simulation, and it's simulations all the way down to we're brains in a vat to we're code on somebody's iPhone to all of that kind of stuff. And yeah, you're absolutely right to say though, establishing that there is a cause for the universe doesn't get you anywhere near somebody's personal God. Nowhere. You're not within a billion light years of it. So you're quite right to say it.
And then I'll leave people like Zay and others who are kind of, I think Zay's maybe teetering on more questions than he thinks. It seems like it ended up being productive until the very last thing when he said, God loves you. But it seemed like you were getting to him, like the wheels were turning in his head that maybe everything he's been taught to believe may not be the truth. But my bottom line too, John, is the older I get, the less I care. Like, if there is a God, he's not helping me with my mortgage. He's not making me any healthier. He's not.
Yeah.
Didn't save my father last month from an agonizing stage 4 cancer.
Yep.
Didn't save children being essayed today. Didn't save women being brutalized by their spouses.
Absolutely.
Didn't end poverty or war in Iran. So it doesn't mean anything to me. Like, if you were to prove Yahweh to be the real God tomorrow, I would just probably dislike him even more than I already do for letting all the suffering go on in the world.
We'd accept it, but we wouldn't have to like it. So, yeah, I hear you, brother. I hear you completely.
All right. Well, I'll drop down and I'll let you get to some...
Thanks, man.
I just love listening to you. I'm on my 6-mile walk and I'm listening to you and enjoying every minute.
You're a love. And the thing we've been talking about is looking like it's going to come to fruition soon. So watch this space. That's a bit cryptic, really everyone. But watch this space, everyone. But thanks, Spencer. You're still the best voice on the internet, dude. No.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take care. Speak soon.
See you. Much love.
You too. Bye. Okay. Let's see. Right. Let us get in my Eliav next. There we go.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Fine. I just want to clarify it. Once you said before about the brain that once it's damaged or die or your conscience is died and you can no longer live, right? But it's not quite true because you can be stabbed in your heart and die as well.
Yeah, I didn't quite say that. I said that we know that there's a very fundamental link between the operation of a brain and your experience of yourself as a person. And so when certain parts of the brain are damaged, then the functions associated with those parts and those networks in the brain can often never come back. Never. I mean, my wife is a neuropsychologist. She works exclusively with people who have had brain injuries. And this is her whole career, is understanding how structural damages to the brain translate into functional damages to a human being. And the correlation is 100% reliable. You can map the areas of the brain. If you fall off your bike and you hit your head in a particular place and particular structures in the brain are damaged, you can lose your ability to plan actions, or you can lose your ability to remember things, or you can lose your ability to experience emotions, or you can lose your ability to control your own emotions. So we do understand this connection, and it's ludicrous to think that this connection is fundamental while we're alive, and then at the point we die, it doesn't mean anything anymore, and it stops counting, and suddenly you're restored back to how you were, before your brain injury? That doesn't make any sense. It's silly. It's a silly thought.
No, but it doesn't contradict your soul, even if you cannot function anymore. It doesn't contradict any soul entity living inside you.
Yeah, but you would have to first make the case that such a thing exists, and part of this.
I can prove it to you now, but
you won't be able to. But part of this argument is to show that the concept of a soul is incoherent, because we understand this connection between a brain and our sense of ourselves so much. I mean, there are people who have a severed corpus callosum, which is the structure that connects the hemispheres of the brain. And in such cases, sometimes there are distinct personalities that can emerge. Is a new soul magically created when that happens? Does someone in such a condition own two souls now? And where do the souls live? And how can they be detected? This is all just magic speak. You're arguing for wizard stuff.
It's not magic. It is magic, but it's proven.
It's proven.
That's the It's definition of supernatural. You cannot define supernatural by material. That's the definition of it.
It's not the definition of it. It's just one of the copes that people say when they're presented with powerful evidence that their ideas are nonsense.
Because you're trying to define it by material. Are you trying to look for a materialistic evidence for supernatural? You cannot comprehend supernatural, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but in order for you to make the claim that it does exist, you would have to have a basis for saying so. And at the moment, all I'm hearing are cute stories. Do you have a basis for showing that the supernatural is a thing that exists in reality?
Yes, I can lead you into it if you'll be enough patient and answer my questions.
Okay.
Are you willing to?
Let's see. Give us the
All
proof
right.
for this. Give us the proof for the supernatural.
All right. So first of all, do you believe in morality and justice?
Not ontologically. I think morality and justice are concepts that describe things we do or feel. It's like
Right, but
saying,
why
do
do
you,
we
it's
do
like
it?
saying, do you believe in liking chocolate ice cream? It's a thing that human beings do or express. It's not a
but
thing
it
that
makes sense
exists.
because but it attached to you because you wouldn't just go and murder people and you
Correct,
would seek for
because
justice.
I have instincts towards empathy and compassion because evolution has shaped human brains in that way.
All right, so you want justice. If let's say you go across with injustice and something happened to you, you would demand justice for yourself or for your kids or for anything, right?
I might,
You wouldn't
yes.
just sit there. Right. So
Right.
I'm saying, so you think it's something that we made it up?
We're
Or
all
is some-
anxiously waiting for you to get from you would demand justice if something happened to you to therefore the supernatural exists. We're
Yeah.
all
I'm
on,
saying,
we're hanging on tenterhooks for the connecting material between those clauses. Go for it.
right, because I ask you for patience. I want you to answer my question and leading into the conclusion and the evidence.
We have patience, but not in unlimited amount.
Not unlimited amount, but it have to be more than 5 minutes. You know, I can't just do it in like quick.
Okay.
You have to.
Right. Okay.
So
I get
I'm
it.
saying, so I'm just saying, do you think it's something that the society has made up, or is something that it's coming from inside us?
A little bit of both. So we have instincts, right? We also have mirror neurons, which are structures in the brain that cause us to identify very strongly with others, and they make us averse to witnessing the pain in others, and we want to do something about it. And we have instincts
But that's
towards
just
empathy.
metabolism.
And we have it's not metabolism. It's got nothing to do with metabolism. It's they're the way that our brains work, the way that our brains are wired, if you like, lead us towards a natural instinct for compassion and empathy. And then, as well as that, we figured out a very, very long time ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago, we figured out that if we cooperate, we're more likely to survive. Right? If you're on your own, you're far less likely to survive than if you're in a group of people or others who are like you, and you're cooperating to help each other, to share resources, to share childcare, to protect each other. You're much more likely. Everyone gets a survival advantage from that kind of arrangement. So we understand instinctively that cooperating is good for us, and that's where we get an instinct for things like justice and wanting to keep the group running properly.
Right. So you
are we going to get to
the
the supernatural bit soon?
Yeah. So you say there are no consequences about this world. Only this world will punish you, and you only think that that your emotion and everything attached is just a material, and once you die, you're gone, and there is no soul, and there's no continuation. Right.
That's about it. Yeah.
So you say just about survival, but that's just incorrect, and I'm gonna prove it to you because I'm giving you
another 5-minute proof. Excellent, go for it.
No, I'm gonna give you an experiment right now because you spoke about morality and truth.
Okay.
I'm gonna hypothetically, okay, I'm gonna giving you a free pass and a permission, okay, to click a button and to in a painless way. There are going to be a random people in the world who is going to die, all right? They are going to die by you, but you're gonna get like $50 million, and you're not gonna be sent to jail, and nothing's gonna happen to you and to your family. You're just gonna be extra 50 million, and the order will not be break. The war will still continue, but they are gone. Will you press this button and get the money because you only believe you are material, nothing more, nothing beyond?
No, I wouldn't. No.
Why not? What's stopping you? You're just material.
Because I would be depriving those people of their existence, and I wouldn't want to be deprived of mine. And because my own sense of empathy would forbid me from doing that. And also because I would know that those people would have other people who love them who would suffer greatly if their sons or daughters
they are lonely. No one cares about them anymore.
I still wouldn't do it because you would be depriving somebody else of a life that they wish to live.
But why? If we are just material, like a garbage bin, then who cares?
Well, those are your words.
If you really believe atheism, then you wouldn't mind to do it because we're just materials.
This is a very curious argument that I hear from believers, that unless you believe in a magic cosmic policeman, you can't have any empathy or compassion or care about other living creatures because we admit that we are made of physical stuff. I find this a very curious argument. It completely ignores the fact that suffering of others is something that one can not want. I don't want other people to suffer. I don't want other people to be deprived of the opportunity to live a life to live a life that I'm enjoying. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I took that away from someone else, even if it was painless. That's my personal inclination, and I don't need a cosmic policeman invigilating my life in order to say that. Do you?
Yes, because
you do.
Because it attached directly to morality and justice,
right.
And this is the light of God.
So let me ask you a question then. So let me ask you a question then. So let's invert this. If you didn't think that you were being constantly monitored by a magic man in the sky who watches you every moment and supervises you on the toilet and in your most intimate moments and knows all your thoughts and is watching you all the time, if you didn't think that, would you be out kind of killing and raping and pillaging and murdering? Would you care?
I ask you that if this experiment is being given to me, and I know that these people are just nothing but garbage, like you said, with just material, they are meaningless. I know it's just like putting a garbage inside. Then yes, you know why? Because
you have no sense. You apparently have no sense of empathy. Then, so what you're basically saying, what you're essentially saying is that the only reason to be good to anyone, the only reason to be kind, the only reason to care about anybody else's experience is if you think you're being watched by the head teacher, by the boss. What do you think that says about your own ethics?
No, not because you're being watched, just because you're being watched. Because this compassion and morality and justice inclinations doesn't just come by survival. It's come from God, because you're part of it, so you cannot make it gone.
It's amazing that you think so little of other human beings, that you're calling them garbage, and that the only reason and that the only reason you can come up with for compassion and empathy and caring about other people is that you think you're being watched by someone and you might get in trouble with them if you don't do it right.
I'm part of him. He is the justice himself.
But then what's that got to do with a God then?
Because your emotions of justice, it's meaningful. It's meaningful. It's not.
I agree. I agree they're meaningful.
Wait. If it's meaningful, then once you kill those people, then those bad feelings you're gonna feel are going to go away. If you understand they are nothing but material, it's gonna go away.
No, I don't know why you say that, because I've never used the phrase "human beings are nothing but material." That's something that you are imparting onto me, but I've never said that.
So
I don't think that human beings are nothing but material. I think that we have a material substrate. Do you know what the word substrate is?
No.
A substrate is like it's like a structure or a thing that explains something else. So, like the substrate of our consciousness could be said to be our brains, right? The substrate of the computer software is the system it's running on. It's like it's the physical stuff that makes something else happen. So, I think that if you ask me what I think human beings are made of, it's just material. But that doesn't mean I think that human beings are just material and garbage. I think human beings are. I think that human beings. Yes, there's no continuation. I think that human. I think that I'm answering. I'm speaking at the moment. So I think that we can understand that it's material stuff that makes us what we are. But that doesn't mean we don't count. And it doesn't mean that just because we're going to die at some point that we think we're garbage and we don't count. In fact, in your worldview, where all human beings exist forever afterwards, I think that cheapens human life. I think human life is precious because it only lasts for a few decades. And every day is precious. Yes, I do. I think it's precious because I care about my fellow human beings. I exercise empathy and compassion because I genuinely feel it, not because I'm trying to be good for the boss, which is what you are describing.
It's not being good for the boss.
I think it's a bit sad. I think it's a bit sad. You're appealing to an authority to justify empathy. And I think you should think about what that says about you.
I'm saying the authority is living inside me, and he is the morality and justice itself. Because this justice and meaningful, it's a superior light.
It's magic.
Inside you.
It's a light. It's a light inside you. That's magic. I know. I don't need a magic light inside me to know that it's important.
That's why you're so attached to it. That's why you cannot do it, because you're so attached to it. That's why you wouldn't do it.
Yeah, sure. Except I've provided.
It's about nature. It's not nature.
Except I've provided a perfectly rational basis for empathy and altruism and cooperation, which you are currently ignoring. Do you have anything to say to the explanation I gave you? Why is it insufficient?
What efficient?
Why is the explanation I provided for why we might be empathic and act with compassion and altruism, why is that not sufficient? What's it lacking?
Because you are not allowed, you cannot comprehend and catch the infinity light that's inside you. Just because you have material inside you that create those motions, you cannot create. It's like imaginary. You cannot create. You cannot catch imaginary stuff.
So
like
my framework and
material.
My framework and my basis for empathy, which is perfectly rational and rooted in the real world, is not good enough for you because you cannot catch the imaginary light that lives inside you. Does that sound like a compelling argument?
So if you understand that you cannot catch it, it's not nature. It's above nature. If it's not nature, then it's the opposite. It's supernatural.
But I gave you an explanation for it where I said I do understand it, and we do understand it. That's what anthropology is about.
You don't understand the things itself.
That's how we have people who make it their career to study origins and to study evolutionary psychology and to study the behavior of groups and the origin of such behavior. There are people who spend their whole lives doing it. Magic, funnily enough, doesn't come into the conversation at all with these people.
Because you cannot define magic by material. That's what I'm telling you. Even if the surrounding materials inside your brain that can understand how the emotion are being created, it's not the emotion itself. The emotion itself is the light that you cannot catch. So I'm asking you, if it's a light that you cannot catch, is it nature or above nature?
Well, funnily enough, we do actually have a fairly good explanation of which parts of the brain are responsible for emotion.
The parts of the brain, which is just the part that created, but the thing it's create itself, you cannot catch it.
Try at the moment. The structure of your argument right now. The structure of your argument, imagination is exactly right. Your argument is imagination. Currently, you're currently on the internet arguing for magic and claiming that the reason why your argument should stand up and the reason why my claim that you're making unearned assumptions is not good is because we can't catch the magic, we can't see the light. But you're assuming that it exists in the first place. That's just your starting assumption, is that there's this magical soul stuff. And when I say, how do we detect it? You say, oh, science can't detect it. And when I say, well, what reason do we have for thinking it's there? Your reason is to appeal to other magic that we also can't detect and also can't have any reason for thinking exists.
Because that's why I've been giving you this experiment to show you that justice and on morality
it's not an experiment. It's a circular argument, my friend. You're trying to justify unjustified claims with other unjustified claims.
No, you cannot justify with material something supernatural. Supernatural stands for what it is. And how can you understand it? Because morality and justice are meaningful. If this light inside you is meaningful.
This light inside you, it's lovely. I've already said to you that until you can demonstrate that the supernatural and this light inside you and a soul is something that actually exists, you don't get to appeal to it as an explanation for other things. You haven't proven everything. All you've done in this conversation is appeal to things you can't demonstrate.
No, it's not, because you cannot demonstrate and measure with material supernatural.
Right.
And
which is why we are justified in saying until you figure out a way to demonstrate that your magic is there, you don't get to appeal to it as an explanation for anything at all.
Okay, let me ask you this. What if you would see a genie come out of the forest and perform magic to you? Would you try to define it or you would just understand that it's supernatural?
I would probably think that I was having some kind of hallucination and that someone had spiked my Coke Zero, and I would worry about my own mental health before I embarked on a discovery of magic and spiritual lights.
That says you are very sober and it really happened.
Yeah, but the thing is, human history is full of people who have delusions, right? They have psychotic breaks, they have whatever. The difference is some people are wise enough to question their own experiences and understand that their experiences can be interpreted correctly and they can be interpreted incorrectly. And the wise person doesn't jump on the first interpretation that comes along, especially one that just happens to fit in with the religions of their culture, and just assume that that's the correct one. The wise move is to say, wow, I had this crazy experience. I saw a genie coming out of the woods, and start looking at ways to interpret that experience in a more parsimonious way.
So So if I would see a genie perform magic, I should say it's not supernatural. I should measure it until science will understand what it is. But it still perform magic. You cannot change it.
Yeah, the smart
Even
person
if you
would. A
define
smart
it or
person
don't
would do
define
that.
it.
Don't need to shout. A smart person would do that, and a more gullible person would see someone perform magic and just go, "Oh, that's magic." That's what separates gullible people from people who are slightly more discerning.
So let's say you can. So okay, let me give you some contradictions which cannot be exist. But just for example, let's say God exists, and you can measure him by material, and you define them. But he run everything, and he run hell and heaven and everything. But you can still define it somehow. Does it change what God stands for? It doesn't change what it is. Like, it's still the ability that he can do everything, and even if you define it or don't define it. It doesn't matter if you define. That's what I'm showing you.
Yeah.
So your emotion and meaning, it's something above nature. It's just not material. That's why even if you define it or don't define it doesn't change the assets of it, which is meaningful above nature. And because it's light, you will never be able to define it. That's what God's trying to show you. Because if you would define it, you would say, "Oh, so it's science." But if you don't define it, you said,
Okay.
"So I will always look." So you look to deny God on purpose,
Just relax,
because you will
just
always
relax.
reject it.
Just relax.
You understand?
Just relax.
I'm relaxed. I'm just like trying to make you understand the point.
You're not sounding enormously relaxed, and shouting into the microphone is not going to make me understand you any better than if you speak in a more calm way. And it
I'm
just
just
might,
being vocal.
You're being vocal, but just take a breath. Okay, so we'll wind this up in a moment, because we're basically going around the same roundabout, round and round and round again, which is that you make a claim. I say you haven't demonstrated your claim. You then appeal to other things that you haven't demonstrated to demonstrate the first claim. And then when asked to demonstrate either of them, you say, we can't demonstrate them using science. Well, okay. Well, what are you going to demonstrate it with then?
Again, because it's point out hypocrisy. Because why hypocrisy? Because if you do define something supernatural, you're going to say it's not supernatural because it's defined by science. And if you cannot define it, you're going to say the science has never discovered it, so we don't know. That's why I ask you, if you see a genie in front of your eyes perform magic, you need to be a stupid person to say, "Oh, it's not magic.
No.
I need to measure it.
No.
It's part of nature."
Actually, the world is full of people who claim to have seen magic things and are gullible enough to believe that they're magic, when actually more prosaic explanations apply all the time. I would urge you, as we bring this delightful exchange to an end, to look at something called methodological naturalism. What methodological naturalism means is, it's not saying philosophically there can be no supernatural, because we couldn't say that. It's saying that it's not the business of science to explain things by going, "Oh, well, it just must have been magic," and then claiming that that's an explanation. It's the business of science to develop proper explanations for things rooted in the assumption that nature is uniform. That's how science works. All of science is built on the assumption that nature is uniform. Now, whether nature actually is uniform or not is something we can never know. But we assume it strategically because it gets stuff done, right? It gets bridges made. It gets child life expectancies increased. It gets life expectancy increase. It gets our quality of life better, right? So it has a utility. So we assume the uniformity of nature, and science does not concern itself with magic. And the world is full of people who are too gullible that when they see something they can't explain, they go, "Oh, it must have been magic then." It's up to you. If you want to be one of those people, fill your boots, my friend. But you make yourself a target for fraudsters, hucksters, conspiracy theorists, whack jobs, tinfoil hat brigade, all of that stuff. You are dead in their sights. You are the perfect mark for people like that. And I'm just telling you, you don't have to be. You can learn to be a little more discerning about what your beliefs are. Currently, you're very, very gullible. The way you're speaking is unnecessarily gullible. And so it's up to you whether you want to continue to be that way. My advice would be a little more discerning.
No, I'm just giving you a hypothetical question, and to show you that it doesn't matter if the supernatural is big or small. Let's say God himself revealed to you and speak to you in a fire, and he give you stuff, and it was really happening. So you'd say, "Oh, those voices are just, I don't know, a vocal loud from the floor and from earth, and it's even if it speaks to me, it's bullshit."
Yeah, so funnily enough, there probably is some evidence that would convince me that a God exists. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is, but I would imagine there is a threshold, right? There's a point where the evidence would be so overwhelming for me that I would tip from like going, there must be there's a prosaic explanation for this,
Right.
into okay, this is probably real now. I don't know exactly what that point is, but I'm not an irrational agent. There's some level where I would be convinced, right? And God knows what that is. And so far, if there is a God, has chosen not to provide it. But
God only
sending people to tell me about the light inside my body ain't going to be the one, I'm afraid.
But why does it matter if it's God himself or the light inside your body? Because you will never be catching these lights. According to you, you would try to define everything and measure. Even if you see God himself, you still try to measure him. So you always try to reject him. That's the point I'm trying to make you with the emotions. They are meaningful and they are about
shouting
nature.
Again. Nobody needs to hear you shout. So as we draw things to a close, I'm going to say that this isn't about trying to reject him. It's just about being discerning and insisting on reasonable evidence for claims. That's it. That's all this is.
Reasonable, it's by material. You cannot define supernatural by material.
So you keep on saying.
Just let me finish. I'm just saying, how do you know that supernatural is this? By denying and see that it's the opposite from material. You will never be able to catch it. That's the point
Sure.
God tried to make you.
Yeah.
The meaning that you have from morality, the meaning itself, and the fact that everyone around us in the world has it inside them, so organized and so well performed, showing you that it's by intelligence. It's just
Okay. We don't need to repeat the exact same conversation we had 20 minutes ago again for everyone. They can rewind the video if they want to hear it again. We don't need to perform it again. But thank you for coming up and making a spirited argument. I think that I admire your passion. I don't admire your epistemic framework. I think that's pretty sucky. But hey, got to live life full, and you're doing that. So I admire you for it. So come back again another time with more bad arguments. But thank you for coming in tonight.
I encourage you to sense your soul and to be honest with yourself and see that you can never measure something which is not measurable.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for that. And thanks for the call out on my name updater not having updated when I thought it was. So the first 3/4 of that call said Spencer on the name underneath. That won't do at all. Spencer would never make arguments like that. Cannot have that at all. I'm very, very sorry. Okay. Get your ratings in if you are so inclined, and we will get was impactful in next, and then after that we have Stephen. After that, just have to read a couple of super chats because we have a few stacking up, and of course I don't want to be remiss. So with that said, kicking us off, we have Philo. Good to see you. The British gave the world high tea and Benny Hill. Nuff said. I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying. To be fair, the British also gave the world Christopher Hitchens and the Beatles. So that kind of makes up for it. Tim Davidson. Hey, Tim. If nothing doesn't exist, then how do I have exactly that? Yeah, sometimes we can feel like we have a bit too much of it, right? But I still think it doesn't really exist because it not existing is the same as it existing, which is kind of weird. And Bethos says, hey, Bethos, Of nothing means it does not exist. How can nothing exist ever? Just wordplay, not serious argument that nothing cannot be a state of the universe. Yeah, it can't be. And Bethos also said, John pulling Cyndi Lauper time after time. What a great song. What a great song. I'm a sucker for 80s music. Love it. Just nostalgia all the way. No one left behind. Good to see you. So the reason this theist is saying the origin of the universe and origin of humans is related is because his God is supposedly the creator of both. Just clarifying his point. I do know that. I do realise that, of course. But it's if you're wanting to get into the details of the discussion with someone about it, and they're flipping between ultimate origins and human origins, it gets messy. So I like to try and say, let's pick a lane, be in that for a bit, and then we'll jump in the other lane and talk about the other one. Happy to do both, just not at once. Tim says, 75 to 50 years ago, a scientist would have knowledge of everything. Now every subject has so much information, no one could know everything about anything. It's true, our fields of expertise are becoming more and more stratified as time goes on. Even something like medicine There was a point where like medicine and philosophy were all the same thing, right? And then they split, and now in medicine you get splits into specialities, and those specialities get subspecialities, and then they get subspecialities. And the more knowledge we have, the more kind of granular it gets, and people get into very, very, very specific niches within certain areas. I completely agree with that claim. And Jeremy Buzz says, "Hey John et al. Would you like for me to call in? I have a death experience, not NDE, but real death. I'd like to talk about it a bit and share some stuff from studies and personal experience." I would say, Buzz, hold that call for when we do a friendlies. For when we do a friendlies one, it'll be in the next week or two. I'll announce it, and we'll just have an everything goes call where people can just call in and talk about anything. I think people are here for debate, and if it's stuff specifically to do with the stuff we're talking about, then that's probably on point. But maybe hold off on that one. I think I stand to be arm twisted if it's really to do with something we're discussing. Philo says, "I don't fear death. I fear the getting there." Yeah, I agree. Hopefully it's swift and not too painful. And Bethos says, "Death makes what I do in life valuable. We dying are the lucky ones, as we at least lived." I agree with this. "Even if just for some decades, infinite life is meaningless." I mean, imagine if you had an infinite supply of minutes and hours and days. It's hard to see how it wouldn't start to get boring at some point. How many hobbies can you do? How good can you get at the guitar? At some point, it's going to get dull. Viking Chef, good to see you, friend. Have a great session. Much love to Fro and everyone else struggling. This is our place, and in this place we shall rise together. I love that, VC. I love that, and always love to Fro. Fro is awesome. Bethos says, "I wish all the best for Spencer's father." Yeah, we wish Spencer all the best. Spencer is an absolutely awesome voice. A lot of the people on the YouTube side don't know Spencer because he's primarily on TikTok, but he's absolutely awesome. He's brilliant. Always on point with the counter-apologetics and political stuff. He's brilliant. I just wish he didn't have such a good voice. It's annoying that his voice is that good. But, one struggles through. And Philo says, "It's magical, therefore you can't prove it's not magical." Yeah, that's about the shape of it. Okay, we will get our next guest in, so we don't keep him waiting too long. This is, looks like, was impactful. Thank you for your patience. How are you doing?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I agree that atheism makes more sense. And I
Cool.
just wanted to ask you a question, because I do debate Christians on live, and they always use the Bible as the proof.
Yep.
And it's just so frustrating. I know you've probably been through the same thing, because you can't claim something's factual when you're using it from a book that's been claimed not to be factual.
Yes, they would have to give a reason why we should care what it says in the Bible. Because if a Christian starts talking to you about a Bible, or a Muslim starts talking to you about the Quran, all you're hearing is book says a thing. That's it.
Yeah.
Their argument is book says thing. So you have to you have to ask them to demonstrate why you should care about book says thing, and they can never do that. They try, but they can never do that.
Yeah, then they go into morality. They say, "Oh, without God, you wouldn't have morals."
They try, and that's another disastrous argument, which I'm
Yeah.
sure we'll hear many times tonight. But yeah, thanks for calling in. And again, if you watch the channel, I will be doing some more kind of free flowing Q&A type things where people can call in and just chat more about stuff. And you're very, very welcome to call into that.
Hold on. I know you want this to be a debate, but can I just say one thing? One thing that I find very, very miserable is that people want to put more of emotional attachment to an afterlife than to a life they're living right now, and it's sad.
I agree. Some people think that the greatest thing that will ever happen to them in their entire life is when it ends. I think that's a horrible way to live, and we should value life, value every moment, because you don't know how many you've got left. We go through life with this kind of assumption that we've got a good amount of it left, and you never know. Today could be your last day, so live it like it is. I completely agree.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you have fun. I can already see you having fun debating these people.
Thank you, friend. Keep well and hope to speak again.
Oh, you too,
Cheers.
bro.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Okay. big up to was impactful. Non-believer. There we go. Okay. Who have we got next? We've got Stephen next. Bringing in Stephen right now. Or trying to. Let's see if the video works today. Stephen, are you there? Apparently not. Stephen, you might have to just refresh your browser or go out and come back in, and then it will work on the video side. It is a bit of a weird platform. Sometimes it just needs you to refresh the connection by going out and coming back up again. So if you do that, I will try and get you in second time. But this one is not working. So come back up if you want to. Let's see. Are we back in again? There we go. Let's try. Second time lucky, we are hoping. Is it going to work? How about that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. There we go. Welcome in, Stephen. Thank you very much for joining us. I take it you are at least 18, right?
Yes, I am.
Great stuff.
I'm in my 50s, John.
Good. Yeah. That's at least 18, right? No matter what we might think. Cool. Well, welcome up. Thank you very much for your patience. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
I want to say I love your show so much. I was a Christian for 30 years. I grew up in a very devout Southern Baptist household. My dad was actually a pastor. He was a theological seminary professor. And I suffered a lot, John, as a kid, just being very anxious and being taught, the devil is real, demons are real. You gotta, but if you're with Jesus, like if Jesus is in your heart, you're okay.
Yeah.
But for someone who really genuinely struggles with an anxiety disorder, and that's people who just have a very sensitive temperament, usually something they didn't choose. It's horrible. I can't tell you how much my life has changed after leaving Christianity, but as a kid, I suffered so much with just, it's like telling someone who's got like a phobia of flying, like, yeah, this plane could crash, but I just want you to know that statistically this and that, or, it's very unlikely that anything's going to happen. That's doing nothing for someone with a genuine phobia.
Yeah.
But with people who suffer genuine anxiety disorders, Christianity is a nightmare, because it's like, are you saved? Am I saved or am I not? Am I on the A list or am I on the B list? Is the devil trying to get me?
Yeah,
am I doing the right thing? Am I pleasing God?
It's horrific to do that to people, and to do it to children is absolutely unforgivable. Unforgivable. It is abuse. There's no other word for it than to tell children that they're being watched all the time. Imagine an example I've used before is, imagine if parents told children that there's a man living in the attic of their house who's going to hurt them if they don't think the right thoughts. Everyone would be calling social services immediately and saying that the parents are being abusive, right? But if you tell them that that man lives in the sky, not in the attic, suddenly it's respectable and it's virtuous. Doesn't make sense. It's horrific. And I agree with everything you're saying.
Absolutely. And the thing I think I struggled with the most was just shame. And coming into adolescence, here's the thing, like, I was taught as a kid, not only do I need to be cognizant of my own salvation and having Jesus and being in line with, pleasing God, but I have to be a good witness to my friends, right? Like, don't make your brother stumble. You are a witness. You are a witness to others. Kind of like, basically, I remember being in summer camps where they're saying, you may be the only witness that your friends or people you encounter ever encounter, and you may be the only exposure they have to the gospel. So someone with social anxiety as a teenager, just trying to figure out adolescence, I'm also tasked with, I need to spread the gospel, and I'm kind of responsible for the salvation of my friends, right?
Oh, yeah. And by the way, if any of your friends and family start dabbling or thinking about other religions, then by the rules of Deuteronomy 13, you're obligated to kill them. But just as a side note.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I'm this shy, timid teenager, and I'm being told like, you need to invite your friends to church. You need to you need to tell them about Jesus. And I'm like, I don't even know how to talk to people anyway, right? And so I had all this shame and guilt, and then not to mention when I finally got a girlfriend and she liked me and I was into her and she was hot and I wanted to be with her. Now I have to think about like, oh, well, we're not married. This is a sin.
Stephen, forgive me for interjecting. I love that you've called with lovely things to say, but this stream is more about the kind of the debates, really. But I would very much want you to call back when we have the more free flowing, open kind of coffee stream thing. So keep an eye out for that, please.
No, totally legitimate. I just want to say, my life is so much better as a non-believer. Like I am so much happier as an atheist. I've been delivered, and I just
that's great.
I never imagined how happy I could be as just being free of all that shame. Yes, and I love your show, John. Thank you so much.
Thank you, friend.
You're doing a great thing. Appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it very much. Thanks, man. Take care. Okay, big up. Big up to Stephen. Very pleased to hear that his life is going well without the superstitious and nonsense that people peddle. It is time to get rid of that stuff, people. Right, newsflash, the bingo has gone completely insane. This is wild. I know I had my eye off the ball, but we've only had a couple of calls. Look at this. This is bonkers. Right. We've got calls in on the bingo. I'm going to go through them, but this is crazy. You people are savage. So straight out the gate, Pastor Ferry called "Nothing Comes from Nothing" with Zay. That sound is always too loud. I always make it too loud. And then Ash Wild, the winner of the previous stream's bingo, Ash is not playing around, called "I'll Pray for You" with Zay. And then Kif called "No Morality Without God," but that was during Spencer. Oh, hang on a second though, but the Spencer was incorrectly labelled. Okay, anything that says Spencer on here isn't going to be Spencer because my naming thing didn't update. So fair enough. So Kif called "No Morality Without God," which is right for sure, of course. Sufficiently advanced tautology. Good to see you. It's called "Crying About the Meta." Yeah, there was a bit of that going on as well. And Ash Wild called Philbro Babble. Did we have Philbro Babble in that call? I'm not sure. I'm gonna say no to the Philbro Babble because Philbro Babble has to be like delivered with the intention to dominate and obfuscate. And I don't think it was. I just think that was poor apologetics. So I'm gonna hold off on that because we may well get Philbro Babble in properly later. So I'm not sure about the Philbro Babble. So holding off on that one. Upshot called "Look at the Trees." Yeah, we had definitely had some of that. Anonymous Pie called "Crash Out." Did we have a crash out? Who crashed out? I don't think we've had a crash out yet. Nope, not going to give a crash out yet because I don't think we had that. Personal Experience of God, we definitely had. Sufficiently advanced called that one. And Ash called "You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist." True. And Ashwild also called "How Do You Account for Logic?" Did we get that? Who did "How Do You Account for Logic"? I'm not sure if we've had that yet. I'm not going to give that one. I could be wrong, but I'm not going to give that one. And Ashwell called "You Send Yourself to Hell." I'm not sure if we've had that either. I guess my Eliav kind of said that. We'll allow it. Why not? Okay. Wow. That's a very impressive board. Very impressive. For like 2-3 calls, that's pretty amazing. Good work, people. Absolutely killing it. Right, so the queues are currently empty. So if you would like to come up, now is the moment. There are no queues right now, or rather the queues are empty. And while we wait for another guest to join, I will continue reading a few super chats so I don't get too behind with those. What else have we got? Bethos said, "Not understanding supernatural equals no claims about it." Exactly. You can't claim on the one hand that we can't possibly understand it and we can't possibly investigate it and then talk at length about exactly what it is and what it entails and that it's a light inside you and all of this kind of stuff. You got to stay in a lane. Either you can't explain it, in which case you can't be talking about it, or we're entitled to push back on it. And next we have Babs said, "We thirst for justice, but settle for law. I love that. That's a good quote. I wonder who said that. No One Left Behind said, Spencer, this is not really Spencer, of course. If your God commanded you to kill a baby, would you? This is my fault for leaving the name up. It wasn't Spencer, and I strongly suspect that other person probably would. Yep, divine command theory is where it's at, apparently. And Bethel said, atheist cannot catch imaginary stuff. Then why can I, atheist, compute so effortlessly complex numbers which have an imaginary part? Ah, yes, the I being the imaginary component of a complex number being the square root of -1, which doesn't actually exist in reality, but is still mathematically useful. That's probably the last bit of mathematics I remember before my brain shut off around age 18 and just didn't take in any more. Went, nope, you've had your fill of mathematics for your entire life. You've had your Argand diagrams, you're not getting anything else. Bab said, why do godless animals display empathy? Of course, and I'm feeling bad because it's labelled Spencer and it wasn't my fault again. And this is true. Animals do display empathy. Quite a few animals display mourning behavior, sympathy, empathy, concern for others. This is absolutely a thing in the animal kingdom. Not just human beings, not just souls. What a silly idea. Not the Bible, Jason said, Happy Pride and Insecure Christian Male Month. Yes, Happy Insecure Christian Male Month. I'm up for celebrating that one hard. I love that. Happy Pride Month too. VG Vindaloo, I am a sociopath and only the imaginary man in the sky keeps me from being worse. From that person who wasn't Spencer, the philosopher. That's exactly right. What a horrible position to take, to insist that the only way we can feel any compassion or desire to help others around us is because of magic stuff. It's just ignorant. It's ignorant about what human beings and other animals are like. And Real Jiffy Cone said, Caller is pulling stuff from so far up his rear, he's scratching the back of his teeth. Oh, gosh. That's a wonderful metaphor, which I fully agree with, of course. Gordon, Love Science, very, very kindly sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. They will long ago have been distributed to people in the chat. Thank you, Gordon. That's really, really kind. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Bethos said, Eliav12, I define something super duper natural. You can't explain it with supernaturalism. So dense, shouting, I am relaxed. I know, right? Wasn't that peak? I love it. I am relaxed. Oh, sorry. My cat got upset. The cat's on me again. She's so sweet. Buzz says, I recant my former super chat because some random named Harold doesn't believe it. Yeah, lots of randoms around here not believing things, I guess. And Not the Bible, Jason says, why is this group all yelling at us? Yeah, that was a bit yelly, wasn't it? For someone coming in to extol the virtues of sort of the spirit inside and spiritual stuff, you would think that they might be able to channel a little more Zen than screaming their argument at the top of their voice repeatedly. I don't think that's rhetorically effective, let's say. And then finally, Buzz says, I will hold my call. I hate when too much time is taken up by friendlies, although it's always great to see the support. We're here for calm debate, crash outs, and good theist points, crash outs. Yeah, that is what we're here for. I mean, look, the community side of this will always be super important to me, and I genuinely want to hear from people. It just makes sense to me to have those more focused in a particular space. And that way people who just aren't interested in sitting through that sort of thing don't need to, and they can go, okay, that's the one where they call in and talk about all sorts of other things. I'll give that one a miss, rather than it just spreading out over everything. I think that's probably the way to go. That seems to be what people want, and I am here to serve. So let's have a look. We've got my very good friend T, who's going to come up with an important announcement, I'm assuming. T is not just an ordinary friendly. T runs the Discord and has got full rights to come on the show whenever he wants. Hey, T.
Hello, Mr. John.
Hey.
I'm coming up because John is not very good at admin during his stream.
Uh-oh.
Join the Discord, people. We're growing over at the Discord. We're having good conversations and supporting each other, and nice stories that are shared, sad stories that are shared also. Yeah, come and join. I think John has the link in his bio. If you want, you can also DM me on TikTok, and I'm happy to send you the link. And I think we're still collecting for Pigeon Lady, and that link is in the Discord also. So,
yeah, we are still collecting for her, and I'm going to put the link in here as well for the GoFundMe. I've put it in the YouTube chat. TikTok won't allow me to put it in the TikTok chat, but yeah, it's on the Discord too. Let's help her along. She was having a really hard time, and she just wants to move away with her pigeon, which is awesome. I think, as a general rule, we should always help people with pigeons. That seems to me to be a pretty good rule for life. Help pigeon people.
I'll get off here. That's all I came to say.
Cheers, T. Join the Discord. T is right. Sorry, T. I was supposed to talk about it and I forgot. Appreciate you, brother. Amazing. Okay. What have we got and where are we at? So, call queues currently still empty. I was wondering whether the football tonight, I think Brazil are playing in the World Cup tonight, so that might possibly have an impact, but let's see. Let's see what happens. And yeah, so T actually just sent this. Just wanted to remind everyone that we are still collecting for the Pigeon Lady. There's a link in announcements on the Discord. So if anyone wants to help her out, I'm sure she would massively appreciate it. And then Buzz said, the only people who think gayness is a choice are people who had to choose. Closeted bisexual people projecting self-hatred. Happy Pride Month. Good call, Buzz. Yeah, I don't think it's clearly not a choice, and that's completely silly. So anyone saying that needs to get with the program. Okay, we've got Jack now on the YouTube side. Jack, are you there? Hello, Jack. Same thing again. You might have to just refresh your browser or go out and come back in, and then it will work the second time. Don't know why it doesn't work the first, but that seems to be what it is. I'm going to get some advice because Justin uses Video Ninja as well, and he doesn't have this issue with having to ask people to come in all the time, but we're using the same platform. So do not understand why that's the case, but Jack's come back in, and hopefully... Jack, are you there now? Still not. Maybe it's third time. It's really, really weird. There we go. Are you there?
Okay. Yeah, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you now, yes. So it wasn't a platform, it was just something else. Right, welcome in, Jack. Floor is yours. What would you like to say?
I would like to talk about your doxastic involuntarism, if you,
Sure.
if you would like.
Yeah, of course. So for those listening, doxastic involuntarism just means belief is not a choice. Doxastic means belief. Involuntarism, it's involuntary. This is the core of my work. It's the topic of my book. Doxastic involuntarism. What do you think, Jack? Agree? Disagree? What do you think?
First of all, I want to say that I have not read your book. So
no one has. Yeah, no one's read it because it's not out till November. So you're not alone in not having read it. I say no one. A couple of select people have seen advanced copies, but yeah, all good.
Okay, so I'm not entirely sure. I don't exactly have developed views on this, but I will say that my hunch is to say it seems to me that we do actually have some control over our beliefs. But I would like to ask you, so when you say we do not have control over our beliefs, are there types of control that you don't think we have, or what would it look like in your view if we had control over our beliefs? Right.
Yeah, that's a very good way to frame the question, actually, because if you could choose a belief, then if you found yourself not believing something, you could just decide to believe it, and then you'd become convinced of it. But if you only need to think about that for 5 seconds to realize how ridiculous that is. Because you can start with a really extreme example, right? You could say, okay, I'm going to believe, I'm going to believe that I'm a believer that I'm an elephant, right? You can't do it. You just cannot do it. And then people would say, oh, yeah, okay, but you've got really strong evidence that you're not an elephant. You can look down and see that you don't have a trunk and that you're a person and you're clearly not an elephant. And that's the reason why you can't believe it. But perhaps something else where there wasn't that immediate evidence, you would be able to choose to believe. Well, how about something like a plane is going to hit the building. I'm going to now believe that a plane is going to hit the building in 5 minutes' time. Really, really believe it, right? Not just like act as if I believe it. Genuinely become convinced that that's going to happen. You can't do it, even though there's no evidence against it in front of you, right? It could happen. You can be open to it happening, but being open to it happening doesn't mean that you become convinced that it is going to happen. And the really interesting thing is that the mechanism in your brain that results in you either becoming convinced of something or not doesn't care about whether there's disconfirming evidence in front of you or not. All it knows is that your brain has processed the claim, processed the whatever it is, and come up with a nah. It's just come up with a nah. I'm not having this. I don't believe this. And that's why you can't choose it, because if you're not convinced, something has to change to make you convinced in order for you to be able to get across that line of belief.
Okay, so you're basically saying there is some process, right, called being convinced, right?
Yeah.
And there is a specific mechanism. I'm not going to ask which one, because I don't think this is the point of it. You have no control over this mechanism, and you are saying that this mechanism is not I guess necessarily related with any particular piece of evidence you might find yourself in.
Correct.
You might find yourself looking at.
Yeah, the evidence is part of the inputs that feed the we can use the word mechanism. I like to say it's like the processing of the brain about belief, right? It's quite complex, and it's more than one mechanism. It's our brains process claims and propositions and statements in terms of how they affect us emotionally first. That's primary, because those emotional centers, which are much older in the human brain, they're linked to survival, they're linked to our stress responses, they're linked to our central nervous system activation. They developed much longer ago than the more kind of rational, evidence-based thinking, higher order cognitive stuff. And our brains process both kind of in parallel. So your brain is trying to work out how you feel about an idea, and your brain is trying to work out whether that idea can be incorporated into other ideas you currently hold. And all of that work happens in the background without you knowing about it or having any control over it. And then the sort of work product of that, the end result of that, is then fed back forward to your more conscious executive thinking parts. And that's why you have the experience of discovering whether you believe something. You figure it out. You find out, oh, I'm feeling like I believe this, or, oh, I'm feeling like I don't believe this, which is exactly what happens to you when something frightens you as well. You don't decide to become frightened of something. You just discover, oh, I'm feeling fear now. I don't like this. I'm feeling fear. You don't decide to, and you can't decide not to find something frightening. You can learn how to manage it, but you can't decide not to find it frightening if you find it frightening. And it's the same with belief. You can't command those functions in the brain. All you can do is pay attention to what they're telling you and then react to it. Now, the one thing I do want to give you is I'm not claiming that we're all just like totally helpless, like a balloon on the ocean, just going where the wind and the water dictate in terms of what you come to believe. You can pick your information diet. So you can decide what you pay attention to. You can decide how open-minded you are. You can decide your attitude. There's a lot of stuff you do control. I'm not saying you have zero control over your beliefs. You can influence them, but you influence them by making decisions which change what your inputs are going to be, and then your brain responds to those in a way you can't control. Does that land for you?
Sort of. I would like for us to get a bit more precise, if that's okay.
Sure.
That is to say, I have some questions and perhaps some, I don't know if you would call them counter examples. Just when you tell me how you feel about those.
Of course.
So, you mentioned that you can pick your information diet, right?
Yeah.
So so just to get this straight then. So let us suppose, right, that at some point I have no I don't yet have an opinion about the shape of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I would like for me to learn what the shape of the Earth is, right? Now let's say I just decide to watch flat Earth videos for 300 hours,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now, and let us say that I do become convinced that the Earth is flat, because my information diet has been just flat Earth videos for the next 300 hours with
Yeah.
zero inputs that are not flat Earth.
Yeah.
It seems to me, right, that I don't know if you would agree. I have actually exercised some control over my belief via picking
yes,
my information diet.
Exactly. So in my book, I call this the edges of control. So these are the choices you take to determine what your inputs are going to be. And then your mind responds to those inputs by either being convinced by them, which you don't choose, or not being convinced by them, which you don't choose.
Okay. Now let me give you another example. I
Sure.
don't know how frequent this is, but I think you'd agree it has happened to you. So you have underdetermination of belief. That is to say, you're looking at two pieces of you're looking at 2, 3, 5 competing theories, right? And you figure out that given the evidence that you have, all of them fit, right? Therefore it's underdetermined which one you're going to pick. Yet you pick one anyway for purely practical reasons. Let us say, for example, right, that I am on an airplane that is about to crash, right? And I am sitting around and I have 2 parachutes, right? And I'm not sure if they work, right? For whatever reason, my theories are such that it could be the case that the parachute opens when I jump. It could also be the case that it doesn't open. And I have weighed the evidence such that there is no clear winner. So I put on the parachute and I jump, believing that it's going to open. Now it seems to me this is a more direct form of control, a more direct choice than the previous case.
Right.
Thoughts?
So in this instance, if there's exactly the same amount of evidence for the red parachute as the blue one, and you just pick one, you're not picking it because you were convinced it's more likely to open than the other one. You're picking it because you recognize that you don't have a basis to make a decision, so you're just picking one randomly. You realize that. And you hold that view because you understand the lack of information you have, right? You didn't pack the parachutes. You don't know anything about their history. You don't know which one is more recent or which one's more modern or which is a better version than the other one. You just don't know, right? Because in the thought experiment, you have zero access to any information about the parachutes. So you actually don't have a basis. You called it underdetermined, right? You don't have a basis to make a belief. So you actually don't have one. So you're just randomly, you might as well toss a coin. Your brain hasn't formed a belief. And in picking one parachute rather than the other one, you're not even really expressing a preference. You're just randomly grabbing something, unless there's a real reason. Maybe one is red and one is blue and you just like red better. That's fine, but that's not a belief. That's just a preference, an aesthetic preference, which is playing out. At no point in that process did you decide to believe that the red one is going to be more likely to open than the one you're leaving behind. You just recognize that you didn't have a basis on which to form a belief, and so strategically it makes no difference. And once you realize that, you just grabbed one and jumped. So I don't think in that situation what you're describing is choosing to be convinced of something. You're just choosing a course of action where there's zero evidence. And another way of framing it is just to say you understand that you don't have a basis to form a belief, and so not forming a belief is a perfectly valid kind of place to stop, right? Like if you ask me, do I believe it's going to be sunny on this day next year? I don't have a reason to say yes or no. And because I realize that I don't have a reason to say yes or no, I'm the epistemic stop on the line that I choose to get off at is I don't know. I'm not going to choose I'm not going to say yes, I'm going to decide that it will be and then start believing that, because I don't have a reason to. So I just get off at I don't know. That's my stop. And that's the same stop as the parachutes. Like, you just don't know. And so you realize you don't know, and you have no choice but to realize you don't know. And there's still no choice of belief that's happened there. So I hope that wasn't too long-winded, but that's my response there.
Okay, so I mean, I'm not sure if what I'm about to say is controversial, but it seems to me then, right, that it is your opinion that you can indeed act intentionally without believing anything, right?
Yeah, or you by without believing anything, I mean you recognize that you don't have any information on which to form a belief. Like if I flip a coin now and I say to you, I'm holding it in my hand, is it heads or tails? You can take a guess, but you recognize that you don't have a basis to believe it's heads or believe it's tails. You just realize that you have zero information. You understand that there's a 50-50 chance. You understand it's got to be one or the other. But that's all you know. So if you said, I believe it's heads, you would be being irrational because
Okay.
you don't have a reason for thinking so.
It is possible to act without having made your mind up about the particular truth value of a proposition. You can act as if
Correct.
or as if not.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Sense.
And the action isn't a belief in itself, even if it looks like it's tracking one. It isn't. I just have to quickly respond to Damien, who says, if the parachute didn't open mid-fall, could you choose to believe it did? No, it's unlikely, because
my hunch is that very likely not.
You would struggle to choose to believe it did, particularly as you hit the ground. For a very short time, you would be fully aware that it didn't. Yeah. So, yes. Jack, does that address your thoughts?
Yeah. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I do have more questions if it's okay.
Well, I've got it looks like Nashon Hosaton waiting on the TikTok side. I don't want to keep them waiting too long. So let's have one more question and then we'll get them in because I don't want to keep them waiting too long.
Okay. You just tell me if this is a variation of the same thing. So basically, I'm imagining a person, right? They are simply walking around, right? And there is a sign, but the sign is too far away for them to read, right? However, they decide that they should get closer to the sign so they can read it. Perhaps it's important. There is some point at which perhaps the sign gets less blurry than it were before, right? And then but the evidence that the sign says one thing or the other, right, from where they're standing, is underdetermined. It could be saying one or the other, right? Do you think there is any point, right, perhaps the middle point, at which both beliefs would be equally supported, and then it would be completely their choice
this is the same question as the parachute, really. Okay. It's just with the difference being that there is some information available which could, in the parachute instance, there's no information. Here there's a sign, but it's blurry, which basically equates to there's kind of some information, but not enough to be determinative. So you still don't have a basis on which to form a belief. So you're arbitrarily just going, well, I'm just going to go with the sign says this, rather than that. But I don't actually know. That doesn't mean you really believe that is the case. It just means you're, as you said correctly, acting as if it is and hoping that it's the right outcome.
Okay. I shall head off. Thank you for
Thanks
for addressing my
I
question.
appreciate it. I hope that was helpful. But thanks for coming in, Jack. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Cheers.
Good day.
And you. Okay, that was Jack. Yeah, good questions. I have thought about this stuff quite a lot, and I'm pretty resolved that this is true. Like, people say to me, "Oh, are you choosing to believe that you don't choose your beliefs?" No, I'm not choosing to believe it. I am convinced by the evidence that this is the case. Okay, let's bring in Nashon. Am I saying your name correctly? I suspect I may not be. How do you say your name?
Hello.
Hi.
Nashan.
Nashon. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that works. You're saying it good.
Excellent stuff. I'm just going to put your Tom. Welcome in. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate that. What would you like to say, friend?
So I'm kind of fresh. I've been listening for a little bit, but my question is, why do you feel like atheism makes so much sense when I feel like everything in the natural world that we live in and observe points to a God or a higher power?
Yeah.
For example, I feel like the world that we live in, everything is provided for us to live. We have a sustainable environment, life, food, water, shelter. All these things kind of allow us to be here, and it all correlates with everything else as well. So it's like a system, like a closed system that kind of works off of each other.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. If you look at it from a certain point, it looks like everything was just kind of planned to be just right for us, like in a kind of Goldilocks way, right? There's food that we can eat, there's places we can live, there's water we can drink, the environment kind of supports us, and it does look a little bit like it was like the land was prepared, and like a hotel room being prepared beautifully for someone, and then we arrived and everything is just how we like it, and the coffee is just where we want it, and the bed is just the right softness, and everything is right. But the thing is, what you're missing is you're kind of inverting it and putting the cart before the horse. And what I mean is, think about it like this. The world that we live in has certain properties, right? It has certain range of temperatures, it has certain materials available. Only certain types of life could survive in this environment. Like, the environment that you and I live in is completely unsustainable if you're a jellyfish. It just doesn't work, right? And you or I couldn't survive in the places where a jellyfish lives, because that wouldn't work for us either. So if you think about the world as a whole, this world can only accommodate the type of life that would exist in this environment, because life that wouldn't exist in this environment would be selected out of the gene pool and just wouldn't work, right? If there was a type of life that, rather than breathing an atmosphere of oxygen and nitrogen like we have here, had to breathe in some kind of gaseous, I don't know, some sort of weird other gas that we don't have here, right? It wouldn't work. It just wouldn't survive here. So what you're doing is you're looking at the fact that the only kind of life that could have evolved on this earth is the life that could survive here, and then going, oh, well, obviously the earth was just made for that. And I'm reminded of the famous Douglas Adams line where he says, the puddle looks at itself and goes, wow, how amazing. The water in the puddle looks at the puddle and says, this puddle was shaped just for me. And it's actually an inversion. It's getting it the wrong way round, right? If this world had different properties and sustained a different type of life, then we wouldn't be here talking about it. Some other type of life would have sprung up here, better suited to that, and would be going, oh, wow, look, this was just made for me. So let's say there's a type of life that exists only in the atmosphere of Mars and only on or some other planet. It could be having exactly the same conversation and going, well, clearly this was all made for me. But we would look at that and go, well, we can't survive there. That's sucky, right? And so much of the Earth is not designed for life. I mean, about 96 or 7% of the water here will kill us if we try and drink it. Only a very small amount of it is drinkable for us. we live, we get our warmth from the sun, but the sun gives us cancer and kills us. There's lots of things in the world which are poisonous to us. Most of the world we can't inhabit. We've just managed to make it work in the small pockets of reality where we are able to survive. And then we have the hubris to go, oh, it was clearly all made for us. That doesn't make sense.
Well, okay. I see where you're coming from. But I feel like on a deeper level, we have the environmental factor, correct? Where, hey, I feel like we have an environment that's sustainable, but we also, each of us have a personality factor that plays into keeping life. So, and this is where it gets, for me, it's like, wait, God has to be very relevant, because all living things are inclined to life. So me, you, human beings, animals, plants are all designed with the want or desire to live and sustain. Hey, I want to live.
Be careful about that language. I wouldn't say are designed. I would say something like any living things that didn't have an instinct towards the continuation of their species wouldn't survive. So all you're left with are the ones that are. That makes sense, doesn't it? Like, imagine if there were two species, right? And one have a really strong instinct to reproduce and have kids. And those genes for wanting to reproduce get passed on to the kids, right? So then they grow up and they have that strong instinct too, because that instinct is encoded in the genes, right? And then you have another species and their instinct is to not reproduce. They just want to be on their own and not have kids. Which one is going to do better?
The one that wants to reproduce, of course.
And they're going to do so much better that in the competition for resources, when resources are limited, they are going to differentially outperform the other one so much that the other one's going to get wiped out. They're not going to survive. They're going to go extinct. Did you know that 99% of the life forms that have ever lived on the Earth are now extinct?
Okay, that's okay. Now, so I'm going to take that point you just made, and this is how I think about it. So you believe in dinosaurs, right?
Sure.
Okay, so millions, hundreds, thousands of years ago, dinosaurs, we had ultimately tall trees. We had...
Not hundreds of thousands. It was about 62 million.
62 million. Yeah. These species that were alive, they were inclined to life.
Yeah.
But even still that their life was taken away, or they're not here anymore, and now we're here. So we do have that change of, yes, they wanted to live. You can't say that the dinosaurs that, however long they lived for, that they didn't just want to live. They didn't have an inclined to life, and now we did. So now, but it seems to be that, hey, that environment is started to change and become less sustainable so that humans can live, because there's no possible way we could have survived back then.
It wasn't so that humans can live. There were extinction events which caused the dinosaurs to go extinct. I mean, there was a massive meteor hit, which caused long-lasting changes to the environment on the Earth. There are other theories about how certain groups of life went extinct. They didn't go extinct to make room for us. They went extinct, and then, given that they were, that created an opening for other forms of life, like early mammalian life, to be able to predominate and to be able to use the resources and be successful and eventually become what we are today. But it wasn't like the dinosaurs weren't removed in order to make room for us. They died away because of various things that happened, and then there were no more dinosaurs, and in the resulting environment, other forms of life could evolve.
So this is where, all right, now back to the personal part. We can't speak on how intelligent these dinosaurs were.
We can speak a little bit about it, because we know that they typically had small brains.
So why is there a development in intelligence over this period of time?
Because we've evolved to have larger brains, because there's a trade-off, right? When a species, so the way evolution works, right? And I'm not going to make this a science class, but the way evolution works is that in any given species, you have variations in the genes, and the variations produce different kind of flavors within that species: tall ones, fat ones, short ones, fast ones, aggressive ones, passive ones, smart ones, dumb ones, and genes can be expressed in certain ways, right? And if there's a gene which leads towards bigger brains, then two things happen, right? You have a plus and a minus. Bigger brained variants are going to be smarter and therefore better able to hunt and make plans and survive. So having a bigger brain is an advantage, but having a bigger brain also comes at a cost, because if your brain is bigger, if your head is bigger, then there's more likely to be problems with being birthed as a mammal, right? Without getting technical, think about it obviously, right? If the baby's head is too big, then the birth process becomes very, very dangerous for the mother and for the baby. And so if heads are too big, that doesn't work and they get selected out of the gene pool. But over time, there was a selection pressure towards slightly bigger brains because it conferred such an advantage on our ancestors that the bigger brained ones just did better than the smaller brained ones. And that's why we have bigger brains now than our distant ancestors, and why we're smarter, because larger brains equates to more kind of computing power, smarter. It just makes sense. It's simple.
So I would say that it's not just a happen chance type of ordeal. I think it's specifically put into place. And this is one thing that I will speak of, and especially when it comes to intelligence. And this is how I'm going to kind of talk God into this. Yeah. So we can say that these species with the bigger brains, they have a higher capacity for love or care for one another. And I say that because there's a deeper understanding of compassion, loving one another, self-sacrifice. There's a deeper understanding of community, right? So that's kind of an abstract thought idea that develops. And I could argue that the animals, and possibly even so dinosaurs at the time, didn't have that capacity for love, compassion, deeper thought. They didn't have that. So that's why I would say that it's a development.
We do have reason to think that velociraptors hunted in groups, by the way. So they understood cooperation, and they understood sharing resources, and they understood group protection, for example. But
even look at the animals of today's day. You don't have to even look at velociraptors. You can look at the lion community.
Right?
Is it safer to be a lion or a human?
But you're kind of making my point for me. Lions are incredibly social. Lions will look after. They right. You're agreeing, right? They look after each other's young. A lioness will feed and look after the cubs of her sister. They cooperate. They all benefit from that cooperation. And what that tells us is that altruism and cooperation is something that you find throughout the animal kingdom. You don't need souls to explain it. You don't need God magic to explain it. It's just a thing that happens. It's the creatures that do well, and the creatures that don't do that don't do so well. It doesn't make it any less beautiful, by the way. Explaining it in that way, it's still wonderful to see it. Love and kindness and compassion are still great, even if we can explain them in evolutionary terms. It doesn't stop them being wonderful. In the same way that you can explain a rainbow in terms of the diffraction of light through water particles in the air, doesn't stop a rainbow being beautiful when you explain it. It adds to its beauty.
Right. But I would say that there's definitely a deeper understanding of love between a human than a lion. And for example, right, you've probably been in love before. When you're in love, it's not just I want to procreate, I want to take care of this person.
Sure.
It's very deeper than that. You feel a sense of your identity is in conflicted. But
you know what? Certain brain injuries will stop you being able to have that experience. Did you know that?
I mean, yeah, I can agree with that. I would definitely agree with that.
So the capacity to feel those loving feelings, right? I'm not trying to be overly like mechanistic. I'm not trying to break this down and just make it sound like we're just sort of sacks of biology. You know, even if we are on some level, that doesn't take away from how beautiful it is to feel love and to experience love and to experience human connection. We can understand why those things happen, and we can even be a bit reductionistic in explaining why and how those things happen without taking away from the beauty of them happening and the experience of it happening. I agree with you that a human being probably feels and understands love and connection in a more profound way than a mollusk or than a dog or a lion. I grant you that, because our brains are more complex. And there might be other forms of life elsewhere, perhaps in the universe, that have much smarter, more complex brains than us, that can experience it on a much deeper, more profound level than we can. That's possible too, right? But I don't think you need God magic for any of this. I think that all of this is totally explainable in a naturalistic framework, and I see no reason to think that a god or a magical being of any kind is involved in any of this.
So my question is, right, when you think, and we have this, I would say a scale over time, right? So the level of intelligence, and you said, hey, it might be further out beings, even more smarter than us, but God doesn't have anything to do with it. Do you feel like there's a development, and I would say a linear development to a higher power, or to something not tangible, or something all powerful?
What do you mean? What do you mean by not quite? No. What do you mean by a linear development?
So you said that there could be possibly, smarter species out there that has a deeper capacity for love and compassion. Do you think that you see like that we're working towards, or we're getting towards a level of all knowingness, a level of all powerful, a level of all love?
No, I sort of understand what you're saying. You're asking if human beings as a race are, or as a species rather, forgive me, are sort of improving and iterating towards, a much smarter version. I think what's happening is that collectively our knowledge increases. Like, we know more. If you think about the sum of human knowledge, right? Imagine if we had like a book in which we could write down every fact that is known by human beings. Imagine it would be impossible to do this, of course, but as a thought experiment, right? Every fact we have, from the sky is blue to the earth goes around the sun to this is the formula for whatever, right? Every fact written down in a book. And every time we learn something new as a collective, no matter who it is who learns it, every time a human being learns something which adds to our the knowledge of all the knowledge contained within the human species, we write it down in this book. Well, that book would get very, very, very large. But there's always more to learn. There's always going to be more to learn. We're not going to run out of new things to learn. And there's no reason to say that we're going to keep on getting towards some sort of super being or anything. We're just going to keep on learning new stuff and figuring stuff out. And it's fits and starts. Like, we make a lot of progress and then we slow down for a bit, and then some breakthrough creates a lot of progress in another way. This is just human knowledge and learning. But I don't think we're going to become like super minds or anything like that. I just don't see any reason to think that's the case.
Well, so this idea of progress, right? This idea of improvement, I believe that it comes from God, right? So for us to improve, we understand that our current condition is something that we aren't fond of, or something that we would like to have better than or more than. And every human being has this innate want to do better and improve. And every living thing, that's why I said like the whole path to life, right?
Not every human being. Some human beings are lazy as hell and they don't care about that. But why bring it to a god? Like, why is there a god in all of this suddenly?
Okay, so so this is where you have to step away from what you see for a second. So think of heaven, right? The perfect ideal world where everything is, perfect. So on earth, we have struggles, problems that we say, hey, I don't like this. I wish I would have this. I wish I could have this. We're not majority. And I would say the vast majority of people are not content with their life or some area, maybe not overall, but maybe some area in their life. Or maybe they could say, oh, I wish I had a bigger house. Oh, I wish I had a better husband. I wish I had a better wife. I wish I had a better relationship with my mother. So in order for us to acknowledge if human beings was just here and were just placed here for no purpose at all, where does this intent for better or more come from? We would have to, at some point, have experienced a higher or
Why? No, come on. This is silly. This is silly.
heaven.
Look,
Otherwise, there would be no reason or need for growth. You get
nonsense.
what I'm saying?
No, I don't. I mean, I hear you, but I can't agree with you. Look, we want to be successful, right? We want to have enjoyable lives. We want our children to do okay and be all right. We want to be comfortable.
Right.
We want to not be in pain. We want to have our basic needs met. These are instincts that we have. We don't need to postulate
It's
magic as a as an explanation for this. It's its own explanation.
But so yes, we have these instincts, but if you pay attention that these instincts don't stop. That's the thing. When you have a house, it's not like, hey, I'm good, I have a house.
There are millions of people. There are millions of people in the world who have what they have, and they're quite content because they're secure. They've got, they may live very humbly. They may live in a shack somewhere, but they're content because they've got some security. They've got food. They've got some work they do. They've got a family around them, and they're fine. What I think you're talking about is like some expression of Western capitalism or something. This is not unique. This is not ubiquitous amongst every person on the earth. Some people are greedy. Some people are not greedy. I don't think we can jump from any description you're giving of the way some people behave and want to therefore there's a God. It just doesn't make any sense. This is not a good argument for a God.
Stick with me.
Land your plane, dude, because it's circling at the moment.
All right, so let's get into it. You said people have natural instincts, yes, but the natural instincts are not enough. It's not just to have your basic needs of survival met. This is 99% of the people. Because if there wasn't the case, we wouldn't see this development of society over time. We have planes now. We have flying vehicles.
Link this to a God. Why is this an argument for God? You're currently just making an argument for human beings being a bit greedy. Make this an argument for God.
Human beings strive to become all-powerful, become all-knowing. Why would they have that my neighbor wants to update his car to this year's model because he wants to be all-powerful. Not your neighbor specifically, but the human being as a group, as a whole collective, right?
But human beings as a whole and a collective don't uniformly behave in that way. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The behavior you're describing applies to some people in some cultures in some parts of the world. It's not ubiquitous. It's not as widely spread as you seem to be saying. And even if it were, that would just mean that human beings have an instinct to be greedy. It wouldn't mean that there's a God. And maybe human beings have an instinct to want to be more powerful. That wouldn't mean that there's a God. I mean, respectfully to you, and you've been really nice to talk to you, but nothing you've said is even remotely resembling the shadow of an argument for a God. Is that it? I mean, is that your reason for thinking there's a God? Is that really why you're a believer?
Part of the reason. I have a bunch of reasons, but.
And which God, by the way? I haven't asked you to clarify. Is this the God of the Bible or a different God?
This is the God of the Bible.
The God of the Bible. The God of the Bible who says it's easier to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven, right? So the God of the Bible who explicitly argues against the kind of thing that you're advocating is the reason why people believe in a God.
We have this look. We look for bigger things, but we look in the wrong direction. We want more.
Yeah.
That's why I say it's a collective, but it doesn't appear the same in each person. So it's a collective want to improve, but that improve could look for you, hey, I want a bigger house. That for me, I could look for, hey, I want a better wife. Or for me, it could look like I want to be a more loving person. And for another person, I could wish I could have $1 million. But the need for improvement is still there. And because of that, it's a need for freedom, a need for expression, a need for growth and power. If we were just here for no reason, no apparent reason, everybody would be happy where they're at. Everybody would be happy because this is all we would know. It's because on a deeper level, we know that there's more. We know as humans, my life isn't okay. There's something more I want. And everybody has this level. It doesn't matter if you want a better job. Doesn't matter if you want to be a better person. Doesn't matter if you want a better family. It can be even small. I just want a better couch.
We're gonna call it there, friend. Yeah, you've been really polite, and I appreciate how respectful you've been in the conversation. But yeah, I put a bit of a poll out to the room, and I think there's a general appetite for us to move on. I don't think that you've made an argument for God at all. I think you've just made an argument about the nature of some aspects of human behavior amongst certain people in some populations. Maybe it's a discussion for a sociology or anthropology chat, but this is not a theological case that you're making in my view. But you're very welcome to call back another time.
And I for surely will be calling back.
Good. I would enjoy that.
When how often do you do this?
3 times a week. So Thursday nights, Saturday nights, and Tuesdays during the day. I say during the day. I'm in the UK. So yeah, Thursdays and Saturdays nighttime, Tuesdays during the day. So feel free to call back another time.
Okay, for sure.
All right, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Thanks. Take care. Okay, so I have to quickly hit this one. Where was it? I owe you an explanation. T said, forgot to ask, where is Sean? How can I not mention this? Sean just messaged earlier to say he can't make the stream today. So all is well. He'll be with us, I'm sure, on the next one, which will be Tuesday day stream. But yeah, for now, flying solo tonight. So you'll have to put up with me without Sean. I know it's hard. I do understand that, but that's life. We of course all wish him well. Okay, we are going to bring in Russ B, and then we've got Johnny Yoku after that. So here we go. Hey Russ.
Hey there.
How you doing?
So your topic, atheism, makes more sense, but what makes the most of the sense? It just makes more sense than atheism, right?
Those are the only two options, right? Atheism and theism are the only two positions that you can take with respect to a God. There's no third position.
Yeah, so one believes in God and one rejects the God.
Right? Not quite rejects, because rejects is a different thing, right? You can believe in it and you can not believe in it. Not believing it is not the same as rejecting. It's a subtle difference. So it's the difference between not being convinced a proposition is true and being convinced it's false. They are actually different positions.
To say God by itself, the meaning of the God, what exactly not true? What God means to atheism?
Well, atheism just means that you don't believe that a God exists. So it would be for somebody else to define exactly what they mean by a God. But you know, I've never heard a definition of a God that's made me think, oh yeah, I believe in that one. Sometimes people try to say, oh, God is just love. Okay, well, if you're going to define God as love, then if that's it, then I'm not an atheist with respect to that God, because love clearly exists. But most people have a broader definition than that. Most people are talking about some kind of mind, some kind of possibly creative force who's in charge of stuff, who makes stuff happen, who listens to prayers, who has a plan. Those are the things that people normally mean when they talk about God. You know, normatively, that's what the word means. And I don't think it makes any sense to be convinced that that's true, because as far as I can see, and I've been looking for many years, I don't see any evidence for that. And that's why I'm an atheist and why I think it just makes more sense. What do you think?
I know many spiritual people who would consider God as everything, right? Like infinite space and energy in it. So basically, just infinity itself happens and things being created, like let's say particles. Because of the motion, it creates patterns, and that's how physical objects appear as we know it.
Yeah.
Right? So this all just happens. So somehow something is actually happening, right? Like as everything. Space, particles in it, and motion of it. And all of it, we could consider some power, but it's not like separate power. It's just the power that creates inside itself.
Yeah, but that's just relabeling reality, God. Like if God is just reality, well then obviously I believe in reality. So by that definition, I wouldn't be an atheist. But as I said to you before, that's not what most people think by God. Most people think of God as having certain properties. And if you're saying that you're going to define God as not having a mind, as not having a will, not being, involved in watching the world, guiding whether people get jobs or not, or find their car keys, if you're saying it's none of that, you're just talking about reality, well, then I would say two things. One is, yes, I do believe in that. And the other would be, don't call it God. Just call it reality. We've got words for that stuff already. You don't need to use the word God because it's a very loaded term.
In this case, you don't believe it. You just know it exists because you exist, I exist.
Right, but that's not. But at that point, it's not a conversation about God. It's a conversation about reality. It would be like if someone came in and said, "Well, I define God as being my shoes." Right. Well, okay, we know your shoes exist, but so what? You've just stuck a word onto something else as a label in a very unusual and idiosyncratic way. I don't think that achieves much.
At the same time, people who believe in God, they basically create an idea in their minds, and it helps them to go through the life, through the hard stuff. It's basically an idea, like more psychological way to overcome difficult situations, and it helps people.
Yeah.
So
I grant that. But you don't have to do that. You can overcome difficult situations by dealing with the difficult situation. You don't have to, pretend there's a magic man in the sky. I just don't think that necessarily helps. Having said that, I agree that for some people, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. Forgive me, by the way. For some people, their religious faith helps them to feel better about life. Okay, that's fine. I still don't think it's true. That doesn't make it true. I'm interested in what's true, and I'm particularly interested in pushing back on the stories people tell around God when they're saying, well, this is the God who's going to set you on fire if you don't believe the right things. This is the God who hates gay people. This is the God who believes in slavery. This is the God who can read your thoughts and is going to punish you if you think the wrong things. I think those ideas are terrible and damaging and harmful, and that's why I think it's worth pushing back on them and being really public about going, you know what, doesn't make sense. Not only is it hurtful and harmful and damaging and toxic, it's also BS. It's nonsense. So yes, let's get on with our lives in reality.
I do agree with you about it. It just still, you see, psychology of people is different. And my point is because many atheists like fighting against religious people, but many of the religious people, they found their way with it. They just created that idea. It helps them, and if it's a good people, then why not?
But look, if somebody wants to get comfort from their religion, that's fine. But if their comfort involves telling me I'm going to be set on fire, not fine. That's my rule of thumb.
I had similar situations when talking to religious people. Yeah, I'm more a spiritual person, and like previous gentleman told you about improvement, I would find the religion mostly is manipulation. But spirituality is something that you look into yourself. You're trying to learn about yourself. It involves psychology and biology, and also observation.
You can do all of that stuff without any spiritual nonsense. You can just look into yourself and get your biology and psychology right without any kind of woo-woo and without any nonsense. We don't need it. We don't need it.
What do you mean? Basically, even if you would consider to read some mystical books, it's not about some woo-woo. It's basically about self-improvement, just to be able to learn from everything around you, from your body, how actually to.
You don't need to read mystical books to learn about your body and learn about things around you. We have sciences for that.
Yes, but you see, there is different perspective, and you can get more from stuff, because I also like science, and spirituality actually goes along with it. If you would be interested, just find out. It actually kind of combines together. It's not about woo-woo at all. It's about understanding yourself, understanding just that everything, like the biggest stuff in our reality, let's say like galactics, right, galaxies, solar system, and go down to the atom. Somehow it repeats itself in particular way, and because of that you can understand your way how you live and how
Russ,
to be.
I'm gonna move on because this is too fruity for my taste. If I want to hear about galaxies and learn about galaxies, I'm going to listen to cosmologists, not mystics, and that would be my advice to everyone. If I'm interested in psychology, then that's not a conversation about galaxies. It's a conversation about psychology, and I'm going to listen to a psychologist, someone who has an expertise in that area. But I do appreciate that you're not too dogmatic, so I appreciate you for that. But we're going to move it on, friend. But thanks for calling in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, mostly I agree with you. So have a good luck.
Good stuff. You too. Thanks. Take care. Thanks. Okay, we are going to get in Johnny in just a moment. We just have to check in on the bingo because we had a couple of extra calls. Kif called Philbro Babble with Jack. We will have that. It did get a little bit babbly, didn't it? And Sufficiently Advanced Tautology called Fine-Tuned Universe with Nashon. That is absolutely right. That was a good call. Look at this, people. We are absolutely killing it. We are a mere couple of hours into the stream, and we already have everything but Read It in Context, Crash Out, Free Will, and Jesus Fulfill Prophecy. The night is young. I'm feeling confident. It's going to be a good one. I'm going to put a quick poll in the YouTube just to juice that a little bit. If you're on the TikTok side as well, it does kind of tell the algorithm that good stuff is going on if you post. So just the odd post of just like hello or something, or where you're listening from or something, it just tells it that there's action going on and helps to push it out to other people. That'd be really good. Then we get more guests and we get more conversations, and it's all better. So let's go that, and we're going to get in Johnny right now. Johnny Yoku coming in on the TikTok side. Hopefully, there we go. Johnny, hello.
Hi there, John. My name is also John.
It's an incredible coincidence. It must be an act of God. How are you?
Amen. It's divine for sure.
Well, welcome up. Floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Yes, you were discussing science earlier, and
Yeah.
would you like to discuss science to prove God's creation and God himself?
Well, I don't think that science does prove God's creation and God himself, but if you think it does, feel free to make a case.
Would you like to discuss water or the double rainbow?
Make a case for God. You give it your best. If you've got an argument for God that's compelling, I'll accept it and I will become a theist.
Excellent. So the double rainbow is the reflection of the rainbow.
Yeah.
And that is from a mirror, because we cannot have a reflection without a mirror.
Right.
And so the double rainbow demonstrates the physical barrier above Earth.
The physical barrier?
Correct.
As in the firmament?
Yes.
Oh God. Okay, so you're a flat Earth person.
It's more beyond that, but yes, it's not.
Yeah.
If I were to say the Earth is a globe, you believe that you're on top of it. I understand that we're inside of it.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm not going to get into a discussion about that because it's just too stupid. I actually find it offensive to the hundreds of thousands of people who have spent millions of man hours and woman hours in knowledge production to advance our understanding of the world we live in. The cosmologists, the geologists, the meteorologists, the satellite technicians, the people who design GPS systems, the people who study the world around us and then share their advancement and share their knowledge with the rest of the world, the hard-won fruits of their labor, to just be trashed and trampled by people who are scientifically illiterate. I won't dignify those conversations. So let's go somewhere else. It's just too offensive to me. I think it's rude to the people who have done all of that work. It demeans the work they've done, and it deserves more respect. So I'm not going to have conversations about the world being flat and there being a solid firmament above us because it's just too idiotic. Is there any other evidence for your imaginary friend that you have?
Okay, so let's talk about fluid statics. May you demonstrate a body of water without a container? I apologize. May you demonstrate a body of water that's leveled without a container?
Like a lake, you mean?
Correct.
Well, a lake doesn't have a container. It's just a body of water.
The shore of that lake is contained.
So you're saying, can I give you a demonstration of some water not being contained? I mean, if you want to go up into a zero G environment,
a body of water.
You can have a body of water which is not contained. But because we live in an environment where there's gravity, this conversation is also sounding rather silly, isn't it? Because we live in an environment where there's gravity.
Well, you're the one that's talking about gravity.
If you don't contain water, it spreads out, and if you don't stop it with some kind of container, it forms a flat surface as flat as its volume will allow. Why is that proof of your imaginary friend?
Imaginary? You mentioned gravity, and you're talking about imagination.
Yeah. Why is the way that water behaves proof of your imaginary friend?
Well, because water always seeks its level, and when you have a body of water that's leveled, it's always contained. It can only be contained.
Correct. That's just a fact of nature. How does that link back to your special magic friend?
Well, because you believe, and you are insulting everyone's intelligence by saying that we're on a ball.
Right, but I've just told you that I'm not prepared to dignify that idiotic conversation. So you're going to have to come up with something else. It's just too offensive.
Idiotic?
Yeah, it's idiotic. So do you have something else, Johnny?
So you're denying the double rainbow is caused by a reflection?
Double rainbows are caused by light bouncing off particles of water in the air and the light diffracting. Now, how does that prove your special magic friend?
Well, because the rainbow has a shape and the double rainbow is a reflection of that shape.
Right, so you just don't understand the optics of rainbows. That's all that's demonstrating.
You're demonstrating that, sir.
Right, but how does this link back to your special magic friend? I'm going to ask you again. Every inane factoid you give, I'm going to respond with, make an argument for your special magic friend. Because so far, you haven't mentioned him once.
I have. I've given you two scientific demonstrable
you've just babbled on about your lack of scientific understanding and your denial of well understood shared information, but you haven't mentioned your God. Where does your God play into all of this?
Because he created the firmament, John.
He created the firmament. Let's argue this in a different way. Let's say I grant you that the Earth is flat and we have a firmament. I don't. Yes. It's complete bullshit, and it's only an idiot would believe this. But let's say, for the sake of the argument, I'm going to give you your flat Earth. How does that prove a God?
Because God is the only explanation to create a physical barrier that encloses the entire Earth.
Why? It could be a natural physical barrier. There could be some principle of nature that makes firmaments above flat Earths. We just haven't discovered it yet. How have you excluded that from your candidate hypotheses?
Well, because the Holy Scriptures clearly explains that the Earth is a circle, not a ball, and that it's enclosed. And we can verify that.
That's not that. You didn't answer my question. My question was, how did you exclude other candidate hypotheses? I don't care what the Bible says. That's just a book. How did you exclude other possibilities, that the firmament could have arrived naturally and the Earth could have been just made flat? How have you excluded those?
Because it doesn't make sense to say anything other than
doesn't make
God
sense. Sense is not enormously high on your agenda, is it, friend?
It is.
Okay.
It does.
Right.
It is, sir.
Right.
Yes.
So your claim is that this flat Earth with a firmament on it could only have been made by God because it doesn't make sense to say it could have happened naturally.
Well, let's just say this. A giraffe most certainly didn't create the Earth. A monkey most certainly didn't create the Earth. And I know for a fact that you didn't create the firmament above us.
Yeah, it was a natural process. How have you excluded that?
Oh, it was. How would you conclude that the Earth just naturally became to be and that a firmament encloses it perfectly?
I don't have to conclude that. You're oopsie daisy. Do you know what that is?
Means that cognitive distancing is strong right now.
It's the kill switch. It means that you've been deemed too insufferable to listen to, and therefore the conversation needs to end. Some would say the inner circle stepped up there. I did lower the threshold slightly today on some advice from a friend, and lowered it from 15 to 12, I think it was. So the inner circle stepped in. I'm just going to put in my notes here for Johnny. I'm going to put here. I do keep notes on the callers. Flurf. Scientific ignoramus, doesn't understand gravity, zero scientific knowledge, inner circle removed. Excellent. Good job, inner circle. I think that was probably a good call. I mean what I say about that. I generally, as a rule, I won't have these kind of conversations because I have too much respect for the noble field of science. I don't think we should even dignify these. It would be like someone coming up wanting to have a serious debate about the stork theory of babies. We would just tell them to go and take a leap. It's not a serious conversation, and I don't think we should be dignifying these conversations with being taken seriously. I really think we give them too much air. Okay, there we go. Let's get Cabello in next. Come on, TikTok, you can do it. Cabello was trying to. If that's not going to work, then let's see. That seems to not be working, so we're going to drop that down. And I know that the old name is still on there because my naming system is being a bit stuck, so we'll get rid of that in just a moment. We can do that to get rid of it. And who are we going to bring in next? We are going to bring in Joseph next. Hi, Joseph.
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing all right?
Good.
No, I was just going to tell you that when you ask the guys how old they are, if they're under 25, you just drop them. They don't know how to fucking argue.
Well, I've met a lot of people over 25 who also don't know how to argue. That's a reasonably regular occurrence here. I don't think that age is necessarily a barrier. And I've spoken to some very, very smart 18 or 19-year-olds who do know how to argue. So we won't worry about that. But what's your position on this, Joseph?
No, just, I mean, if you're like over age and you believe that the air is flat, I think probably something's wrong with you.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. We can move on from him, can't we? Because he was a waste of time. What's your position on theism and atheism?
Well, Believers, they think an atheist is like someone that like we believe in God, but we just like deny the existence of a God. And I mean, actually, there's ways that we can prove that God doesn't exist, because in a physical way, he doesn't exist. It's not like we just can go knocking on doors to see if he's gonna show up.
Sure, I would agree with that, Joseph. But if you're just calling up to agree with me, that's not going to be enormously interesting for the audience who are listening. So, is that your position, or are you just phoning in to say that you agree?
Yes, I would say that like with some of the stuff that you've been saying, I totally agree with.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And if you want to just kind of have a chat and chew the stuff, then call back when I do one of the kind of non-debate streams, which is going to be happening in the next week or so. I'll announce it on the across the channels. But yeah, this is mainly for kind of discussing, the either debates or things directly related to them, if they're a specific point that someone wants to make about something we've been discussing, which you're welcome to make if there is one. But otherwise, it just gets a bit boring for people listening.
Okay. Thank you, anyways.
Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. There we go. That was Joseph. Yeah, I mean, this is just what we have to do to keep the stream interesting, because if the stream isn't interesting, people won't tune in. If people don't tune in, it doesn't get pushed out to more people. We don't reach a broader audience, and we don't get to do the job we're doing, which is legitimizing non-belief. That's really what we're here for, is to do that important work. So that's what we're trying to do. So I have Universe. I have Universe in the YouTube queue, but I'm trying to see what I'm seeing there is a screenshot. I'm not totally sure this is going to work, but let's try it. Universe, are you there? Looks like it might not be a valid caller. Universe, if you're there, if you could refresh your stream or hang up and come back in, then we might be able to hear you. But right now we can't. So that seems to be a not happening thing. So we will move on and bring in Sabello next. Either Sabello or Sabello. We'll find out in just a moment. If TikTok lets them in. Hey, Sabello, are you there? Hello? Hey, Sabello, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Right, how are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
Yeah, very good indeed, thank you. You sound like you are at least 18. Would I be right about that?
No, I'm 20 years old.
You're 10 years old. I don't think that you're 10 years old.
20.
Oh, you're 20. Right. I thought you said 10. I got really confused for just a moment. Okay, well, welcome in. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
No, I just wanted to ask a question here.
Sure.
Why is atheism making more sense?
Because theism is silly.
Why is that? How so?
Because it's believing something preposterous with no evidence for it at all. Why would you believe that there's a magic person of some sort who lives out in space or in some place we can't see or detect, who made everything and likes foreskins? That's ludicrous.
Who likes what?
Foreskins.
What do you mean by that?
Well, apparently,
what's the reason why?
Which god do you like?
There's only one God, my friend.
Which one?
Jesus Christ.
Right. He really likes foreskins. He loves them. Can't get enough. Absolutely adores them. The only thing he likes better than foreskins is the smell of burning flesh and having young babies put to the sword. Those are the only things he likes more. Why would you believe that's real?
What do you think is the reason of circumcision?
To please
or you're
God.
Just talking?
To please God, he loves a good foreskin. absolutely loves them. I'm not sure what he does with them. I wonder sometimes if he like soaks them in vinegar and makes them into little snacks or something. But I don't know. It's not mine not to question, I guess. No kink shaming here as well, by the way. If that's his thing, fair enough. Joel says calamari. You nailed it, brother. Yeah, it's it's a thing. We shouldn't question God too much. If we're all entitled to have our thing. I like pistachio nuts. We've all got our thing, I guess.
I think you are here to mock. You're not here to reason.
I'm here to do both. I'm quite good at both of them.
Or you mock and
yeah,
reason.
I mean, the reason why I think bad ideas deserve mockery. I think people don't. So my rule is I never mock people. Like I'm never going to mock you, right? From me, you will get respect, right? You're a human being, and you are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect. But ideas aren't human beings. Ideas should be pushed back on. I want people to push back on my ideas, and if I've got bad ideas, I want people to mock them. Because mockery is a really good response to bad ideas. It kind of helps people to see that they're bad, right?
According to atheism, there is no objective bad or right
Correct.
or wrong.
It's not according to atheism. It's got nothing to do with atheism.
It's just your opinion.
Actually, there are atheists who are moral realists, and they do think that there is objective bad. I know of a couple of them. But I'm not one. I agree with you. I don't think there is any such thing as objective bad. I think that words like good and bad are just labels that we give to how we feel about things, like boo and hooray. That's basically what they mean. Like killing, boo, giving to charity, hooray. That's what I mean by good and bad. Is there a problem with that?
Is there a problem with that? Yes.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Because like it or not, you're gonna put a judgment call on what Hitler did, what other people did.
I am. Yeah, I am going to put a judgment call on that. And I can say,
yes,
what he did, boo.
So your moral relativism doesn't
No, I'm not.
work,
I'm not a moral relativist. No, you can't draw. You can't draw a line from recognizing that our moral inclinations are based on subjective preferences and then just call it relativism. Relativism is actually what you have, because relativism is to say that that your ethics and your idea of good and bad change according to time and place. And that's much more what believers do. For example, the God that you believe in loves slavery. Do you love slavery?
No.
Bible, but your Bible, God does.
Slavery is condemned.
Slavery is not condemned in the Bible. Slavery is explicitly condoned in the Bible, along with detailed instructions from the God you like about how to carry it out. So the moral relativism comes from you not liking slavery, but your God liking it. And you're going to just say the times have changed and it was all right then and come up with all sorts of copes and excuses. You're the relativist here, not me. I think slavery's always been wrong. No. Do you?
No, you're wrong.
I'm wrong.
In the Bible, God condemned slavery and he set free. He set people free from slavery.
Right. So when God says in Leviticus 25, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it's from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. That means you get to own them like a nice dining table. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as your property. So when you die, you pass the children your golf clubs and your slave. These you may treat as slaves, but you may treat them as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So when God said this is how you do slavery, are you saying that was him trying to express that he doesn't allow slavery?
No, it was at that time when Israelite with the Egyptians.
So moral relativism. It was at that time.
I'm talking about the context of that
verse. The context. So more
yes.
Moral relativism then. Okay. So does your God like slavery or not?
No.
No.
He doesn't.
Is that why he said you can have slaves and you can keep them for their entire lives, and any children born to them will also be your slaves, and you can pass them on to your children. Is that why he said that? Because he didn't like it? Could he not have just said, don't have slaves? Wouldn't that have been a more effective law than do have slaves?
He can pass them to what?
You can pass the slaves on to your children. You know, like a...
What does that mean? What does that mean according to your understanding?
Do you not understand what pass something onto your children means? It means that it's your property while you're alive, and then at the end of your life, when you stop being alive, the goods and things that you own pass on to your children. They are bequeathed onto your children, and that might involve, for example, you know, your very fine alligator skin moccasins, and also your slave.
Your slave to who?
So your slave stops belonging to you because you're now dead,
so
and therefore not able to own things. And now your children are now, according to that verse, now your children are going to own the slave. And what did God have to say about how you treated your slaves that He explicitly permitted the Israelites to have? What did God have to say about how they could be treated?
They have been set free in Christ.
They've been set free in Christ. So the slaves who died 700 or 800 years before Christ was born, were they set free in Christ?
Yes, they are set free.
They're set free centuries after they died, after living lives of slavery where their children were slaves as well, and where they could be beaten to death by their masters. Also explicitly permitted by your God in Exodus 21.
Even according to that verse, who owned those slaves?
The Israelite slave owners.
They are slaves owners.
Yes, the Israelite slave owners owned the slaves. That's why God permitted them to have them. It's not complicated.
If God commands slavery, why did He chose the people there to free those people from slavery, from those people who are enslaving those people, those Israelites?
I don't know what you're talking about, but God delivered His people from slavery. This is according to the Bible, of course. This never actually happened. But according to this fairy tale, God delivered the Israelites from slavery under the Egyptians. But it wasn't that He disagreed with slavery. He just didn't like His slaves being slaves to the Egyptians. So He took His people out of slavery in Egypt. And one of the first things He did was give them instructions on how to own their own slaves and how to treat them. For example, He gave them, do you know that He gave specific laws about how they could beat their slaves? Did you know that? What were the laws from God about beating slaves?
No, those slaves, He was talking about the people who didn't respect God.
No, He wasn't. What were the laws about how to beat your slaves? Do you know that?
How to what?
Do you remember the laws in Exodus that God gave the Israelites about how to beat their slaves?
How to beat them?
Yeah, you know what beat means, right? Hit them with something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What did He have to say about that? Were they allowed to do that?
Yes, they are allowed because
they
didn't respect their God. Yes.
It's got nothing to do with respecting God. These are the laws for how slave owners can beat their slaves. There's nothing in there there's nothing in there about how much people respected God. I'll show it to you in case you've forgotten it, because it's a doozy. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. So a slave owner is not allowed to just instantly murder their slave. But if the slave survives a day or two, so their injuries maybe don't die from them immediately, maybe they die a couple of days later, then there's no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. What does it mean for a person to be somebody else's property?
It means they are under their authority.
It means that they own them. That's slavery, isn't it? So
they are under their authority.
Yeah, it means they own them. So did God support slavery or not?
No, He didn't.
No, He didn't. Right. So let's recap on where we are in this conversation. He's given specific. He's given specific. Out of context. I know. Yes, has out of context. It's out of context. It's already been called on the bingo. You don't get to. I'm telling you the will of God, my friend. What context would have made this mean something different?
You're just picking up verses. My
friend. You don't like the context. So the context is that the context is that God is telling Israel how to live. He's giving them the laws through Moses. That's why they're called the law. And that's why they're referred to as the Mosaic law, because he's giving them the laws of how they should set up their society, what the laws around money lending are, what the laws around sexual morality are. All of these laws come from God through Moses to Israel. What have I misunderstood about the context?
I think we're gonna talk about one thing over and over. I just explained that to you, I think.
What am I missing? What am I missing about the context? I've given you the context there. What about the context changes the meaning?
What is what?
What about the context changes the meaning?
Yes.
You're appealing to context. I've given you the context. The meaning is still the same. The meaning is still, God says you may have slaves and you may beat them with a rod and you may kill them as long as you don't kill them too quickly. So
I just told you they were under their authority. Yes.
Under the authority doesn't change the context. You're the one appealing to context. So we have so far established that you claim God doesn't support slavery, but he has given explicit instruction to his chosen people on how to acquire slaves, and absolutely fine with them doing so. And the slaves have to remain slaves for their entire life, and so do their children. And God is completely fine with them beating their slaves to death.
Yes, those who didn't respect God, Yahweh.
It's got nothing to do with those who didn't respect God. It says that you can buy them. So does a baby born into slavery not respect God?
A baby born into slavery? No, that means they are under the authority of the Israelites.
Does a baby who is born into slavery and therefore has to spend his or her entire life being a slave,
they are born under the authority of Israelites.
Does that person deserve to be a slave?
They are born under the authority of the Israelites.
So you've now, can you notice what's happened here? You've transitioned from God doesn't support slavery to wildly arguing for why he does. You didn't mean to do that, did you? Oops. Oopsie. Want to take a mulligan and try again?
You say I did what election?
I beg your pardon? It's not going. It's not going great, is it? Because your argument was God doesn't like slavery. I've just proved to you in front of about 700 people that God loves slavery. And then you appeal. First, you appeal to context, and then you said when that didn't work, you said, "Oh yeah, they're under the authority of the Israelites," thereby confirming that God does like slavery. It's not ideal, is it?
Slavery.
Yeah.
Didn't I tell you why he did that?
Well, first you started saying he didn't, and then when you realised that wasn't going to work, you started trying to justify it, which is also not going to work.
No, what you said is that God likes slavery.
Yeah, he loves it.
I just told you, no.
He loves it. He loves it.
The reason he told the Israelites that it was because those people were disrespecting God.
It wasn't because they were disrespecting God. There's nothing here that says that you may buy slaves from people as long as those slaves are disrespecting God. That's complete nonsense. You've made that up. It's complete tosh. Nothing in the Bible links disrespect of God to the institution of slavery, which was which was commonplace at that time and place. And that's how we started off. The act under the authority is your way of saying, I like this, and so I'm going to just say the words, they were under the authority, to make it sound like it's a good explanation. But it doesn't. It's not a good explanation. Do you think it's right that people should own other people?
Own them in another way. In what way?
What are you struggling to understand? People should own other people like a piece of property. Do you think that's right?
Like a piece of property.
It's what your text says, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
I've read it to you. I'm not going to read it to you again. Do you think it's right?
It's never right in the Bible.
So your God passed bad laws then?
Bad laws according to who?
According to you. You've just said it's never right.
Yes, it's never right in the scriptures, yes.
So when God passed those laws, they were passing. Oh, it was at the time. So more relativism again. This is going terribly. Does God ever pass bad laws? Does God ever pass bad laws?
Bad laws.
Yeah. Does God ever pass bad laws?
Bad laws according to who?
According to anyone. According to you.
According to me, no. According
Never.
to me, no.
So God never passes
Yes.
a bad law.
No.
Have you read
We are
Ezekiel?
set free.
Have you read Ezekiel, where God says, "Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts, in their offering up all their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so they might know that I am the Lord." In other words, he's saying he wanted to terrify Israel into submission by showing them how powerful he was by giving them bad laws. That's what statutes that were not good means. That means bad laws. You need to study your Bible a bit better, dude. This is terrible. Literally
No,
every
you need to
word you've
study-
said so far is contradicted by your book, and I'm not a Christian. You should know this stuff. Don't come in and argue against your own book. It's not going to go well.
What I will tell you is that you need to read the Bible. Don't just take the verses out
It
of
does
context.
slightly appear like I'm the only one of the two of us who has.
And if you're saying that is wrong, that's just your opinion.
It's not my opinion, it's God's opinion. Now you're calling God wrong. This is getting worse and worse by the moment.
No, if
No.
you are saying that's wrong,
I didn't say it.
That's just your opinion.
God says it. In the verse I just showed you.
According
To God. Now you don't
Not
believe
according
God. Now you don't believe God. So when God says, "Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good," is God lying or telling the truth?
Is God lying?
Is God lying or telling the truth when he says this?
He's telling the truth, yes, of
Right,
course.
so he did give them bad laws. So it's not my opinion, it's God's opinion. So do you agree with God's opinion that he gave bad laws, or do you disagree, and is God wrong?
When he say he gave them bad laws,
Yeah, when he says that, is he wrong or right?
he's right.
He's right. So he did give them
And
bad
guess
laws.
what? And
So
guess
so
what?
when you said he didn't give them bad laws, why were you disagreeing with God?
When I say no, you were talking about slavery. You say slavery was right. God loves slavery. That you are wrong.
And then I asked you, has God ever given any bad laws? And you said no, and I showed you instances where he had. You just need to read the Bible more, dude. If you're going to be a Christian and you're going to come up on lives and argue this stuff, you just need to know your book better. I'm sorry, it's a bit embarrassing.
Those laws were at the time of the
At the
Israelites.
time they were good. But I thought you said you didn't like moral relativism.
I'm not talking about moral relativism.
That's literally the definition of moral relativism.
I'm talking about what was happening in that time of the Israelites.
That's called moral relativism. When you say something that is not good now was good then because of what was happening, that is called moral relativism. Sorry to break it to you and all that business. So, anyway, I think we've established that your God is not good. I think we've established that your God rather
Not
enjoys
good
a bit
according to
rather enjoys a
Not
bit
good
of
according to
rather good according to anyone who thinks that slavery is wrong. Rather enjoys a bit of
Yes,
slavery.
that's just your opinion. That's just moral relativism.
Yes, rather enjoys passing bad laws. This is not going well for God. If God's watching now, he's not going to be best pleased with you. My advice would be, become a bit more familiar with the Bible, and if you're going to argue it, come and arguing it from a position of knowing what it actually says, rather than a position of not having a clue. That would be better.
Yes, I will tell you to read the Bible more, my friend. Don't just
More?
pick up verses.
Right.
Yes, and don't
Okay.
just pick and choose
Yes.
verses in there,
Do,
my
do,
friend.
do, do you know what the most common reason I hear for people leaving the faith is? And in my community, I've literally got thousands who have. Do you know what the most common reason? More common than all the other reasons combined. What do you
Who are
think the
leaving
reason
the
is?
faith?
Yeah, what is the one
Who are
thing
leaving-
what is the one thing that made people leave the faith more than anything else?
According to me, you're asking me, right?
Yeah, what do you think it is? Because I know. Do you know what it is?
I can say because they hate God, they want to live the way they want to live. Yes, that's the reason.
Mezzo nailed it immediately. It's so obvious. It's so obvious as to be painful. I shouldn't even have to say it. You think that the most common reason that led to people abandoning their faith is because they want to live the way they want to live. I've got news for you,
Yes,
my friend.
they were ignorant. They were
They were ignorant. The
they
most
are ignorant, just
of course.
like you.
Yeah, they're ignorant just
They
like me.
want to live the way they want to live. They
Indeed.
create their own
So
morals in their heads.
it's interesting to me that you haven't expressed even the slightest hint of curiosity as to what the answer to the question I posed to you is. Are you curious about it or indifferent?
Or you can answer me. What was the answer?
The answer is the thing that has made most people leave Christianity is reading the Bible. Reading it. The more they read it, the more they leave. Do you know why?
Oh, really?
Do you know why?
Why? Why is that?
Because it's bullshit. Don't tell anyone.
Is what?
It's just our secret. It's bullshit.
It's bullshit according to who?
Everyone who reads it. The reviews are bad. It's not good.
Not according to me.
Yeah, but you haven't read it. You've demonstrated that amply today. Anyway,
No,
we're going to move it. We're going to move it on to
I read it every day.
I know,
I
it shows.
read it every day.
I know, we all can tell. Thanks for coming in to speak to us, Bello. Better luck next time. Thanks for coming up. I'll pray for you. Okay, moving on. We're going to get Greg Wycliffe in next. There is a growing queue of super chats, though, so I have to just read a couple of those before we get Greg in. Otherwise, I'm in danger of appearing ungrateful, and we can't have that, can we? Tim Davidson said, and soon I'll be releasing my fan book, 50 Shades of Doxastic Determinism. I love that, Tim. Tim's always on it. Brilliant. Bab said, John, is it possible to be emotionally convinced of something but not intellectually convinced, or vice versa? And how will the conflict be resolved? That's actually a really good question. And in a nutshell, without getting too down the rabbit hole there, yes, you can be emotionally convinced of something. There's a type of denial, which I write about in the book, called cognitive denial, where your emotional investment in an idea is so strong that even when the evidence is clearly against it, and that if your emotions were not so strong, you wouldn't accept it, and it can still genuinely appear true to you. So a really good example that I often use is a parent whose child is bullying other kids. It's a really hard thing for a parent to take on board, right? It's a very challenging thing to have to confront. And a parent in a situation like that will often have access to all the same evidence that everyone else does about what's going on, but their emotional need to not cast their own child as a bully and see their own child as a bully is so strong that it's not just that they know it's true and they're just declaring it not to be. They genuinely are emotionally convinced by their strong need for it not to be true. It appears genuinely to them not to be true. And sometimes it takes something to kind of break that and allow the kind of reason logic bit to poke through and break through that emotional barrier. But yeah, absolutely, people can be emotionally convinced, and it's still not a choice when they are as well. We have Bethos says, so many do not have food, shelter, water. Nashon, yep, that's right. Can't get away from it. Too many. Sufficiently advanced tautology. So living things live. Did someone say my name? Yeah, sorry, that was a bit tautological, that conversation with Nashon, I felt. Forgive me if I let that one go on a bit too long. Bab says, viruses are at the top of the food chain, not us. I would be inclined to agree with that, and they ain't going anywhere fast. Arguing with Babs, fungus is the top of the chain. Fair enough, Buzz. Can fungi get viruses? Probably not. I wonder. Anony, good to see you, says, dinosaurs wiped out to make room for us. Oh, great-great-grandfather, not, WordTube doesn't like, sentence commuted, to make room for me. You know it makes sense. Yeah, the dinosaurs were not wiped out to make room for us. They just got wiped out. There was Ice Age, there was meteor events. It happens. Most species go extinct eventually for some reason or another. Generally, it's not being able to survive in the environment, right? That's the general principle at play here. And in the space they left, we came along via a few little shrew-like objects first. Fungi are only able to live in a very limited temperature, says Babs, a temperature range, which is why they're not dominant. This is not exactly the conversation I expected to have tonight, but it's fascinating nevertheless. And Bethel says, does the lion sleep tonight? A wimbowa, I guess. We'll find out soon. That was the talk of lions earlier. And Seaman Urchin, good to see you, says the channel Be Smart a few days ago came out with an amazing video about what love is and how wise it evolved the way it did in humans. Oh, that sounds brilliant. Be Smart. I have to check that out. I like stuff like that. Very, very much indeed. Thank you for the recommend. Ken Wilmot says, knowing the exact recipe for cheesecake doesn't diminish the enjoyment of eating it. Quite. I prefer that to my rainbow metaphor because cheesecake is awesome. And then final super chat for now, Bethos says, the eternal story, gods were created by men because we strive to rule over nature. The result would be gods. It's a projection. God equals a power fantasy. Yeah, and a personification, of course. Just a basic personification of nature, which almost all cultures have done. We see agency in stuff, right? It's windy or raining. Someone must be making that happen. Not something, someone, right? It's so basic, but there we go. Okay, let's get Greg in next, and then we have Kavohim after that, and Universe is still on the YouTube queue, but we'll see about that. Hey, Greg.
Hey, how you doing?
Very well indeed. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'm doing well.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I was an atheist for a long time growing up. I wasn't really raised anything. Very much into science, logic, things that are explainable.
What went wrong?
I eventually, what went wrong? I was suffering.
Right.
I was experiencing human suffering, and I actually first kind of adopted a spiritual mindset through a 12-step program.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah, that'll
Alcoholics
happen.
Anonymous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like
higher power, right?
Someone said earlier, they stopped being Christian because they wanted to do what they wanted to do, or whatever, something like this, right? People did what they wanted to do.
That's why they think people stop being Christian, but it's universally almost never true. It's almost entirely the case that people who stop believing in a religion don't stop believing in it because they want to do what they want to do. They stop believing in it because they stop being convinced it's true. It really is as simple as that.
Right. Yeah. Well, I really came to believe, being someone who never really believed, and to this day, I'm very skeptical of religious institutions. I just came to believe because I think, actually kind of through logic, I think logically, it's actually practical to have a sort of moral framework where maybe it's a little bit anti-intellectual, but I romanticize my existence. I romanticize aspects of my life. I think that the relationship with my parents or my mom, for example, is something that's profound. It's love. It's not just transactions. It's not just synapses. It's not just chemical reactions. I think it's actually something deeper than that. And I think I really have gravitated towards this kind of frame because I really like the romance of it. I feel like with atheism, you're more subject to things like hedonism. You're more subject to things like nihilism. And you're more subject to, like, if you just over-intellectualize everything, it actually gets very depressing.
Really?
It gets very, very
I'm not depressed.
Yeah.
I have a joyful life. I wake up every day full of appreciation and gratitude for the life I have, and I love it. I don't think it's depressing. I mean, it might be for some people, but religion is depressing for some people. So we can just grant that people have different emotional responses to different ideas. But when you say that you're a theist because it's more romantic, that isn't really how belief works. I mean, can you really be persuaded that something's true because it's romantic? Is that how your mind works?
I mean, I think that's how all of our minds work. We first emotionally kind of get hooked into something, and then it's much more easier to kind of logically make that conclusion. Like if for sales, for example, like if you've ever worked in sales or know anybody who's worked in sales, essentially the salesperson is really trying to get the person to like you first. If they like you, getting the yes, getting them to logically agree to make that decision is much easier. So of course, romanticizing and liking something is going to.
But that's just putting someone in a position where they're emotionally more open and therefore easier for you to manipulate, right? That's actually, ironically, exactly how religions work. They put people in a position where they're emotionally more open. Perhaps they're vulnerable, perhaps they're hurt, perhaps they've been through some trauma, and they kind of get love bombed and put in a situation where they're emotionally a little bit softer and softened up a little bit, and then they're easy to manipulate, which is exactly what religion does.
So I think that cuts both ways, though. You could say that people convince others to be atheists using the same sort of manipulation tactic. And I wanted to bring something else up because, like, you bring these Christians on here. I assume I haven't watched you very much, but like, you have this Christian on here, and you're like cherry picking something from the Bible. You have to answer to this moral failing, or you have to answer to this moral hypocrisy. Well, does that cut both ways? Like, do you have to answer to all of the horribly immoral things that atheists
have done?
and permits?
Yeah, this is ludicrous. So look, if someone comes in claiming that the God of the universe is moral and doesn't like slavery, then I'm entitled to pick out verses from a book allegedly inspired by that God, in which he declares through his actions and his laws that he clearly does like slavery. I'm entitled to say, look, here's a discrepancy between what you're claiming and what the book you claim to revere says. I'm just pointing out a double standard there, right? I'm not making the claim. I'm not making the claim that atheism is anything other than not being convinced a God exists. There's no such thing as atheist philosophy. There's no such thing as atheist morals. There's no such thing as atheist principles. In the same way that there's no such thing as people who don't believe in astrology philosophy, or people who don't believe in astrology ethics, or people who don't believe in astrology politics. It's just a position about whether you find yourself convinced of a particular claim. I'm not claiming that atheism is morally anything. I'm not saying it's better or worse, because it isn't. It's like saying, you know, is believing that there's life on other planets a morally better position, more likely to make you a good person than someone who doesn't believe there's life on other planets? Completely irrelevant. So the comparison you've made doesn't make sense.
Well, speaking of making sense, though, you're saying that atheism makes sense. Like,
yes.
That's your kind of title there. But a
yes.
second ago, you just said, no, I'm not making any sort of moral
I'm not making a moral claim.
Good or bad.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm saying that it's epistemically justified. I'm not moralizing about it. I'm simply pointing out that when there's no evidence for something, it makes more sense to withhold acceptance of that claim.
So it's just like a material scientific argument.
It's not even material. It's just saying, here's an idea. I don't think it makes sense to accept this idea because there's no evidence for it. This shouldn't be controversial.
What about all the cathedrals and you know, crazy structures and things written about Jesus Christ, the Shroud of Turin?
What about them?
Why are there thousands of churches around the world and all these?
Because lots of people have become convinced of these silly ideas. and wasted millions and millions and millions of man hours. Yeah, for so long, for centuries, lots and lots, billions of people have been convinced of these silly ideas for centuries. Now, in that process of being convinced of these silly ideas, they have created beautiful art, beautiful architecture, beautiful music, and I couldn't be without those things. You know,
I argue the origins of science and modern thought came from
you couldn't, and I couldn't be without those things, but that doesn't mean that the ideas behind them are worthwhile, right? I appreciate. I mean, I really love Bach, right? And much of the music that Bach wrote was devotional or inspired by his faith or paid for by religious, supporters and enablers of his work. So I love his creations, but that doesn't mean that I have to love the thing that inspired it. I can appreciate the Sistine Chapel without thinking that stuff is true.
Sure. And sorry to cut you off, but like, do these silly ideas that all these people were misled by for thousands of years or over 1,000 years?
Yes. 2,000 years.
Do these silly ideas get any credit, or we should just throw them all in the trash?
What do you mean by credit?
Well, you're saying, you just said something really like silly itself, I thought, which is, yes, there's all these beautiful things. Yes, all these amazing things may have come from these silly ideas, but they're still all wrong, and they're still, like, you're kind of dismissing them.
Why is that silly?
You're saying beautiful things came from these ideas. Yeah. Beautiful things that
I can enjoy the beautiful things.
There's no value in any of the ideas.
I can enjoy the consequences. I can enjoy the things that have been made by people feeling devotion to the bullshit that they were devoted to. I don't have to not appreciate. I don't have to, I can look at a
gratitude,
but I can look at a
You're not really-
beautiful
you're not really
mosque,
being
for example.
grateful.
No, I can look at a beautiful mosque and I can go, that's a beautiful mosque. What a beautiful object, without thinking Islam is beautiful. I don't appreciate Islam. I don't appreciate the tenets of that faith. I think it's silly. But that doesn't mean that I can't appreciate beautiful architecture created in its name. I've been to the Alhambra. I've been to I've seen lots of beautiful things.
Do you think there's any beautiful storytelling in the Bible that tells morals that you still think hold up?
I think that the Bible contains some ethical teachings that might be of value, some ideas around forgiveness and stuff, but you have to look quite hard to find them in amongst a load of ridiculous nonsense. And whatever ethical value is in the Bible is largely not original to the Bible. So something like the Golden Rule, Jesus wasn't the first person to come up with that. There were thinkers centuries before the Bible was written who were elucidating the idea of treat others as you would be treated. This is not original to the Bible. So yes, can you look at the Bible?
Why is the Bible more popular than these original?
Because it was spread by the sword fantastically successfully for centuries. That's what happens when you do crusades and you spread your religion by violence on pain of death. You end up with a large subscriber base. It worked for Islam too.
Hold on.
It's why it hasn't worked for Judaism, because Judaism's never been spread in that way, and that's why there are very few Jews.
Wasn't the Crusades against Islam?
The Crusades were spreading Christianity all over the world in places that were not Christian. So some of those people they probably would different backgrounds of people that the faith was spread to. But the point is, it was spread by violence. And even if it hadn't been spread by violence, even if it had been spread by really, really good salespeople, to use the example you used earlier, that doesn't make it true. It just makes it successful. The success of an idea in promulgating through a population says nothing about its truth. It says something about the skill of those advocating for it.
So if someone's curious about whether they should read the Bible or whether they should have faith in Christ or whatever, why would you argue in favor of atheism instead? How would this help a young man, for example, navigate their life, in your opinion?
Because there's nothing good that you can get from Christianity that you can't get without it. There's no good, to quote Christopher Hitchens, there's no good deed that can be done or a good thing that can be said by a religious person that cannot also be done or said by a non-religious person. Christianity doesn't have an exclusive license on kindness or goodness or charity or altruism or compassion or empathy. All of these things can be found without it. What you get with it is a rather disgusting, toxic belief system wherein people who don't grovel sufficiently to the God who designed this ridiculous system of sins and sacrifices and salvation are going to get set on fire at the end of their life because they didn't find ludicrous stories convincing. And I don't think that's helpful. I don't think it helps to advance our understanding as a collective. I grant that religious devotion can be helpful to individual people. The biggest help that it normally brings is community. And one thing that I think religion gets right, that is very hard to find in some cases without it, is community. I grant that. I absolutely grant that. And I grant that for certain individual people, religious faith can be of great solace to them and comfort. I grant that too. It doesn't mean it's true.
I'm sorry for laughing earlier. I didn't let you finish your point. And it is a good point. And I would say I probably agree with it. It's true. It's not like an exclusive, you must get morality from the Bible. I'd agree with that. And I guess the main, point that I would make with that is, as I said, I came from the 12-step meetings that I think are, like you said, really good with community. It represents something that teaches what I call kind of just raw spirituality, the importance of being humble, the importance of honesty, being open-minded, how to operate in a community, how to be of service to others, all these things. But I guess when it comes to what the church has accomplished, do you think the positives outweigh the negatives? You have all these hospitals, you have so many, Christians who have done incredible things throughout time, throughout history. Do you think the positives outweigh the negatives of Christianity, or do you think because of something to do with the Crusades and the sword, it's been a net negative?
I think you have to be very careful about cause and correlation here. So, for example, if you look at things like what percentage of the scientific innovations of the last 500 years were made by people of faith, right? Christians or Muslims, for example, you're going to find that the number's quite high, right? Purely because
high, as in like there was a lot of Christians, or was a
Yeah.
lot of atheists?
No. A lot of Christians. If you want, look at Newton and people like that. The people who have advanced our understanding and given us a lot, right? Built civilization. A lot of those people happened to be religious, but that doesn't mean that they did those things because of their religion. It's just the fact that most people were religious at that time. It tells us nothing about the connection between the doctrines themselves, the ideologies themselves, and these fruits that we're celebrating of progress and learning and hospitals and all of this stuff. As I said before, there's nothing good that can be done by religious people that can't also be done by non-religious people. There really is nothing. But if you invert the question and you say, are there bad things that can be done by religious people that can only be done by religious people? The list is embarrassingly easy to procure. It's just easy, and they fall off the tongue, right, immediately. Only religion can come up with an idea like jihad. Only religion can come up with an idea like being sent to hell for what you believe. Only religion can come up with an idea like sin. Only religion can come up with an idea like disagreeing with gay people's right to love who they want to love and allow them to just be who they are. All of these things are exclusively religious. I could name another 100 now, easily, but you won't be able to name one good thing that only religion can do. That's a problem, because it decimates the argument that our greatest achievements we owe to religion. We don't. We owe a lot of our great achievements to people who have just done great things. Some of them happened to be religious. Some of them happened not to be religious. And we should be very careful about drawing that line between the two.
I think, I don't know, I feel like you're really hesitant to give Christianity any credit whatsoever. But
What do you think it needs credit for? The Inquisition? Burning witches? Criminalizing
let's talk
gay
about the third
people?
world. Let's talk
Terrifying
about the
children? Banning condom use in Africa and allowing AIDS to ravage millions of people? What is it that you think we ought to be crediting religion for here exactly?
Well, for Christianity specifically, like I think it gave birth to modern civilization. If you look at where a lot of people want to immigrate to, it's always going to be the most developed Christian nations. High trust
As
society.
I said, those nations were not birthed by Christianity. They were birthed by people, some of whom may have been Christian.
No credit for Christianity once again.
Why? What credit?
All these churches are just here for no reason, right? Like,
No, they're here because No, I didn't say they're here for no
Christian history of these
reason.
places
No.
gets no credit whatsoever.
Be more careful in your arguing. I didn't say that the churches are here for no reason. The churches are here because people who are devotionally minded
Yeah, but you're saying the
decided
churches
to
have nothing
allocate
to do with the
resources
success.
to building churches.
Right.
It's not. I mean, do you know what the Greeks achieved? They achieved,
Sure.
they achieved incredible architecture. They achieved science, philosophy, reason, logic. They didn't have religion.
They had slaves, though, didn't they?
It doesn't matter. Yes, they were wrong for having slaves, right? They were wrong for having slaves, and we can criticize the slavery of that time, but you can't if your God endorses it. That's the whole point of my previous conversation. Do
you think any modern Christians endorse slavery?
Well, I speak to them every week, and they don't endorse it, and then they tie themselves into the most unbelievable knots that have never before existed in the history of knot-making in order to try and explain how the God who they claim is good was perfectly fine with it. I mean, this is the previous conversation. We don't need to have it again. So they claim not to endorse it, but actually they're still supporting the guy who did.
Yeah, you could probably argue that.
As are you.
You could probably argue that we all participate in slavery. If
You
have an
couldn't.
iPhone or
No,
shop
you
on
could.
Amazon.
You couldn't, because
don't think so?
that's a metaphor. People go, oh, if you've got a mortgage, you're a slave. No, a slave is a person who has absolutely no autonomy over their life whatsoever, does work and doesn't get paid for it, has no choice about where to live or what to do, is fully owned by another person. None of these things are entailed, but none of these things are.
I'm sure you could look at a certain industry, like whether it's chocolate, whether it's like making shoes in Bangladesh. I'm sure you could find modern slavery.
Yes,
though.
there is slavery that exists in the world, and it doesn't mean that we endorse it.
Of course not.
Yeah, we should speak out against it, right? Because we know it's wrong. But you're in the in the unenviable position of worshipping a god who thinks it's fine.
Yeah, I feel that's like a super. I don't even want to like dwell on that because I feel like that's a super disingenuous cherry pick to say like, oh, technically I found that.
Why is it you say cherry pick as if there's not a generous smorgasbord of another 100 verses that could be used to show the moral decrepitude of this god too?
Yeah, it also talks about like the Bible also talks about like how to cook lamb and stuff. Like, there's a lot of weird stuff in the Bible, man. Like,
right, but they're irrelevant. They're irrelevant if you're talking about celestial morals. Then biblical recipes are not relevant, which is why we don't talk about them.
I want that to cut both ways though, because it's like if you're an atheist, you have to answer to WAP, the song by Nicki Minaj, Wet AP, like. You know,
why do I have to answer to anything?
Let's sign up to OnlyFans if you're.
But wait, hang on a second. No. You're making a category error. You're suggesting that those things are done in the name of atheism, and that atheism explicitly promotes behavior which you find lascivious and distasteful.
Atheism just makes sense.
No,
selling my body on OnlyFans just makes sense.
There's no direct line between saying I'm not convinced of your God claims and selling my body on OnlyFans. And by the way, if somebody wants to sell their body on OnlyFans, who are they hurting?
Oh my God, bro.
Answer the question.
So you think you would you encourage a young woman to do that?
Not necessarily, but I'm asking you who they're hurting. I might say to a young woman who wanted to do that, you're objectifying yourself and you can probably do something else. But if they choose to do it and they feel okay about it, who are you to moralize about that?
Well, it's similar to kind of like why I think Christianity or having some sort of like moral belief system is important. It's kind of like...
Of course having a moral belief system is important. I'm asking you what the principle you're invoking to moralize someone for having an OnlyFans.
So
you sound a bit uptight. Why?
But the problem is, I have a moral belief system that comes from the Bible, and you kind of get to pick and choose on the fly of what your moral belief system is as an atheist based on whatever argument I bring up. So you can kind of just be a chameleon based on whatever I bring up, right? Oh, no, I love gratitude, and I don't want people to be depressed, and you know what I mean? Like, you don't really have a solid moral belief system as an atheist.
I beg your pardon. I can elucidate my moral belief system in with much more clarity and coherence than you will be able to yours. Shall we put it to the test? So I'm going to define. Let's play a game. I'm going to define the exact basis by which I declare an act to be moral or immoral, and then you're going to do the same. And then you're going to do the same, and we're going to see who has a more coherent framework. Ready? Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
I mean, maybe we should just talk about the gay marriage thing, because that's probably enough to chew on.
No, I think we can generalize it. I think it's more. I mean, we can talk about that if you want to, but you're just going to reveal yourself to be a horrific bigot, and then I'm going to have to drop you.
Oh, you drop anybody who has the wrong opinion on gay marriage?
If you reveal yourself to be a horrendous bigot, what will happen is the inner circle will vote you out. Not because we shut down dissenting views, but because we just don't like bigotry, and that's just bigotry.
Okay. Hey, I'm a polite guy. I have strong opinions.
Yeah, you can be polite and you can still be a bigot, and you will be called out for it if you are one. But what I was going to say is more general than that. I was going to say, you were accusing me of not having a well-formed basis for my morality. I think that's an extremely ambitious charge for you to make, considering I can give it to you in 2 sentences.
Can I clarify that though?
Sure.
Because like you are somebody who is pushing and promoting atheism. So it's like what might be moral to you might be completely different to somebody else who's atheist. Like
Correct.
there's no cohesive like.
Now you're starting to get it. Now you're starting to get it. Atheism is nothing to do with morality. So your asinine Nicki Minaj allusion before was a complete waste of time, because there's no straight line from atheism to selling your body. Absolutely none. There are atheists who are extremely against that kind of thing, and there are atheists who are absolutely fine about it. And it's more a question
there's the straight line. You just
there isn't a straight line. That's the point I'm trying to get you to see. Is that there is no straight line. You can be an atheist and be extremely liberal-minded when it comes to those sorts of things. You can be an atheist and have strong views about objectification of women and therefore be principled against that kind of thing. Both positions have merits. Both positions can be taken seriously and listened to, and you can decide where you fall on that spectrum.
But just to make a quick logic statement, like, no Christians would probably think Nicki Minaj doing her thing is good, whereas some atheists would.
Yeah.
Right.
But you know why? Because she's not hurting anyone.
Okay. So do you think Nicki Minaj is a positive female role model for young women?
I don't know. I don't know very much about Nicki Minaj, so I'm not particularly qualified to say. But she's a successful artist. Some people would say that she's an inspiring role model for young women. If she's a little lascivious for your personal taste, well, okay, but maybe that's a you problem.
Yeah, female empowerment. Yeah, if you've seen the WAP music video from Nicki Minaj, that's
I haven't, because I'm not particularly interested. And the thing is, I could think she's a terrible role model. I could think that she's a terrible role model.
It's funny how you can pick out little Bible verses, like niche Bible verses.
I'm just disinterested in that type of music, so I don't follow that type of culture. But
people
wonderful.
Worship it, you could say.
You could.
People worship this.
But this is all a non sequitur, isn't it? So before we tie this up and get Kevohim in, I want to play one last game with you. So you accused me before of not having a sort of well structured or well thought out basis.
Broadly,
you did accuse me. You did say you.
We're talking about atheism versus Christianity.
But as I've said to you, no. There are. You cannot reason from atheism to anything about ethics. You keep on misunderstanding this. Atheism is not a political belief system. It's a very, very, very broad thing. An atheist is someone who doesn't believe in a god. An atheist might be a communist, or they might be a free market libertarian. An atheist might be a staunch feminist and completely against anything that objectifies women, or an atheist might be a misogynistic pig. Atheism just means you don't believe in God. Your generalization and oversimplification of atheism is showing you to be a bit naive about it, if I may say, very naive about it. And you would do well to have a more nuanced understanding.
Bro, your statement is atheism makes sense, and you just described a whole bunch of.
I'm saying that atheism makes sense. I'm saying atheism makes sense.
Like you say, atheism makes sense.
Now you need to listen more and talk less. Atheism makes sense as a response to theistic claims. It has absolutely nothing to say to claims about whether women should have OnlyFans accounts, or whether people should be vegetarians, or whether we should agree with climate change, or whether the left should be in power, or the right should be in power, or whether blue is a nice colour, or whether red is a nice colour, or whether a particular sports team is the best, or whether people should have pineapple on their pizzas. Atheism is a response to theistic claims. And as a response to theistic claims, it makes sense because theistic claims have not met their burden of evidence. And you certainly haven't provided any today. Have you, Greg?
Oh, sorry about that. I got muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You haven't provided any evidence to push back on my claim.
No, hold on. Give me a second here. You just said that, atheism doesn't make any sort of claims. It's just making claims against theism. And that's fair. But Christianity does make moral claims about things like OnlyFans and Nicki Minaj. So
like stoning women to death,
as somebody
genocide, killing children.
as somebody who represents the atheist side, do you not need to respond to these things, like to
I have
counteract that?
no, because no, I don't have to respond to those things. I can respond to individual claims, but I'm not responding to them in my capacity as a spokesman for all of atheism, because there are atheists who would disagree with my response to those things. There are atheists who would share your distaste for Nicki Minaj, and there are atheists who would think she should do even more. It's a broad church, my friend, and as much as you want to tar atheism with a particular, your chosen brush of moral dereliction, I'm not going to let you do it because it's not supported by any evidence.
Yeah, so you're defending atheism, but you're also not going to defend atheism because you don't speak for all atheists.
I don't have anything currently to defend atheism from. The charges you're issuing right now are not charges against atheism. They're charges against people who don't share your personal hang-ups around women.
My main charge, I'll repeat it, I only said it once at the beginning, to be fair. My main charge is atheism predisposes people to nihilism and hedonism, which I think lead to bad outcomes.
But that, even if that were true, and I don't grant that it is, that could be true, and it could still also be the case that atheism makes sense as a response to the fact that theistic claims have not met their burden of proof. And I would note that in 30 minutes of this discussion, you have not advanced that burden by 1 inch.
Yeah, because, man, I want to help people live better lives.
That's irrelevant. I want to help people live better lives too, by not believing in fairy tales.
Yeah, like, maybe I should clarify this. I'm not really somebody who's hung up on the Shroud of Turin and he came back 3 days later and, you know, this was the specific details in history and yada, 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 and he was a real guy, blah, 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 blah. I actually was gravitated towards the Bible because I'm like, I think evil is a real thing. And I think the Bible does a great job at defining it in the world, how it operates, and also within myself.
Like God's endorsement of slavery and his horrific laws in Deuteronomy about how women should be. So let's cherry pick, right? God's explicit orders to genocide, including the killing of children. God's treatment of women as the chattel property of men, depriving them of all rights, and that's in the New Testament too, when women are told to submit to their husbands. That's not just Old Testament brutality. God's endorsement of slavery, God's ridiculous sexual morality laws, which is more misogyny, right? God's commandments about how the people conquered in battle can be taken as war booty for the conquering Israelites, including the sexual slavery of the women captured. Is this all the morality that you're talking about, or is that too much cherry picking for you? Should we be speaking about what the Bible says about how to cook meat instead?
I'm going to use your historical context argument against you. Earlier you said that, oh, well, these beautiful cathedrals, these beautiful innovations by Christians, they just happen to be good people at the time. Nothing to do with Christianity. And because today I don't hear any pastors preaching genocide, I don't hear any pastors preaching the stoning of women, I don't hear any pastors.
Yeah, because they're hoping people won't notice that shit's in their book. That's why.
But like, no one is promoting that as a Christian today.
It's not a surprise, is it? It's not a surprise because they're embarrassed by that nonsense. I wouldn't be promoting it either. It's why you don't see it on the side of a devotional mug unless you buy merch from me, which is going to be coming next week. And my merch is going to have those verses on the side of devotional cups because it's about time someone put them there. Anyway, I've put the vote out to the room, Greg, and people at the half-hour mark, I always poll the room and say, are we wanting us to continue this, or is half an hour enough? And it's come back fairly decisive for us to move it on. So, and I can see that Kavahim has been waiting for a while.
Can I get a closing statement before I go?
I don't think you need one. I think we've probably heard enough. But come back another time, Greg, and be happy to talk to you again.
You Jewish, by the way?
Take care. Speak to you soon. Okay, we'll all pretend we didn't hear that last bit. Okay, folks, that was Greg. I'm going to bring in, as promised, Kavahim next. I wonder what he would have said if I'd answered. The answer for anyone listening, by the way, is I am ethnically Jewish, but non-religious. It's not a difficult concept. I come from a Jewish background. I repudiate the tenets of Jewish faith because I'm a non-religious person and I think the Torah is horrific. That's my position. Not difficult to understand. Welcome in, Kavohim. How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
Very well indeed. Thank you for waiting patiently. I do appreciate that. And you definitely sound like you're at least 18, so I won't ask you. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Well, I just want to start by saying that I believe everyone experiences life through their own eyes, through their own experiences, and I think for myself, I'm a Christian, so for me, I think that God recognizes that, and I also think that in the world of atheism, in the world of any other what's called pagan faith, that each can make a valid point.
Be easy. Don't call atheism a pagan faith. Atheism is neither pagan nor a faith.
Well, I should say heathen. According to Christian terminology, it's a heathen belief that every single heathen religion or every single heathen belief can make a valid point about Christianity, but they're only valid according to a flesh understanding, meaning a flesh reality, and that none of them are valid according to a spiritual world.
But this is a circular argument, because to assert a spiritual world, you would need to demonstrate it. And my arguments against it, you're going to say, you can't make an argument against my spiritual world because you're not making an argument based in the spiritual world. The work is all for you to do, to demonstrate that a spiritual world is a thing that exists. And so far, everyone who's tried to do that has failed.
So I think that your position on that is fully through your lens, but I think the more obvious lens that people see is there's something inside of all of creation that causes it to be alive. There's something in all of creation that causes it to communicate and be conscious. And we also have all seen something that's living, perish or become dead, and a presence leave that creature. So I think we
haven't all seen that. I mean, those of us who are more scientifically minded and less inclined towards, let's say, the woo, would just say living things are organisms that are alive, and when they stop being alive, they cease to be alive. We don't see something leave, we don't see an essence depart, they just stop exhibiting the signs of life. They stop respirating, they stop taking resources from their environment, they stop reproducing, their cells stop being replaced, they stop doing the things that living things do because they're not alive anymore. There's no magic about that. That's just the nature of biology.
Well, let's give you the benefit of the doubt, right? And let's dive into biology and science. If we actually look at DNA, it's carefully coded, and it's clear.
It's not carefully coded. This idea of DNA as a code is a metaphor, and it's one that too many people have taken literally. DNA is not carefully coded. DNA is just chemistry, my friend. Literally just chemistry. It's like looking at a snowflake and going, it's been carefully crafted because it's beautifully ornate and regular in structure and predictable in form. DNA has not been carefully coded. No.
So can I ask you, if science can't create an earth, if science can't create a sun, if science can't create a cloud up in the sky above us to hold rain and all the things that we see existing right now, then why would you trust it?
This is a shit argument, if you don't mind me saying. So science is not a thing. Science is a method for investigating the world and building explanatory frameworks that help us to understand what we see. So we say, like, we see things moving across the sky, we don't understand them, and we apply science, and through the method of science, we learn that they're planets, that they're stars, we increase our understanding, right? What you're saying is, if people practicing science aren't able to individually manufacture stars and planets, why should we trust what they say? You're not making that argument with a straight face, are you?
So what I'm asking is, why would you trust something that claims to know the truth if it can't literally
that's like saying if you go to a doctor and the doctor says, we're going to do some blood tests. And then they do the blood test and they come back and they say, your cholesterol's a little bit high. Why would you trust the doctor if he can't personally jump over a 1,000-foot building by himself? That's basically what you're saying. Are you making this argument with a straight face?
Okay, so we can give you the benefit of the doubt again. So let's.
I don't need it. I don't need the benefit of the doubt. That's a terrible argument. I don't require the benefit of a doubt to bat that argument away without breaking a sweat. Come up with a better one. That's terrible.
Okay, so maybe this is a better argument. Let's try a moral question.
Try again.
Why choose to discredit Christianity, the only religion that promises forgiveness of sin or wrongdoing, healing from illness, and immortality in a paradise?
Right.
Why would you try to steer people away from those good things?
Because it also tells people that if they don't believe the right things, they're going to be set on fire. It tells them that they were born sinful, that God made them broken and then commanded them to be unbroken. It tells them that they are deserving of eternal punishment purely on the basis of what their own minds find credible, which is cruel and horrible and morally incoherent. It's full of false history. It venerates belief without evidence, right? The evidence of things unseen. It lifts up a lack of critical thinking as a moral virtue, which I think is terribly bad, and it's based on false history. So I see no reason to accept that this stuff is true. Is that a sufficient answer that I just gave you?
I believe it's your sufficient answer, but I think there are many in the world who would humbly disagree and see life through a different lens. So let me ask you, do you believe in the judicial system? Do you believe in the law, the police, the government? Do you believe in that system?
On principle, yes, there are bad judicial systems, bad laws, bad police, and bad governments. But if you're asking me, on principle, do I think that we ought to organize ourselves in a way so as to maximize the well-being of the people within our collective and formalize a social contract? Yes, I do.
So do you think that a criminal should be punished for their crimes, tried and punished for their crimes, or no?
I think it depends. I think it depends. I think we would need to ask the first question of what are we trying to achieve by that punishment, right? What's the aim of it? What's the purpose of it? And then depending on what that answer is, I might give a different answer. What are the background conditions? What is the crime? What are the reasons the person did the crime? Right?
So
should someone who stole a starving person who stole a loaf of bread to feed their family be punished? I understand we have to protect people, right? That crime and punishment is a complicated question. It doesn't avail itself of simple answers, right? I think we should look at individual circumstances to determine the answer.
So you remember at the beginning of that question, I asked you if you believed in the judicial system or not, because your answer is conflicting with your initial answer. You said
it's
you
not.
did, but
it's
now you're saying you
it's
don't.
entirely.
So
It's entirely. It's entirely
don't.
consistent with it. No, because the system can be built to take account of circumstances. The system can be built to favor rehabilitation and compensation over punitive, retributive punishment, which arguably doesn't do any good at all.
So I'm just asking a simple question.
I gave you a simple answer.
Cohen, believe that a criminal should be tried and punished for his crimes? Yes or no? And that's all, because that's how the system works.
Yeah, largely speaking, yes. But I think there's a degree of specificity about the circumstances. But largely speaking, I'm prepared to say criminals can be tried for their crimes, but not believing something isn't a crime. And that's the reason why I think Christianity is broken, because it classes lack of intellectual dissent as a crime that can be tried and punished, and that's morally stupid. Do you agree?
So according to what...
Do you agree? No, do you agree?
I do not. No, I do not.
Do you agree
Mr.
that
Cohen.
Christianity punishes a lack of belief?
Yes.
Right. Do you agree that a lack of belief is not a crime?
It is a crime, John,
right.
and that's what I think you don't understand.
No, I understand it fully. Here's where the disconnect
you don't understand
is.
It.
This is why Christianity is broken, and this is why I do this, because people like you haven't clocked this yet. If you don't believe something, you don't believe it. If you're not convinced of something, you're not convinced of it. You can't decide to start being convinced of it just in case you might get punished for it later. That isn't how belief works. This is the naive misunderstanding at the heart of all belief-based salvation doctrines, and it's the one that you're currently modeling for us. It's a complete lack of understanding of what it means to believe something, and to moralize it is morally stupid. To moralize non-belief is itself morally and intellectually vacuous. And you can't see it because you're looking at it from within a belief system that venerates such criminalization. And that's a problem. That's why we need voices like mine and others to point out to the nice ladies and gentlemen that this is bullshit.
Well, I do see an error in your speaking, and that is your lack of ability to hear others out. You seem to hear your own thoughts first, and I think that's why you're in the condition that you are, Mr. Cohen.
The condition? Hang on. What condition? What condition am I in?
I don't think you're in a good condition, sir.
Really?
Because
I'm in a fantastic condition.
The obvious would be you can go out, see that there's a perfectly created habitat for a human's existence that you're saying you can't see. You're saying
you haven't explained what's wrong with my condition. I'm in peak form. Can't you tell?
Well, the Bible says fools say there's no God, sir.
It does. It also says, Psalm 14, it also says they are all corrupt. Not one of them have done any good. Is your position that anyone who doesn't share your personal religious inclinations has never done anything good?
That's not what the scriptures say.
That is what the scripture says. Shall we read Psalm 14 together?
That's what you have said.
Shall we read Psalm 14 together? I think we
can read it, but
I think we should.
It doesn't say
it absolutely does. It absolutely does. We're going to read it together. It says, "Fools." I'm not adding anything. Fools say in their heart, "There is no good." They are corrupt. They do abominable deeds. There is no one who does good.
That's what the scriptures say. They don't say the second thing you said, John.
They say no one. There is no one who has done good.
That's a true statement, John, because none of us are the spirit of goodness. Jesus Christ explained that to his disciples and said, only the Holy
that's
Spirit.
Bullshit. That's bullshit.
Hold on.
No,
John, you see how you won't listen?
No, you
That's
can hold
a handicap.
on. I'm not going to.
You're only listening to yourself.
I'm not going to accept you saying that the firemen who ran into the Twin Towers on 9/11 didn't do good because it wasn't a Jesus-flavored spiritual good. Not having it, I will not have you disrespect people like that.
You don't know what I was going to say. And that's what your error is.
It's the implication of what you were saying. So you either hold to what this verse says or you don't. If you hold to what this verse says, then you have to call those people who gave their lives up and the soldiers who throw themselves on grenades to save their friends who just don't have your religious views, you have to say they're not doing good. Or you have to invent some other category of doing good and apply it to this scripture, which is what you're about to do now.
So, John, how can you learn from any of your guests or even hear a different perspective if you're unwilling to hear them out?
Go ahead. But you're going to say what I said you were going to say. I'm just trying to save time.
No, John.
Because I've been doing this for a while. We've got 800 people listening to this. I'm just trying to save them some time.
No, in psychology, it's called narcissism, sir. When a person only cares for their own thoughts and their own words. And a person like that cannot be fixed. A person like that cannot be repaired because they care most about their own thoughts. And that's why you interrupt and people let you speak and you don't give them the same respect. That's a psychological condition, sir.
Thank you for diagnosing me. I do let people speak. It's just my job is to moderate the discussion here and run the live stream in a way which is efficient and interesting for the audience. And we've all heard this 1,000 times before. So I was just trying to save some time by heading this argument off at the pass. If you must actually say all the things that I said you were going to say, then go ahead and say them.
No, it's okay. I'll just ask you a different question. What about the zinc spark? They've named the conception of life that we can see, the spirit of life, go into the fetus of a newborn, and it's literally manifest right in front of our eyes, and you can see the spirit of life go into the fetus, sir.
No, you can't. That's bullshit. Ask your next question.
Why don't you look it up? Put it on the large screen and let's look it up. Pull that large screen back up and let's see everyone in front of everyone. All 271 people.
What are you talking about?
It's called the zinc spark. Put it on your big screen and look it up, sir.
The zinc spark.
Yes, John, you can see it. Look it up right now.
I mean, this is the spirit of life going into people
Yes.
that people can see.
Yes.
A
They
zinc
can
spark
see it.
is a stunning burst of billions of zinc ions released by mammalian egg, the exact moment to sperm fertilizer. So this is a chemical process that you are now imbuing with theological significance. That's the bit that I said was bullshit. Resembling a miniature biological fireworks, these flashes serve as a major milestone in the origins of life and hold promise for medical science. So you are taking an established bit of chemistry and overlaying onto it your theological interpretation. You called it the moment they see the spirit of life entering. And I said that's bullshit. I hold to the claim that it's bullshit for you to overlay your personal theological predilections on established science. That is bullshit.
You're missing one key fact, John, is that God gave us a way to know the truth, and that's with the name of Jesus Christ. Do you dispute this?
Yes, I think that's nonsense. I could equally say, God gave us one way to know the truth about spiritual life. It's Puff the Magic Dragon. Do you dispute this?
So in Jesus Christ's name, is God real, John?
In Puff the Magic Dragon's name, is Jesus real?
It was a yes or no question, sir.
No, I don't think Jesus is real. I think it's a made-up story. Is your imaginary friend.
Okay.
Tell your imaginary friend I said hi, and no thanks.
So you yourself are, I'm not going to say what you are, but you're lying to yourself, and you don't think that's a mental condition? We can see your eyes as a serpent eye. You can see them. Look in your camera as you speak. So how can you be a serpent yourself and say that God doesn't exist, John? How is that possible?
It's very easy. First
So
of
you
all,
can be
I'm not
talking
actually.
serpent, but
I'm
God
actually.
is not
I'm
real?
actually not making the claim that God doesn't exist, because I don't know. There might be a God. I'm just
Well,
making the
you've
claim
already
that.
said it,
I'm just
sir.
making the claim that your God doesn't exist.
Well, you can't go back now. You've already said in Jesus Christ's name that God is not real.
Yeah, that one, Yahweh. Yahweh's not real.
So-
That's a made-up
so
God, just
how
like
can
like
you-
Thor and Zeus and Apollo and Athena and all of those.
How can you be
Poseidon.
a serpent, sir, and
Yeah.
say God is not real if you can see into the spirit realm?
Yeah, I can see into the spirit realm.
Right. So how can you say God's not real if you have this ability?
This is not a serious question, Cabo. Ask me
It's a very
seriously.
serious question.
You've been here for 17 minutes. I'm not answering that question because it's too silly.
Okay. So
Ask a serious
why do
question.
you want positive blood type humans to essentially perish and go down to hell, John? What have we done? What have we done to you that you hate us so much that you would come on internet every day?
Okay, this is
and try
getting
to
really, really
convince
dull.
us?
Relax. Okay. You need to understand something. I don't hate people. I don't hate you. I think your ideas are nonsense, but I don't hate you. I don't want you to go to hell. I don't want anyone to go to hell. Fortunately, no one's going to, because it's a made-up place. It's a story. It's a story in a book. It's a myth. It's make-believe. It is a bedtime story designed to scare people. So
I can prove it to you.
You
right
can't.
now.
No, you can't. So
Okay,
I don't want people to go to hell. And I'm not doing this because I hate anyone. I'm doing this because I perceive damaging ideas in the world. And I think we need more people with a willingness to speak out against them calmly, using reason and evidence and logic, which is what one of us in this conversation is doing right now.
So can we just speak on hell for a moment? And can I enlighten you that if you study the origins of the word volcano, they trace back to
You
lake
can
of
study.
fire?
You can actually study the origins of hell, which was allusions to Gehenna, which was a rubbish dump, or Sheol, which was like a grave. And the concept of hell was actually quite a late theological innovation that came along centuries and centuries and centuries after the Old Testament was written. There was no mention of hell. This came along later, and it was designed to scare people into submission. This is just nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
How can you say that hell is nonsense if you've seen the lake of fire, John?
This is not a serious question. I'm not answering nonsense like that.
You've
That's
seen
like me
it.
saying,
Everyone has seen a lake of fire. As I just explained to you, the word volcano. In the ancient days, it was called lake of fire. So
very
you can't
good.
say it's
We've seen a
not real.
volcano.
That
This is where we've arrived at, folks. We've seen a volcano. Therefore, a magical place exists that you get sent to after you die if you don't believe that occasionally donkeys speak Aramaic. This is the level of conversation. Cavohim, as entertaining as this has been, I'm starting to get the feeling, call it a gestalt. I'm starting to get a feeling that maybe this conversation has run its course, because this is just a bit too silly. You keep on asking silly questions, and I don't think that you're going to be responsive to the questions that I would want to ask you. So maybe I'd say,
I have one last question.
Come back. No, I think you've had enough. This has been something of an interrogation, and I've tried to answer your asinine questions as best I can, but they're just a bit too silly. So ask less silly questions next time, and the conversation might go better, because this is just too silly. So thank you for coming in. I appreciate the conversation. It's been fun. Come back another time.
You have a good one, John Cohen.
Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, at least we didn't get an anti-Semitic slur at the end. That's a win, I suppose. Yeah, there we are. Okay, I'm going to read some super chats now, because I have been very rude in not allowing them to be expressed. So let's have a go. And then after this, we're going to get in Adam, and then we've got Benjamin and Satnam, and we've got Indy back in the YouTube side. So some super chats, and then we'll get our next guest in. So sorry for the delay, but Buzz said, gonna test what you'll read aloud again. Buzz does this to me. He sends sadistic super chats in order to make me read them and humiliate me publicly. But I suppose someone has to do it, because the guests certainly aren't. Elvis Presley touched me, says, dog breeds prove evolution. Evolution is speciation. Speciation is not speciation. Speciation is a result. Dogs, fucking dogs, led to changes in gene expression. Boom, evolution. This is true. This is basically true. Buzz says, shit, here we go. Flat earthers still exist. Yeah, this was while we were speaking to that chap. That was not good. Bethel said, W. John for not debating a flat earther. Yeah, I won't do it. On principle, I just won't do it. I'm not going there. Also because there's nothing you could possibly ever say to them that's going to get through. They are so determined. And I don't even think it's like, I'll have conversations about religion where I know I'm not going to change the mind of my interlocutor, but there might be some value in what I'm saying to someone else. I don't even think that counts with the flirt stuff. I don't think anything I'm going to say is going to stop someone from becoming a flat earther who otherwise might. It's just peak stupidity. I'm not going to platform that nonsense. Johnny is offensive to anyone with an IQ over 10. I am inclined to agree. Every pilot plotting flights on a globe is wrong. Again, more arguments against the idiocy. I'm John, and I can explain my search history. That's Jeremy trying to embarrass me. I'm John, and I would never try to explain my search history, because trust me, you wouldn't want to see it. It's dark. Babs says, age does not bring wisdom, but allows one to be stupid with great authority. That's what I'm practicing doing, Babs. I'm working on it. It's getting easier. And Buzz says, stolen comment, God wanted pork rinds, but doesn't eat pork. That's the reason for all those foreskins being collected. Foreskin rinds. I suppose so. Yuck. And Buzz also says, take my dollars for this. Oh God, what's he going to say? Never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. Never going to run around and desert you. Never going to make you cry. Never going to say goodbye. Never going to tell a lie and hurt you. Tell us about working with Rick. I did a charity record a few years ago in the UK to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the health service here. And it was a really cool record. It had lots of different singers on it, and he was one of them. And he was great. I loved working with him. He's a super nice guy, really, really humble, really down to earth, and really able to laugh at himself as well. He thought the whole Rick Roll thing is hilarious. Really lovely guy, actually. Yeah, it was awesome working with Rick. It was good fun. Bab says, my previous host was circumcised. Happy Pride. I'm not sure what I can say about that, but other than congratulations, Babs. Bethel says, Sabello, perhaps a good person, but has bad rationale. Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. Not a troll, decent intention, bad arguments. And Bethel says, I retract my super chat. Sabello did not do any work. Didn't do any work, but I didn't think he was trolling, just poor arguments. And Buzz says, Sabello, no lo sabe. And Simeon Urchin said, as an optimistic nihilist, I take offense. I know what you mean. There is some pleasure in nihilism, like not in a negative way, but in a like nothing is really that worth worrying about because, you know, everything's going to go one day anyway, right? The sun's going to exhaust its hydrogen and the earth won't be here. So nothing's too much of a problem in the bigger scheme of things. Obviously, we have to deal with our present day concerns like we've got to eat, you've got to look after yourself, you've got to avoid suffering. But in the bigger scheme of things, whatever happens, there is a certain amount of joy in thinking about that. The Stoics had it right. Like nothing's too much of a problem. And final super chat for now, Buzz says, I better surpass Bethos with this contribution. If not, I suppose I'll have to empty my wallet for John's work, time and dedication. No qualms. Well, I wouldn't want anyone to empty their wallet. Please don't do that. Okay, we'll get some more super chats later. But for now, as promised, we will bring in Adam. Bringing in Adam right now. Hey, Adam. How you doing?
Hi, John. How you doing?
Very well indeed. How you doing? What's going on?
Chilling, man. I just want to start off by saying I don't think you're a heathen or a serpent.
Oh, I appreciate that. I was quite enjoying being called a serpent. That was quite cool. But there we are. I appreciate that. What's your view on this stuff?
So I do believe in God, but I guess my view comes more from I just can't really see a better explanation for our finite existence. I think the only thing that could explain that is an infinite existence that would bring about the finite existence.
What if I said?
And I think,
I think the universe does have an infinite existence, and that our finite existence is just a small episode in that? Would you accept that?
like I see how that would make sense, but like why I don't think the universe is infinite is we're part of the universe, we're finite, and I don't really know how to articulate this well, but I think anything that's part finite is finite and whole. So therefore, the universe would be finite.
That's a fallacy of composition, to assume that a property of part of a set must apply to the whole set. That's literally it's literally a fallacy. It's like saying, an individual molecule of water is not wet, right? One molecule of H2O is not wet, therefore water is not wet. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Well, I don't know if one molecule of water is wet or not.
I mean, a molecule of water doesn't have the property of wetness. It's like saying every brick in this wall weighs 2 kilos, therefore the wall weighs 2 kilos. It just doesn't make sense.
I see. Yeah, no, you're right. Makes sense. But I mean, still, either way, like if I look back, for example, for me to be talking to you right now, I had to like hop on the call. For me to hop on the call, like I had to wake up. But if there was an infinite amount of causes that would lead to this moment, like if there was an infinite amount of time, it doesn't make sense to me that we would exist. Like at some point there would have to be a first cause. And in my mind, that would indicate that time had to start at some point.
No, because if the universe is infinite in time, if there has never been a time when the universe didn't exist, and there's just an infinite chain of causes going back, there wouldn't be a first event, because the moment you call it a first event, you're saying it's not infinite, right? And what you're expressing is just that this is a bit counterintuitive, because we like the idea of things feeling intuitive. But one thing that we learn from science, if we learn anything, we can learn that science reveals a reality which actually is very counterintuitive. Like, relativity, special relativity, is very counterintuitive, and quantum mechanics is very counterintuitive. So my suspicion is that the nature of reality itself probably wouldn't be intuitive to us human beings. We're just hominids that have evolved to cope, on a particular planet in a particular small range of conditions, small range of temperatures, operating on a certain scale at certain speeds. Why would we think that the nature of things like, the boundary conditions of time would be intuitive to us? That we don't need a first cause. We can just say there is no first cause. Everything stretches back infinitely into the past, as far as we can see, until there's a reason to think otherwise. And right now, there's no evidence that the universe ever didn't exist, and there's no evidence that there is any first cause. Because if there is a first cause, what caused that? And if you said a God, then I could say, well, what caused your God? And if you said my God isn't caused, then you've decimated your initial claim that there can't be a thing that isn't caused. So the way that believers get around is they say God exists outside of space and time, but that argument doesn't work.
That's not necessarily my argument. My argument is, for us to exist, there would have to be an uncaused cause.
Why?
Well, I guess it would be like if we would look at a timer and it said 20 minutes, it would never get to 20 minutes if we didn't start it.
You're talking about starting it. You're trying to have your cake and eat it. We're talking here about there not being a start. The argument you're making has been made before.
I understand.
Saying how would you get across all the moments to get to where we are now?
No, what I'm saying, I'm not saying we started and then we notice it get to 20 minutes and we say, oh, how did it get to 20 minutes? No, what I'm saying is if we're seeing it's already at 20 minutes, that would indicate that there was a start, right?
Yeah, if you set a timer and it ran to 20 minutes, then you could assume that 20 minutes ago the timer started.
No, I'm saying we didn't start a timer. If we just came across a timer and it's at 20 minutes, we would assume someone started a timer.
Okay.
Right? I mean, likewise.
This isn't going to work for the universe.
I understand, but we're observing time, and right now we don't know exactly how much time has passed. But assuming time has passed, we know that time is passing. We don't know exactly how much time has passed, but we know time has passed. Therefore, for me, I don't understand how time can be passing without there being a beginning, just because we're observing it passing right now.
That's not an argument, friend. All you're saying is, I can reword your argument for you in a simpler way. Your argument is, I personally find it very counterintuitive to imagine that time is not bounded in the past. That's literally what you just said. And that's not an argument. That's just you telling us about your personal feelings about that. That isn't actually an argument. Do you think that time is bounded in the future? Are we going to run out of time in the future and reach a point where there can't be any more moments?
I don't find that to be counterintuitive.
Right.
I do.
So be consistent in your thinking. Why should it not apply the other way then?
Oh, but likewise, well, if I go back to my example of the timer could just go on forever. But again, we would still know that someone started it. If we're observing it go 21, 22,
but we
23,
don't have a timer that we're observing. This is the point. All we have, as you said, is witnessing that time is passing. The present moment is always the present moment, right? So we're just building up a catalogue of past moments behind us. But there's no reason to think that that's bounded. Just because you personally find it counterintuitive, that's not an argument. You would have to come with a better argument than that it makes you feel icky. That's currently what you're saying. Is you find it hard to imagine.
No. I mean, we do see time passing by. We could not have existed before our parents.
Right.
So we do see that time is passing by. As in we're looking at the timer go 21, 22, 23.
But we don't know what the number is.
Events are following each other.
But we don't know what we're not seeing the number. We're not seeing a 21, 22, 23. We're just seeing
I understand, but
the past recede and the future come towards us.
If we're looking at a timer in Arabic numerals that we don't understand the time. But we can still see that it's the time going up. We don't know how much time has passed. We don't know anything, but we see that time is going by. We don't know what the number is because it's in a language we don't understand or whatever. But we're seeing time go by. Like same way we could not have existed before our parents. We see that there was a past for there to be a future. So I don't see how there could be an infinite path for us to be here talking.
So Adam has made a suggestion in the chat, and this is quite a useful way to think about it. And I sometimes use the analogy of numbers as well, but we'll try time. So Adam says, try explaining it like this. Time is an infinite line, and we at our current time is somewhere on that infinite line. It doesn't matter where, we're always at now. And there is no ending point in either direction. So think about the set of all numbers, right? We could count numbers. We can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can count back 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, -1, -2. You know what a number line is, right? 0 is in the middle, and then all the numbers stretching off to infinity are on one side, and all the numbers stretching off to -infinity are on the other side. And there is no reason to think that that line is bound anywhere. There's no point you reach where you can't get any further numbers, either to the negative or the positive. But that doesn't mean that we can't count a finite number of numbers between any 2 points on the number line. And it's exactly the same with time. We can say time has always been, there's never been a time when there wasn't time. And any 2 points are just finite positions on that infinite time line. There's really no problem with that. And that's why many cosmologists develop cosmological models on that basis. It's not a problem. The mathematics work. It's not a problem. It just feels a bit icky. But, I don't know if you've read Special Relativity. That feels icky as hell. And so does quantum mechanics.
That feels more complicated than it feels counterintuitive.
It's massively counterintuitive. Special Relativity tells you that if two events might appear at exactly the same time, they appear to be completely simultaneous, but only if you're not moving with respect to their frame of reference. And that if you're moving with respect to them, those two events aren't necessarily simultaneous, even though to someone else they are. That's completely counterintuitive. If someone had told you that without knowing anything about Einstein's work, you would tell them to take a leap. You would say they've taken leave of their senses. And yet that is how reality operates. So science shows us a reality which operates in a very, very counterintuitive way. And so all I've heard from you so far, respectfully, as an evidence for your God, is your personal discomfort with an infinite number line or a timeline.
Well, sure. Well, I guess here's my question. What would because for me, from all the models I've seen, the best model that explains our existence would be an uncaused cause, be cause in the first cause. But I mean, since you're saying there are other models that with the infinite past,
let's say there is an uncaused cause, and it's the universe itself. It's reality itself is the uncaused cause. You know, getting to an uncaused cause doesn't get you to a God. It doesn't even get you to a mind. It doesn't get you to anything other than something is an uncaused cause. Let's imagine there is. Let's say I will agree with you. There's an uncaused cause, and it's just reality. It's just the laws of nature. They're just a brute fact. In the way that if you insert a God into the equation as your cause, you're claiming that that God is just a brute fact.
No, I mean, because the universe appears to be caused, appears to be a series of causes.
What caused God?
So the model I think best explains our reality will be he will be an uncaused cause.
Well, then I'm going to just say the universe is an uncaused cause. And we're done.
But the universe, we do see that it's a series of causes.
No, that's the composition fallacy again. No, you're making the composition fallacy again. You're saying we see causes of things within the universe. You cannot extrapolate from that to the universe as a set, as the set itself must therefore have those same properties. You're claiming that the wall weighs 2 kilos again. Cannot do it. You need to come with better arguments, my friend. This one isn't working.
Yeah,
my advice: retool.
Like I said first, this is so far what's the best explanation, or what made the best sense to me. But you said that there are models with an infinite past that better explanation. Like I'm totally open to go and explore them and
Sure.
come back with
Yeah,
if I have any disagreements with those or anything.
Speak to Blitz. I don't know if you've seen Dr. Blitz on TikTok.
No.
Check out Dr. Blitz. He's PhD physicist. He's great on this stuff. He'll be able to explain this stuff better than I can. I'm not a physicist. I'm not a cosmologist. But he'll be able to explain this stuff. So check him out, Dr. Blitz, Blitz. He's great. Good stuff. Well, I'm going to move it along. I think. I think we're probably done, aren't we? That one didn't quite.
Conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't quite work. So, I mean, is there another thing you wanted to? We're going to get in Forsaken Shadow next, but is there another line of evidence you wanted to explore?
I don't have any more arguments. I have a few questions.
Well, I'll take one.
If you're open for a Q&A.
I mean, this isn't really a Q&A. It's not what people tuned in to listen to, but I'll take one question and then we'll get Forsaken in.
Right. So I'm assuming you're doing this because you think this is the best way you can help people. It's an altruistic endeavor.
Yeah. I mean, it started as a personal interest. I've been fascinated by this stuff for many years. And my fascination led me to write a book. And my book is coming out in November. And so I went online to start promoting my book, which, by the way, is called Unconvinced, How We Know Belief is Not a Choice, and why that changes everything. And then I went online to start promoting my book and discovered I love being online. And I love engaging with people, and I love talking with people. And I met hundreds of people who had been believers and are not anymore. And I love that community, and I love serving that community, and I love doing this stuff. So that's my motivation.
Right. Okay, so and I mean, from what I've seen, that's what I've gathered as well.
Yeah.
My question to you is, like, from my experiences, the best people I've met are both atheists and religious people who both made an active effort to be better people. So whether they're atheists or super religious people, they use their religion or whatever knowledge they explored to be better people. So my question is, what to you do you consider is virtue, and how do you differentiate between morality? Like, so what is morality and what is just preference? And how can you remove your bias from that?
It's very simple. If something increases suffering, I don't like it. I think it's morally bad. If something causes suffering, it's morally bad. A net increase in suffering. You could say, well, what about giving a child a medical treatment that hurts them? There's a net gain there, right? You're hurting them in the short term to help them. They would suffer worse if you didn't do it. Otherwise, you don't do it, right? So if something increases suffering, it's not good. If something promotes well-being and thriving, then it's good. And that's the only assumption I need to actually then create a pretty objective framework for morality, right? That's where my subjectivity lives. My subjectivity, my preference, if you want to use that word, lies in the fact that I don't like seeing people suffer. And I do like seeing people do well and feel good and be okay and thrive. And that's the only assumption that you need to take from me. And that's about as subjective as my morality gets. After that, it's objective. Then I'm like, okay, well, objectively, is this going to increase suffering or not? It's quite teleological. It's quite outcome-based. More objective in many ways. In fact, more objective in every way than the religious framework, which is to subjectively choose which religion to follow, to subjectively choose which interpretive tradition within that religion to follow, to subjectively pick which one of those religious interpretations best suit you, to subjectively keep the bits you like, discard or explain away the bits you don't like, and then to just allow yourself to follow these subjective whims of a God that you subjectively picked. It's subjective all the way down, the religious one. the religious way. Whereas I think mine is a bit more grounded in reality, based on measurable outcomes. I think it makes more sense, as it says in my prompt. So that's how it works for me. I'm going to move it along because I don't want to keep Forsaken waiting or have them drop out before we finish our conversation. So thank you for coming up. I appreciate the chat, Adam. Nice talking to you. Come back again.
Good one.
All the best. Thanks, man. Thanks. Okay, that was Adam. Get your votes in now if you are that way inclined for the conversation. I thought he was an honest and polite interlocutor. I enjoyed talking to him. Okay, we're going to get in Forsaken Shadow, as previously promised, and then after that we have Satnam. Hey, Forsaken, how are you?
Hey, how are you doing?
Very well indeed, thank you. Just getting your name up on the board. Forsaken Shadow. There we are. Right, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm over 18. Actually, I'm really young.
Okay, that's fine. Welcome. So, shout out to Deborah Becker on the TikTok. Nice to see you, Deborah. Always nice. Yeah, what would you like to say?
Let's just say I'm from a Christian background.
Okay.
I was a true believer in Christian gods and stuff like that, and let's just say I'm going through a deconstruction within the Bible. So I just have some questions for you, which has been bothering me for months now, and I want your insight. Just be easy on me with words. I'm not really English is not my first words.
That's absolutely fine. What I'd say is I am going to be doing more of a kind of Q&A, let's talk about anything kind of thing, which people are kind of here to watch debates and watch discussions that they're going to find interesting. So the question to ask yourself before we start getting into questions is this a discussion which is going to serve the people who are here to listen to debates? And if it's going to bore them, then I would say call back again when I do the more kind of hangout Q&A style live, which will be in a week or two.
Okay. Well, the question is, I wish they could listen and understand, help me out, because it's kind of contradicting more like the thing does like a God does exist or not. It just begins with the question like.
Okay. Fire away with that, and then I want to get Satnam in after that. So give us a question. I'll try and give you a quick answer if I can.
Give me the definition of a God.
I mean, everyone has their own, right? If a God believer wants to talk to me about their God, I will often ask them, what God is it you believe in? What are the properties of the God? It's not for me to define a God, because I could give you a definition. I could say an all-powerful creature that created everything, and then someone could come in who believes in Athena and Poseidon, and they're gods who didn't create everything, right? So my definition would be wrong. So it isn't for me to define this thing. Mm-hmm. I leave it for believers to tell me what the properties of the God they believe in are, and it's for them to explain it. It's not for me to worry about that.
Okay, so most people would say God is a supernatural being that creates everything in existence, right?
A lot of people would hold to that view, yeah. Not all, but a lot would, yeah.
Okay, so what's the difference between a creator and a designer?
I mean, some would say that there isn't a meaningful difference. You can design something and have someone else create it for you. But in a theological sense, I think the difference is not particularly important.
Okay. Can energy be created?
I think energy, the current understanding is that energy and matter change form, but they're not actually created. They have an equivalence, right? Einstein outlined that for us. We understand the relationship between energy and matter, and E equals mc squared defines that relationship mathematically. But energy and matter change form, but they're not created in the way that that nothing was there before and then something was there. It's something changing form from one thing into another.
So basically, you're trying to say energy cannot be created, nor it cannot be the opposite, which being destroyed, right? It can't be destroyed either.
Energy and matter change form. But what's this got to do with a god?
What if everything was a void that was existed, and there was a supernatural being that has the ability to manipulate energy itself to form the way it is in this today's world?
What if so? The time to believe that is when there's evidence for it.
Meaning to say that something must be existing in order to have the ability or even the great intelligence in order to shape reality in the way it is.
As I said, that could be the case, but the time to believe it is when it has been demonstrated to be the case by the provision of evidence. And so far there has been no evidence provided to demonstrate that, and therefore we're not justified in believing it to be true.
But
I could say, what if Santa delivers the Christmas presents? And you would say, well, don't want to upset anyone or anything, but possibly doesn't work out that way.
Okay, but if you would put yourself in that state, like you are a living being, right? You exist in your own way, wherein you can create things. You can make things like for a carpenter, you make a chair, and that is a thing. That is a chair. Wouldn't like you judge yourself to look within to say maybe something that even bigger than me is able to shape the reality the way it is? It's just that we don't have that scale of we haven't reached that scale of knowledge to say,
you know what,
we can't do that.
I'm not that interested in maybes. I'm interested in exploring reality using the tools of rationale and reason and evidence and logic, and then apportioning my beliefs to the evidence available. So yes, I could say maybe there's a magical being that's super intelligent. Maybe we're created by aliens. Maybe we're running in a simulation. Maybe the entire universe is contained in a drop of water in a puddle somewhere else. Maybe lots of things. But the time to believe things is when there's evidence for them. And right now, there is no evidence for any of that stuff. So if we spent our whole lives just saying maybe this and maybe that, we'd waste our time. I'm more interested in what's actually true. And so my line isn't maybe. My line is bring me evidence. And when you bring me evidence, then I'll be convinced of stuff, or more open to it.
Okay, it's just an idea I think about a lot, and I want to hear your taking on it.
Sure. Well, yeah, friend, please call back. Please call back. I am going to be, as I said, announcing more of a kind of Q&A style thing, which will be the non-debate shows, where I won't be looking to debate, and people know that if they are not interested in debate, they can come to this, and if they only want to hear debate, then I'm trying to cater to an audience that want that. People have been telling me that they get really bored when the conversations are too long with friendlies, and they switch off and they go and watch other things and they unsubscribe, and I don't want that. So I'm trying to be a bit more focused, and give the audience what they want, and then create a separate space for these other very important conversations about deconstruction and supporting each other and all of that stuff. I really think it's important that we have those conversations, and my realization has been to sort of bifurcate and have them in their space and have the debates in the debate space. So that's what we're going to do. But yeah, thanks for calling in, Forsaken. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, man. Take care. Thanks. Okay, we are going to get Satnam in just a moment. A couple more super chats so I don't get too far behind. And then we will get Satnam in next. So Bethos said, I visited the Thomaskirche in Leipzig 3 times by now and experienced the, let's say, spirit of Bach. Oh yeah, I'm not going to read the German there because I can't do it. Yet no Yahweh. Yeah, Bach is arguably my favorite composer. Absolute genius in the music. Can never get enough. So much of it religiously inspired. And I can love it whilst thinking the thing that inspired it was nonsense. No problem with that at all. VG Vindaloo said, anime gave us beautiful music, therefore it's true. Right? And some very beautiful music has definitely come out of Studio Ghibli and places like that. We don't have to say it's true. Sufficiently advanced tautology. Hospitals are great, but they're useless without the medicine advanced by science, absent of religious explanations for disease. Exactly. I think I don't need to speak. I just think you guys should just send messages and I'll read them out, because they're better than the stuff I say. Bethel said, give Wycliffe no ground. We would be better off without those Jesus followers. So much suffering spared, so much silliness not had, less fear. I am inclined to agree. Whilst individual people might derive a benefit from their faith, I still think globally as a whole, a lot more harm than good done. I really do think that. And Buzz says Greg is mad because he never got WAP because his text never mentioned pleasure for women. Yeah, I guess that could be the case. And Tax the Church says Nicki is a Christian. I didn't know that. And so did Bethos. Nicki Minaj is a Christian. That blows that argument completely out of the water. I didn't know that. But I think it's completely asinine to say that I'm a religious believer. Other religious believers don't like the behavior of certain people. Therefore, people who aren't religious believers are tacitly endorsing the behavior of those people that I personally don't like. If that's the best argument that you can come up with, you're in a bad place. It's definitely time to retool at that point and think about better arguments, because that one is really sucky. And Buzz said, bullshit. I wonder what this was in response to. I'm sorry. Christians promote the genocide of Palestinians because of an imaginary friend's promise to the land of Israel. Lying arse MFO. Yeah. There's a whole weird thing about Christians trying to bring about end times through wars in the Middle East and dominionism. It's very ugly and worrying and horrendous, and some of those people are horrifically near the levers of power. That keeps me up at night, folks. That keeps me up at night. People who think a mushroom cloud over Jerusalem would be the start of the most wonderful thing to ever happen to mankind, as I think Sam Harris once put it. Excuse me. Bethel says, Greg, I hope to never hear this anti-Semite again. Yeah, that closing line from Greg there was pretty low tier, Greg. If you're still listening, you did not cover yourself in glory with that one at all. Okay, I seem to have lost the previous guest on TikTok, but we're going to get in Tariq next. Sorry for losing the last guest. Let's bring in Tariq right now. Hey, Tariq.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Good.
Actually, my English is a third language, so I don't speak English very well.
No problem. And welcome back to the Q Satnam. I do see you. You're up next, friend, I promise. That's fine, Tariq. We'll all make allowances for English being your third language, and we'll all be secretly envious because most of us don't speak 3 languages. So that's absolutely fine.
I'm a Muslim. I think it's obvious. I heard you saying something that you have a problem with humans suffering, right?
I do have a problem with a God who allows so much avoidable human suffering. There's a really, really big problem if you are declaring that God to be both all-powerful and all-good. Then it follows by necessity that God wants the human suffering and is therefore not all good.
Okay, but in your case, by not believing in God, did this stop the human suffering?
Human suffering is going to happen whether I believe in God or not, and you can't believe in something because it's going to have a good outcome or a bad outcome. You believe in something if it convinces you. And if it doesn't convince you, you can't believe in it. So I don't not believe in God because I'm trying to get to a reduction in human suffering. I don't believe in God because there's no evidence for God. It could be the case that my lack of belief in a God caused more human suffering. That could be true. I don't think it is, but it could be. It would still be the case that I don't believe in God because I'm just not convinced that, because there's no evidence for a God. So that argument is trying to apply consequentialism to consideration of what you find convincing, and that would be a category error.
Okay, but now look, Islam teaches us, I learned from Islam that nothing, for example, if something it seems to be bad for you, or you see it as a bad thing, maybe there is something good behind it for you. Okay, you cannot. For example, let me give you example. Okay, for example, you bought a new car. Okay, Lamborghini car. Okay, this is something good, right? Would you
Okay.
agree?
You bought a nice car and?
Yeah, this is something good. Then your son takes this car and he makes an accident and he is unalived. So you maybe be happy with something or see that something is good, but there is bad thing behind it, and vice versa. Okay, this is why. Okay, if we, you know that we as Muslims believe that there is paradise and there is hellfire. Okay, and if you think about it, without paradise and without hellfire, there would be no justice. There would be no those who will suffer. Okay?
Can I tell you why this doesn't work?
Why?
We're gonna stick to the subject of human suffering, okay? Because there's a different the subject of hellfire is actually a different discussion, which is a different topic. We can talk about that as well if you want to, but for now, let's focus on the idea of human suffering. The argument that you're making, I'll try and reflect it back to you. You said in the same way that you can have a wonderful thing happen that turns out to be bad because you buy your Lamborghini and then you lose your son. Turns out that the thing that you thought was good is actually bad. And that it also works vice versa, that you can have something terrible that happens that is actually really good because something nice is going to happen later. That might work unless you're talking about an all-powerful, all-knowing God who's in charge of everything. Then it stops working pretty quickly. And I have a concept which I call the seesaw of shit. And here's how it works. Imagine a seesaw. You know what a seesaw is, right? Something like this, right? So you've got God's goodness on one side, and you've got God's power on the other side. Every time you try to explain why something happens, in terms of God had to make this terrible thing happen because of some good thing later, you make him less powerful. Because I'm going to ask you, could he make that good thing happen later without the suffering? And you're going to say he had to make the suffering. So you make him less powerful. So his goodness goes up and his power comes down. So you're making your God less powerful every time you make that argument. And he's not going to like it.
No, well, first of all, we need we as Muslims, okay, we believe that we are born with a purpose, okay. This purpose is that we came to this life as a test, okay.
Who's doing the test?
God is making the test.
Is God all knowing?
Yes,
do all-knowing beings have to do tests? Tests are things that are done by people with limited knowledge in order to increase their knowledge. All-knowing beings don't do tests. They don't need to. They know already.
No, I will explain how we believe in it. God created us and gave us free will to choose whatever we want, okay? This doesn't mean that he doesn't know from the beginning what we will choose.
Then it's not a test.
It is not contradiction. Now,
it is contradiction. Then it's not a test. A test is a process that you do in order to figure out what something is like, to increase your knowledge from a state of not knowing about something to a state of knowing a bit more about something. That's a test. Why does God need to do tests?
Okay, look, I am not expert in speaking in atheism, by the way, but I will tell you from my perspective, okay, I think that we are, our life, for me, okay, as a Tariq, I believe that there is God, He is the boss, okay, and there is no escape from this, okay. So for me, how can I say it? I lost the thoughts. So
I want to go back to human suffering because I think we didn't actually give that argument the attention it deserves. I don't think you quite understood what I was saying. Maybe I didn't communicate it well enough. Right? What I'm saying is God is in charge of everything. You just said he's the boss, right? So every terrible thing that happens, every animal that dies in a forest fire, every child that gets a terrible disease, every earthquake that kills 100,000 people, God is watching, and God could stop it because he's all powerful, but he chooses not to stop it. And your explanation, which was rooted in your story of the car and the bad things happening leading to good things and good things happening leading to bad things, your explanation is God needed the earthquake to happen in order to make something better happen later. That means he's not all powerful, because could he make the better thing happen later without the earthquake?
Okay, let me tell you something happened with me. Okay,
but can you answer my question though?
Yes, what I will tell you will answer this question in a direct way. Okay, my wife had twins, boy and a girl, and the boy was born weak. Okay, he lived for 10 days only. Then he died.
Sorry.
Okay. In Islam, when something bad happens to us, we also thank God for everything.
That's terrible.
Yeah. Just a second. I had a friend. He's a scholar. He phoned me, and he made a congratulations to me. Why? Because in Islam, according to Islam, children, they go to paradise. Okay.
Then let's kill all the kids.
No, it's not like this. Okay, if you kill someone, you will go to hellfire. It's not like this.
But if they go to paradise, it would be worth it, right? By your logic, to guarantee a child's place in paradise, it would be worth killing all the kids. Even if you go to hellfire, you know that you've guaranteed their place in paradise. So we should all kill all our kids immediately, by that logic, if we care about them. Right?
No. First of all, it's. Do you think that it is easy to go to hellfire just like this? No, it's not like this. Okay, and actually, we believe that all children, not only Muslims, okay, they go to paradise. And actually, not only this. We have hadith, for example, that tells us that those children, they are with Abraham and his wife Sarah. Abraham is a prophet in Islam also. Okay, and they are waiting for their parents before the gates of the paradise, and they will be like screaming, asking their parents.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just can't stomach this without commenting on again. I'm heartbroken that you lost a child. Genuinely, like all my empathy circuits are lighting up right now as a parent. My heart goes out to you, and I'm deeply, deeply, deeply sorry that you lost your son. Really, I mean that. For someone to phone you and congratulate you, I don't have another way of saying this. It's sick. I mean, if that gave you comfort in some way, I guess maybe okay.
But he's not. Look, we as Muslims, we are not happy when something like this happens. Of course, okay.
It's not okay, friend. That's not okay.
I will tell you. When something bad happens to you, for me personally, okay, and I have patience, and I am also thankful for God for everything, okay. I will be rewarded for this, okay, in afterlife, because we believe that if I am atheist, if I don't believe in God, in this situation, I would be in very bad. You understand me?
Yes, because your religion says that people who don't believe in God go to hellfire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which is morally stupid, by the way. This is morally stupid, but I can't let us move on because I gave you my explanation about why I don't accept that these justifications for God allowing suffering, and I asked you a really straightforward question about it, and you said you were going to answer it, and then we went into a long conversation about your tragic story. And again, I am deeply sorry about that, but this is not a sufficient response to what I asked you, which was God allows these terrible things to happen, and your response is, that there's a good that comes out of the terrible things. These terrible things are happening in order for something better to happen later. I'm asking you, is God powerful enough to make the good thing happen later without the terrible thing happening?
Okay, then we will not have the gift of freedom.
We could have the gift of freedom. I'm sorry, an earthquake killing 100,000 people has got nothing to do with a gift of freedom. Randomly, buildings falling down on people. Some of them get killed, some of them survive, some of them don't get killed, but they spend the rest of their lives in agony or in wheelchairs. This has nothing to do with freedom. This is God watching it all happen and choosing for it to all happen, all to happen, and saying, I want this to happen. And because he's doing it, because by your logic, because there's some wonderful thing that's going to happen later, which can't possibly happen unless an office block falls on a guy and his family. And your explanation is freedom. It's nothing to do with freedom. God is either powerful enough to stop these things happening and still have the good outcome later, or he's not. And it's bad, because if he's not powerful enough, then he's not all powerful. And if he is powerful enough, then it means he's choosing the suffering without needing to. Then he's not all good, because all good is not compatible with choosing to make your creation suffer. It's nothing to do with freedom. It's nothing to do with free will. He can either achieve his outcome without the suffering, or he can't. So which one is it?
How can I say it? For me, I believe that this is a fact that we are living in it, that we have God, and there is no other choice. You understand?
No, you're not answering my question. I need you to answer the question, because it's frustrating that I've asked it now 4 times, and we all want an answer to the question. He either is incapable of achieving his outcome that he wants in the end without the suffering, or he could achieve his outcome without the suffering. He just wants the suffering. Those are the only 2 options, because the suffering happens, right? So those are the only 2 possibilities if God exists. Which one is it?
Okay, without the suffering, there will be no test, no examen, right?
So to him, his little examination and test, whatever outcome that will achieve for him, is more important than all the suffering that he causes to people. Then he's evil. Then that God is evil. You shouldn't worship that God.
Okay, if God created us and gave us freedom to choose and prepared for us paradise, and he wants us to go to this paradise and give us a way of life. By the way, Islam is not only a religion, it is a whole system of life, okay, which is the best system and gives the best results in social matters, okay, to humans. Okay, so he's not only just created us and left us like this. No. So
this is a stupid system. This is a stupid system that your God has created. He wants us to go to paradise, but only if he puts us through tests first, even though he knows what the outcome of the tests are going to be. This is idiotic that someone would do this. Okay, your God sounds rubbish. I mean, why would he do this? Why would you worship a being that has to do tests that involve millions of people starving to death every year? Children, 3 million children starve to death every year. And your God watches, going, oh yes, good test, very good test. I like this test. This is what your God is doing. That's crazy.
No, I will tell you, for example, you are saying about children who are suffering and those wars and so on. Now, God gave us, in Islam, God gave us a system, okay, how to solve poverty and how to solve all those problems, okay? But we humans, we don't follow this. And we don't have, for example, strong
300,000 children. 300,000 children a year die from mosquitoes carrying malaria. Is that because of our free will also?
No, this is not because of our free will.
That's God's test again. Good test. Excellent test. Children dying, mosquitoes. Excellent test. That's what you're describing. That's silly. You don't really believe that, do you?
If we don't believe in God, what happens? That's it. They lived and just like this died and nothing happened.
You know what? That's life, my friend. Shit happens. Life happens. The universe doesn't owe you a happy ending. That's life. We live in a universe where great, wonderful things happen and terrible, shitty things happen. That's it.
Okay. So I can go now, go steal, for example, if I have a good chance to steal a good amount of money, right? I would steal in order to live this life the best way I can, right?
If you're saying that the only thing stopping you from stealing is that you're worried that God's going to punish you later, it's not exactly a character reference, is it? I don't want to steal from people, not because I think the policeman in the sky is going to be cross with me, but because I feel an affinity to other human beings, and my conscience wouldn't let me steal from them, because I don't want to hurt other people. If you're saying that really you would like to hurt other people and steal from them, but you just don't because God might punish you if you do, then in that case, like, stay a believer. It'd be safer for everyone else around you. But it doesn't say much for your character if that is the argument you're making.
Yes, this can be with you, for example, or some people will choose the same thing that you are choosing. Okay, but this will not work as a mass for majority of people. If majority of people, okay, they don't have anything to worry about. Okay, so let's live this life the best way we can. If I can steal something and I am sure I will not be caught, I don't have to steal.
So you're now making a utility. You're now making a utility argument, and you're saying unless you terrify people with consequences in the afterlife, they're all going to steal and kill and hurt each other. That's just not true. That's just not true. We can raise people with good values. We can teach children the value of kindness and compassion and empathy and cooperation. And we can have justice systems where people who break the social contract and hurt others face the consequences, if for no other reason than to protect others from them. None of this is justification for your God giving children sicknesses and storms and tsunamis and earthquakes and volcanoes and mosquitoes and all of that stuff. This is not sound reasoning that we're hearing from you, friend. Tariq, this is not good argument. You need to make better ones.
Okay, but by the way, when someone is sick, okay, for example, when some have a problem in his stomach, for example, bad sickness, and he dies from it and he suffers from it, this suffering, okay, in Islam we consider him he died as a martyr, okay, and he goes to paradise, for example. And this cleans him from sins and mistakes that he did in this life.
What are we supposed to be grateful to God for that? Are we supposed to be grateful to God for giving someone a painful death because he goes to paradise afterwards? Why not just let him live his life, let him, pass away peacefully without a painful illness at the end of his life, and then or why not just create everyone in paradise in the first place without having to put people through these horrific tests for his own enjoyment? This is horrific, man. Horrific.
No. First of all, God doesn't need anything, okay?
Well, then why does he do it?
Why we are not grateful that he gave us life? Why not?
That's just a pivot. Why does God put? Why does no? That's just every time I ask you a difficult question, you just pivot off to some other discussion. Why does he do this to everyone? Why is he so happy for there to be so much human suffering? And then if people aren't sufficiently grateful to him, he's then going to burn them in hell forever.
By the way, I worship God not because I am terrified, because I want to go to paradise. That's it. You understand? Not because I am afraid.
You worship God because you want to go to paradise. You just don't care about the fact that he took your son away from you, and you don't care about the fact that he's taking other people's sons away from them today, and you don't care about the fact that he's planning on burning me forever in hell just because I'm not convinced of the shitty arguments I've heard.
Yes, because look, we all of us, we will have this our examine in this life. It can be in your money, in your health, in your children, in whatever. Okay, none of us doesn't have bad things happening. Okay, this is our test. Either you become closer to God or you become far from God.
Yeah, I'll take the far, please, from the God who who kills 300,000 children a year from mosquitoes and lets 3 million of them die and causes earthquakes and tsunamis and cancer and all of that stuff. Nah, I don't need that. The God who wants to test us all, that's not a God worthy of worship. You shouldn't worship him either. This is disgusting.
But if there is a God who is giving us a way of life that makes us live in a dignity and in an honorable life, in a clean, good way of life. Okay.
Honorable, clean, and good way. What's honorable and clean about that?
For example, in Islam, if you look at communities today, okay, you will find that the most communities that still have good values of family and respect marriage and
good values of family. Let's look at some. So this is Quran 4, Surah 4:34, and it says, "Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other and what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them, then if they persist, forsake them in bed, and finally strike them. But if they obey you, once more, seek no means against them." So this is the good family values you're talking about, where your God is telling men to strike their wives. Is that good family values?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I explain why?
I mean, I have to tell you, we had a caller on in the last stream who tried to defend domestic violence like you're about to, and it didn't go well for them, and it's not going to go well for you either. Tell us why. Tell us why men should strike their wives.
First of all, we don't have something called strike your wives, like you are saying.
You do.
Okay? No. If you read the context of this verse, it speaks about specific cases. Okay, and this is the last thing that we do in order to avoid. Just a second. In order to avoid divorce and avoid destroying the family.
It's not in order to avoid divorce. It's to remedy wives who are not sufficiently obedient by the application of physical violence. And you are just trying to now say that there are some circumstances where that violence may be justified. And I'm going to tell you that there are not circumstances where violence against a woman for disobedience is justified. So far, your family values aren't sounding very impressive to me.
Just a second. Do you see any Muslim woman complained about this?
They're scared to complain because of what might happen to them. And I'll tell you that this verse is used by men all over the world as a permission, as a mandate, a divine mandate for domestic violence within their relationships. Yes, there are lots of women who suffer at the hands of this disgusting verse. You should be ashamed of yourself trying to defend it.
First of all, striking, it is not allowed to beat. It's not like this. Like
it is like this.
No. It's like hitting your child. You will not.
You don't fucking hit a child either, dude. What's wrong with you? You're literally trying to defend domestic abuse now, and your the best defense you could come up with is it's not really beating. It's more like hitting a child. What next? Setting them on fire?
Let's speak about
Fix up,
results.
man.
Just a second. Tell me what is a system, or give me example of a system you think that works good for you.
Let's start with not having domestic abuse, shall we? Let's start with hands off. No hitting. No striking. Let's start with that. That would be an improvement, wouldn't it?
Okay, but we don't have drunk men beating their wives.
I don't care whether they're drunk or not. We've got sober men beating their wives because it says so in their book. Beat wives, it says. They look in their special holy book about how to deal with problems at home, and it says first distance yourself in the bedroom, and then if that doesn't work, beat them. Are you out of your mind?
No, I am very practical. Okay, and it is not like what you are saying. We are not beating our wives. You don't know Muslims. You didn't live among them. You know nothing about them. This is what you are saying. This
there are homes all over the world now wherein people are striking their wives under the impression that they are given a divine mandate to do so by these texts.
This is a lie.
It's not a lie.
I am telling you, this is a lie.
It's not a lie. You can swear all you want. I believe that you think it's a lie, but it's not a lie.
I will not swear about something.
No, you're making a mistake. I'm not accusing you of being dishonest. I'm accusing you of making a mistake. You're just wrong.
We are the most people who respect marriage. Okay.
So then why is this? So then why is this law in there?
Children and respect elders and respect.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with this. So then why is this law in there?
This is a last thing in a specific kind of a woman to avoid divorce.
So
for example,
to avoid divorce, you just got to get that beating in, right? Occasionally, just in special circumstances, it's either divorce or battery. Those are the only options. How about avoid divorce by talking about it, by learning to compromise? How about avoid divorce by not telling women that they are subjugate to their men? How about avoid divorce by creating an air of equality between men and women? I looked through this. I couldn't find the verse that says, in order to avoid divorce, women are allowed to beat the men. I wonder why not. Where is that verse? Can you point me to it, please?
Look. In your
point me to it.
Now,
point me to the verse that says, in order to avoid divorce, women can strike the men too. Where's that one?
There is difference between men and women. This is the problem you have.
Men are allowed to strike the women, but not the other way round. I get it. That makes perfect sense of it now.
Look. You are womanizing men and making women more men in your communities. And even, for example, if you look at Hollywood, you will find that women wearing clothes like men and men wearing clothes like women. You are womanizing men.
Yeah.
This
Tariq,
led to what?
Tariq, this is the end of this. This is the end of this conversation. We've now progressed from we've now progressed from I like domestic assault because I only treat my women the same way I beat my kids to complaining about womanizing men in Hollywood. This is just idiotic. Idiotic. This is why.
Wives.
Yes, you do. This is why I do this. This is why I push back against people in the 21st century living by these arcane, barbaric practices, which should be outlawed. This is nonsense. It's in your book, legislating that men can beat their women. And your argument is, yeah, but only in special circumstances. No, my friend, there are no special circumstances where you get to beat your wife. Sorry, I'm not having it here, and I'm not going to give you a platform for propagandizing, justifying this disgusting practice. You should be ashamed of yourself for trying to do it.
I wanted to tell you the disgusting things that you have. Why not?
No one's interested in your pivot to change to change the topic to your personal distaste for liberal cultures. No one's interested in that. No one cares.
And I told you it is wrong.
No one cares.
And you have a problem when someone speaks about your community now and telling you what problems that you have?
No, because the problems I have aren't problems that I have. I don't care if men want to wear women's clothing and women want to wear men's clothing. It's not a problem for me. Guess why? Because it doesn't hurt anyone. Unlike the example we've used here that you have so pitifully tried to defend.
When now you have 50% of your children raised by a woman,
and off he goes. We hit I think we hit about the 30-minute mark, and there's only so much of that disgusting vitriol that anyone needs to hear. You should be ashamed of yourself, Tariq, for doing what you did tonight. Disgusting performance. Disgusting. There's a time to stop and consider your texts and say, yes, that's problematic, and feel the conflict there. But you just doubled down. It was not a good look. Okay, I'm going to read some super chats before we get the next guest in. Doing pretty well here, I think, folks. Doing pretty well. I'm having fun tonight. I'm in my zone. We're going to get Buzz in a minute, but just have to get through some of these first. Otherwise, I'll get too far behind, and my friends won't love me anymore, and then I'll cry. Bethel said, "Kevohim, I give John the benefit of clout." I appreciate that very much indeed. And Bab said the UK and USA have different judicial systems. They do, and of course, so do other countries. So asking someone if they believe in the judicial system is a silly question. Buzz said, just take my money. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Buzz. Also, Bethos will not beat me. I couldn't possibly comment, but thank you so much. I do appreciate the support very much. Hotep, good to see you, friend, said, for your patience and humility with the last several callers. Thank you. I try. I have to say, when the topic gets to domestic abuse or anything to do with kids, I lose my zen a little bit. I won't have it. I will not have it. To hear someone so brazenly just going, yeah, that's what you do. You just, under certain circumstances, the only options are violence or divorce. No, not having it. So, yep, I do get a bit feisty there. I do get a bit feisty, but hey, I'm not going to apologize for that. And Eric, good to see you, said, I just checked in to see what condition John's condition was in. It's in this condition. I appreciate that. And Bethos said, John is not a serpent. That was funny, wasn't it? He's a stallion of reason. Oh, I appreciate that very much indeed. I appreciate that. Yeah, that serpent thing was wild, wasn't it? He was crazy, that guy. Jokes on you guys. I love that song. I can't remember which one that was. Oh, on the Rick Astley. Must be. Everyone loves a bit of Rick, right? Everyone loves Rick Astley. And Jiffy says, I heard John say empty and wallet. Here's my last $5. No! I wish I could have kept it for his book. Oh dear. Yeah, I wish you could too. Everything's shaping up nicely for the book, by the way. I heard from the publishers today. Everything is done with the typesetting. Everything's done with the copy editing. It's gone to a proofreader, a professional proofreader and an indexer. And they'll be contacting me in the next couple of weeks to talk about the dust jacket because it's hardback. So there's some design work that goes into how it's designed. But yeah, moving along, and I will be starting on the audiobook within the next few weeks. So a couple of people have asked me about that. Will there be an audiobook? Yes. Who's going to read it? I am. So that's the plan. And Bethos says the set of positive integers is the same size as the set of all integers. If one has no problem with infinite future, one must not have issue with infinite past. And this is right, and this is where infinity gets a little bit weird and counterintuitive, but that's just the nature of the beast. Infinity is weird. It's weird stuff, people. Tim Davidson said, would I be a good messiah with my low self-esteem? If I don't believe in myself, would that be blasphemy? It might. Then you might have to send yourself to hell. That would be awkward, wouldn't it? That wouldn't be very good. What else have we got? We've got Bethos said, name was Deborah. Reminds me of Pulp, Disco 2000. She told me that her name was it Deborah in that song? I think it was. I liked Pulp. They were very honest, I guess. I mean, I wasn't a big fan, but I thought very honest and curious character, that Mr. Cocker. And Buzz said, John, do you play instruments? Yes, I do, a few. Piano is my main instrument, but in an emergency, I can turn my hand to others. And Buzz said, I heard you have a problem with human suffering. Has got to be the best intro to a conversation I have ever fucking heard. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, that is quite funny, isn't it? It is quite funny. And then final super chat for now from Simeon Urchin. What's the good that comes from stillborns? Yeah, and that's just heartbreaking, isn't it? To hear that kind of talk. Absolutely horrendous. Okay, as promised, I'm going to get Satnam in right now. We get the name off there. There we go. Hopefully it's going to work because he's been in the queue 3 times. Hopefully the TikTok works. It's not working right now. Satnam, I am trying to get you in, but it's not working. So I'm going to drop you down and try and come in again. And if that doesn't work, then I will take Buzz, who's patiently waiting. Oh, there we go. He's in.
Hello.
Buzz, I'll get to you after this, my friend. Hey, Satnam, you're in. Hello.
Yes. I gotta do something real quick. Okay.
You've got to do something really quick. How long will it take?
Yeah, like 30 seconds.
Okay, you could do that. I'll read super chats while you do your 30-second thing. Otherwise, it'd be really boring, won't it? What have we got? We've got From Buzz said, tell this guy I said something that can't be said. Buzz also said, pull me in. I speak his languages, all of them. I didn't know that you did. Buzz. But actually, you wouldn't have been able to have a conversation with him, Buzz, because I don't yet have an audio connection between the TikTok side and the YouTube side. So it wouldn't have worked anyway, but it would have been amusing. Bethel said, Tariq, no, not okay. My sister dying of then undiagnosed heart problems is a catastrophe. No silver lining.
Okay.
No test. One second. No test, just death and grief. Fuck okay. I agree with that, and I'm thinking about Buzz's daughter as well. No, it's not okay to thank someone when someone is bereaved. For someone else to call them up and congratulate them is absolutely depraved, absolutely unhinged. Anyway, Satnam, forgive me.
Yes.
Welcome back from your 30-second sabbatical from the call. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
I would like to say that I think the strongest argument for God is the fine-tuning argument.
Oh dear.
Is that if there was a little bit of there or here, right, it would be we wouldn't have life and stuff.
Why do you think
like a purpose?
Why do you think that's a good argument for a God?
Because that itself is a purpose, right? And
it's not a purpose. Identifying that if the physical constants were tweaked, that things would be different, and that they may even be different enough to preclude this form of life, and that they may even be different to preclude any form of life. That doesn't imply design. It just says that if the physical constants were different, the world would be different. But you haven't demonstrated that they could be different. You haven't demonstrated that there's any intentionality in them being what they are. Maybe they just are what they are because that's a brute fact of nature.
Right. So, people say there's, the universe had to be a brute fact, right? That to me kind of seems confusing because we see that, we don't know what caused inflation, right? But like, don't you think that something just being there, right, without being created is just a little weird?
Well, what caused God then?
Well, it could have been God is a brute fact, right? So
so God gets to be a brute fact, but just reality, God, a made-up character that for which we have no evidence, gets to be asserted as a brute fact, but the universe and reality, which we get to see outside our windows every day, can't be considered a brute fact. Why the double standard?
Well, the double standard is okay. So, actually, I was born into a Sikh religion. You know Sikhism?
I mean, not well. I know what Sikhism is. Yeah.
Yeah. So they say God is timeless, is beyond birth, beyond death, whatever. And I feel like that's the only religion that gets their God. Like you can debate, but you can't prove timeless God wrong, right? Because a timeless God can ground a universe, right?
By a timeless God, what does timeless mean? Define timeless in
timeless
context.
Means beyond time.
A timeless God can't do anything because in order to do something, you have to change a state from not doing it to doing it to having done it. A timeless God is defined as not being able to change at all, and therefore not being able to think a single thought, not being able to do a single thing, not being able to be located in any place, in any moment, and not being able to affect anything. So a timeless God is an impotent God. It's also functionally equivalent to a non-existent God. If that's the kind that someone wants to have, fill your boots.
How would it be non-existent?
Because it exists for 0 seconds and doesn't do anything.
Okay. All right, okay. Because you're saying it exists for 0 seconds. Can you elaborate? Because
yeah, a timeless God means that it's not located at any one moment in time. So there are no points in time where this God exists, therefore non-existent. It also means that the God is not able to change states from thinking about doing something to doing it to having done it. Those are
Okay,
that's a temporal sequence of events. Any sequencing of events can only happen in time, because time is defined as a changing state. So a God outside of time can't change state, therefore can't do anything, can't plan anything, can't think anything, is useless.
All right, so okay, I understand that, right? So
let's go back to fine tuning, because you started on fine tuning and it feels like we've abandoned it. So I said to you, you said that if the physical constants were different, if the configuration of the universe were different, we may not be here. Well, that is to make a couple of basic errors. One is to assume that us being here was the intention from the start, that the end point that we have now of this world with human beings on it was the intention at the beginning. But it wasn't necessarily. You can't just assume that. It could be the case that the universe we have now is the only kind of universe that could unfold given the physical constants are what they are. And if they'd been something else, we would just have a different universe, maybe with a different type of life in it, maybe with no life in it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't assume that what we have now was the plan at the beginning and then go, what are the chances of that happening?
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if you looked up what was so fine-tuned, because I'm just aware of the fine-tuning argument. I'm not really aware of the.
I can tell you what some of the
fine-tuned is that?
It's things like the strong and weak nuclear forces, the gravitational constant, it's the distance of planets from their suns. There's things like that, and we could say the makeup of the atmosphere on this planet, for example, the amount of water we have. There's certain things that you can point to as being aspects of nature, which if they were different, nature would be different. But that's not to say anything meaningful at all, because we don't know if they even could be different. It's possible that this is the only values they could have, right? And therefore, the life we have and the existence we have and the world we have is the only one permitted under the values of reality that as they are. The fine-tuning argument is trying to make a probability argument without knowing what the possibility space is. And that's why it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. So let's imagine like 6 numbers, right? Imagine 6 numbers. And you need certain numbers for something to exist, right? And we take all the variations of the other numbers that could have been, existent, right? How do we know that those would have supported life, right? Or
they may not have done. They may not have done.
Okay, but you don't think it is a smart thing to say that, hey, maybe a really hyper intelligent being, created this.
No, I think it's a dumb thing. I think it's a dumb thing to say, because then we could say what created the hyper intelligent being, and if the hyper intelligent being can just be a brute fact of reality, then why can't our universe just be a brute fact of reality?
It can, right? But okay. So we can say brute fact, but what do we mean by that? Like, what caused that Big Bang to bang? So you're just saying there was a hot dense state, right? And it just banged with no cause for it?
We don't know. It's okay to just say we don't know. It's all right to say we don't know. It's not a weak answer to say we don't know. A weak answer is to pretend to know and pretend that the answer is a friend of ours. That's a weak answer. It's far better, listen to me, far better to be a little more humble and say, at the edges of our knowledge lie the boundaries between what we know and what we don't know. And there's always going to be something there. So it used to be the case that we didn't know what caused disease. Now we understand that it's bacteria and viruses. It used to be the case we didn't know what caused weather. Now we understand that it's the water cycle and it's the way that heat and water move around the earth in well understood ways. It used to be the case that we didn't understand what caused the celestial bodies to move across the sky at night. And now we understand that they're not really moving, it's the earth that's moving, and we're just looking at them, and as we rotate, our view changes, and now we understand this. So you're now finding a different thing that we may not understand. What is it that caused the cosmic expansion? And rather than going, well, here's another thing that we don't know, but some really smart people are working on trying to figure out what the answer might be, we're going to go, let's pretend we've got the answer already. It's an all-powerful magic mind. That's wild. Why would anyone say that? That's not an explanation.
That made me laugh.
Right? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Why would anyone do that? And if you propose that as an explanation and then pat yourself on the back for having explained the problem, you haven't actually explained anything. You've just stuck a kind of a child's pacifier, right? A milky bottle in the place where the question used to be, and pretending that you've answered it. You've just relocated the question, which has now become infinitely more troubling. Now we've moved from what physical principles may have caused the cosmic expansion to what on earth is going to explain this wizard stuff I've now declared has happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's a much trickier question to answer. So I don't think that these fine-tuning or cosmological arguments are compelling at all.
Right, okay. So I see what you mean, right? Like because the fine-tuning argument is it could have just been brute, or it could have just there was like no option for that, right?
Yeah, and all probability arguments. If I say I rolled a dice, right, and I got a 2, we can say, well, what are the chances of me having got a 4? We can say, well, they're 1 in 6, right? Because a dice has got 6 sides, and we know that the possibility space is defined as having 6 possible states that it can be in, right? If we're going to ask about the fine-tuning, and we say, how many other values could these numbers have? Let's say the strong nuclear force. How many other values are there for the strong nuclear force that it could have had? We don't know if the answer to that is 1 billion, or infinity, or 1. We have no idea. It could be that the value it has is the only value it could have. And so we can't say, what are the chances of it being like that? Because we have no idea. It's like having, if I say to you, I've got a die, but I'm not telling you how many sides it's got, what are the chances of me rolling a 1? You can't answer it.
Die?
Yeah, like a dice, right? A single dice, 2 dice, 1 die. If I say I've got a special a dice, it's got a special shape, but I'm not going to tell you how many sides it's got, and I've rolled a 1. What are the chances of that? Until you know how many sides it has, you can't talk about the probability of a 1. Maybe my die is actually more like a coin, right? It's got a 1 on one side and a 2 on the other, and I just flipped it. In which case the chances are 50%. Or maybe it's actually a piece of paper and it only has 1 number on it, and that's the only number it can ever be. In which case the chances are 100%, and you can't make a probability argument at all. So that's why that stuff doesn't work, my friend.
Okay, so how do you think the universe came to be?
I'm not assuming that the universe did come to be. We haven't demonstrated that there was ever a point where it wasn't here. So we have to say, until there's a reason to think there was a time that it didn't exist, I'm going to assume that it's always been here. And I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. So I can say I don't know, but I can also say I have no reason to think there was ever a point that it wasn't here, and therefore it didn't need to come to be. It's just always been here.
It has always been here, right? So you're saying the most deepest realities were always there, is what you're trying to say.
I wouldn't use the phrase "the most deepest realities," but I'd just say the time to think that there was a creation event of the universe is when there's a reason to think it's required, and we don't have a reason to think that the universe needed any kind of creation right now, because there's no evidence that there was ever a time that it didn't exist. There's evidence that there was a time when it was in very, very different shape, in a very different form. But some of the cosmology models have the universe contracting and expanding and contracting and expanding, in and out forever. I think that's pretty plausible.
Okay, so you don't think it's a little weird that something causes something, right? And that cause or that effect can figure out what caused the universe. You understand what I'm saying?
Say that again. I kind of missed you a little bit.
Okay, so you don't think it's a little weird that something causes, right, something, and then that cause, which can be really mysterious, allows that something to know or discover about what caused it.
I'm trying to
right.
simplify what you're saying. Are you saying, is it weird that the universe would permit entities within the universe to question and ask about the universe? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm sorry. Actually, I drink a lot of water, so I have to go to the bathroom a lot. But is it okay if I go to the bathroom? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to read some super chats. I'm going to think about possibly winding this up soon, although I'm having fun. It is 3:55 a.m. I'm going to keep on going for a bit. While there's still callers and stuff, I'm going to keep on going. So I'm going to read some more messages. I think so. These next two messages happened during the call with Tariq about being congratulated on the passing of his son, and understandably from Buzz, what the fuck, and again from Buzz, what the fuck. I agree. That's one of the most horrendous things I've ever heard. And Buzz also said, "This is the most selfish, disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life. I will be rewarded for this. I look forward to my reward for my dead kid." I know, it is absolutely vile. Vile. That call with Tariq has to go down as one of the most unpleasant calls I've had. I'm going to clip it. I think I'm just going to clip it in its entirety and just let it stand as a testament to how twisted and horrific that particular perspective is. We'll see. And Buzz said, "Please ask him where he is from. I will speak his own dialect of Arabic and send across a potent message. This is disgusting." I'm sorry, Buzz, for not being able to facilitate that. As I said, if you had come up, I wouldn't have been able to connect that. So you could have done it. I am working on that, but I might have to wait till my new Mac arrives in a couple of months to be able to get that done. The PC is not playing nice with that audio routing between the TikTok and the YouTube. Bethos says, "Tariq, I am sorry. I saw my parents burying their child. It was not okay. My mother kissed her body. My father cried. What we have is us, people." It's heartbreaking to read this. And it makes me really, really angry to hear people making mental slaves of themselves and others with this ridiculous declaration that when they're bereaved, the appropriate response is gratitude. Absolutely disgusting. Okay, and Buzz said, "John Cohen, this is too much. Let me comment." I'm sorry, Buzz, again. Buzz, I'd like you to call in. You are there. I'm gonna tie this up a little bit, Satnam, because I want to get Buzz in to speak about some stuff. But you can call back another time. I'd be happy to carry on having the conversation with you.
Why can't we talk?
Because I'd like to speak to my friend Buzz. You can even come up again afterwards if you want to. But
okay.
Yeah, this is a bit of a personal one, really. So yeah, forgive me for moving on. But if you want to request up again, I'll pick it up. Okay. I'll pick it up with you again.
Okay. No
thanks,
problem.
thanks, man. Thanks. Okay. That was some quite interesting toilet audio as well, which we're not always treated to. I'm going to bring in Buzz now because I think he's definitely earned a place in the conversation. Buzz, are you there, friend?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have been able to facilitate a conversation between you and Tariq anyway, possibly for the best, but I'm going to just give
Probably for the best.
I'm just going to give you the floor to opine on the toxic horror that we heard from that man.
Yeah, Tariq, first of all, what I want to say is he commented that he lost his child at 10 days old. And his first remark on that was, "But I'll see a reward for that." That's utterly fucking disgusting. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Now, I'm coming at this passionately because I've lost my child. But that is insane. Now, based on Tariq's accent and his use of words, I'm an ESL professor. I can surmise that he's probably from Morocco. And Tariq, if you are listening, sirt qawad, sirt hawa. I have nothing less to say than the worst for that human being who would use his child's death to get to the conclusion that he will be rewarded I guarantee that this sick motherfucker had no support for his wife in that moment. I guarantee he spouted off that stupid fucking message from Islam that says we'll get rewarded to his wife. And I feel more terrible for his wife than any human being that I've probably ever met. It's disgusting. I mean, I had to hold back vomit when I heard him speaking.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for being so passionate.
No,
I told you this is not a friendly call, even though I'm a friendly.
No.
This is
You're here.
disgusting.
This is yours, Buzz, because you can articulate this in a way that no one else can here. Bethos would include Bethos in there as well, but this is not okay. And then he said his friend had called him up to congratulate him. What the
Islam.
actual fuck is that about?
Islam. And not just Islam, but all the Abrahamic religions. They believe, oh, your child died, they're just going to go to heaven and you'll see them in the future.
Yeah, it's absolutely unacceptable.
I hate to say this, but I've had a death experience and I witnessed nothing. It was exactly the same as trying to imagine how it felt before you were born. There is nothing after death. That's it. Yeah. We all read these stories about, somebody suffered a near-death experience and DMT was naturally pushed out by their brain to give them some hallucination of meeting Jesus or Krishna or Vishnu. It always seems to be the person they already believe in. Right. But there's nothing. There's nothing. We die and we die. And this motherfucker, I'm so sorry. You're going to have to cut me loose.
No,
there's just no end to my passion here.
Buzz, we love you, man. And there is no one I would rather have had here than you to articulate the righteous fury at that toxic vision of the world where we're supposed to congratulate ourselves at the wonderful thing that's going to be in store for us because of this tragedy. It's just wrong. I mean, another super chat here from Peapot Fairy who says converting grief to gratitude to God is such a toxic coping mechanism. It is. It really is. It's like like Stockholm syndrome times a million. Absolutely appalling.
I agree. And when I was a devout Christian, when I was in training to be a minister and everything, I used to tell people death is not sadness, it's a celebration. They're going to heaven. But that is such fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
It's grieve over your losses.
Yeah.
Or you will forever be psychologically lacking to take on the rest of your life.
So
and
well said.
The fact that this guy, I just feel so sorry for his wife. I hope that she has the ability to divorce him, but unfortunately, in many Muslim countries, let's take Morocco for an example, because that's where I think he's from based on his accent. It wasn't until 2005 that a woman could even ask for divorce legally.
Yeah.
And I know this. My wife is Moroccan, and she did her dissertation on this. God, I hope she gets rid of him. What a fucking horrible human being. Tariq, I am ashamed that you exist. Sirt qawad, sirt hawa, bliss al-qara'a. And that's all I have to say. I'm sorry. He'll understand if he's listening.
Got you, man. Thank you, Buzz. Thank you,
John. Thank you for the platform. I'm sorry to call in as a friendly, but this was a time of desperation.
I'm only sorry that I didn't get you up earlier. That's my shame, is that I didn't get you in earlier. I'm sorry for that, Buzz. But I'm really glad that as I said, no one I would rather have had here to express this than you. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. And take care, and I hope you have a lovely night, and I hope we get callers that aren't fucking sick in the head like Tariq.
Yep. Take care, man. Speak soon.
All right. Bye bye.
Take care. Yeah, nothing to say to that. There's nothing I can say that could be anything better than what Buzz said there. So yeah, that is it. Okay, I'm going to keep on reading some super chats, and then we will get Satnam back in. I did promise that we would continue the conversation. I just needed to stop things and get Buzz up once I realized how badly I'd missed the mark by not getting him in earlier. So I hope he can forgive me for that. And I'm really pleased that he had that response. So Satnam, stay where you are. I'll get you in a minute. I'm just going to read a few more of these messages. Again, just to make sure that there's not too many loaded at the end of the night. Carissa Whelan very, very, very generously sent 20 Unconvinced gift memberships. Thank you so much. That's super, super generous. I really, really appreciate this. That's really kind. Thank you very much. And Bethos commented at the time, Buzz is right, I can't even comment. What is this again about Tariq? He's going to go down in history as one of the most disgusting callers we've ever had on the show, if not the. Hotep said, second of silence for talking animals and winged horses. Sure. And then Bethel said, fine-tuning an argument. How fine-tuned God? And this is my favorite new response to the fine-tuning argument, actually, is to say, imagine how fine-tuned a God would have to be in order to create a universe like this, to which the response is, well, that's just how God is. That's his nature. Well, then we can say the same thing about the universe. Quite pleased about that as an argument. And Liquid286 says, Sunan An-Nasi 3964, like father, Allah, like son, prophet, I guess, disgusting. Yep. No shortage of comments about that. I'm just trying to see, more comments about that. And Bethos said, I was too terse about losing my sister. I lost that sister when she was 41. I lost my other sister when she was 4 days old. They were twins, birth defects, not okay. No congrats, just tears. Yeah, absolutely horrific. And Bethos, sorry for your losses too, of course. And also Bethos saying, W Buzz, he is right in his horror. We are all with you, Buzz. Absolutely. And Buzz says, don't worry, I said the worst thing I could in Arabic. Good for you. Good for you. And you know what? It would have been nice if Ems was here for that call, because everyone loves Ems. But in a way, I'm glad that the call was allowed to pan out how it did, because it really pulled the rug back, didn't it? It really showed us what is at the heart of this type of thinking and these doctrines, and quite how toxic it is, and quite what can be done to a human mind when someone's congratulating themselves on the death of a child because of what goodies might lie in store for them later as a result. Don't do religion, folks. Don't do religion. Okay. Got my Zen back. Let's get... oh, he's left. Okay. He was left. I was going to get our previous guest back in, but he seems to have disappeared. Satnam is back again. Okay, there we go. So let's get Satnam back in again, and we'll pick up where we were.
Yes,
hey, Satnam.
hello?
Welcome back.
Yes, hello. Why is the screen weird? There's a bunch of friend request.
I don't know. My screen is fine. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I just had a question. So everything that was in time, right? So every change is in time. That's a fact, right?
Yep.
So God would have to be in time to create the universe. He couldn't be timeless.
Correct.
Right. So I mean, there's a lot of definitions.
Oh, you've teacupped. I wonder if he's getting a call. This has got to be the most... There we go. Back again. Try and focus up. No more toilet breaks and phone calls. Let's do this.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just it's because I left the app I'm on the mobile.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
The definition. Can you look it up?
Sorry, you cut out again. So say the last thing you said.
Could you look up what timeless means?
I mean, timeless just is taken when people use timeless with respect to a god. They normally mean existing in some way outside of time, but that's just a cope. It doesn't mean anything. It's said to get out from the problem that when people say the universe can't have always existed, and you say, well, what caused it? And you say God, and you say, well, how has God always existed? The out for that is to create a special exception for God, to put God in a category where those criticisms can't reach him by declaring that he exists outside of time, as if that means anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's just nonsense designed to inoculate an unfalsifiable God from legitimate criticism.
Okay. All right. So I have a really big, okay. So, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, he created Sikhism with the Mool Mantra, right? And why would he do that? Well, what would he benefit from doing that?
People create religions for different reasons. Religions are created for self-interest by some people, for aggrandizement and power by some people. Some people genuinely feel devotional inclinations and think that they are in touch with the divine and are genuinely trying to spread that, right? Some people might mean well. I'm sure some people create religions and they're perfectly honest about what they believe, and they think that they've got the answers, and so they try to spread them. And there's a sort of evolution that happens where the sort of survival, if you like, of the fittest, where the religions that are really sticky and are good at being spread around and people fall for them and buy into them and have effective marketing, if you like, are the ones that survive. Many, many, many more die out. I mean, there have been tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of religions. Most of them just die out because they're little cults. Like Christianity would have been just a little cult that died out, but for the fact that Constantine decided to convert to become a Christian, and it became the official religion, and suddenly it achieved, political backing and a power base, and that's why it's been so successful. But why do people create religions? Why did Joseph Smith start Mormonism? Who knows? People have their reasons.
Yeah, I can see, like, human reason can be infinite in a way. But so I was talking to an atheist, and he said, if God was in time, he wouldn't be the creator of everything, right? Because he would be in time, he wouldn't be ultimate.
I mean, I don't know. You could say that it could be the case that there is a God who has always existed, and occasionally, when he feels like it, he creates a universe somewhere. I'm going to create a universe today. He wakes up one morning and goes, feel like doing another universe, and pop into existence, pops another universe. Expanding planets, stars, solar systems, galaxies, the odd planet that can accommodate life, and eventually life springs up there, and then eventually the life comes to think about things and contemplate and wonder about what its origins might be, and talk about that God, and talk about a few other gods as well. And some people get it right, and lots of other people get it wrong. That could be the case. There's just no reason to think it is. The whole God concept is born from our inability to sit with not knowing. People don't like not knowing. People don't like I don't know as a response to big questions. I'm quite partial to it myself. I think I don't know is a perfectly fine answer to some of the big questions.
So you would give an example for why humans would do that, right? Because that's psychology, right? You're getting into psychology right now.
Yeah, human beings sit very uncomfortably with not knowing. When things aren't clear, we want explanations,
right.
and any explanation will do. So many times people ask me, well, how do you think da 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 da? And I just say, I don't know, and they say that's a weak answer. It's not a weak answer. It's just an honest answer. There's stuff we don't know right now. And we may find out what the answers are in the future, or we may not. But the honest thing to do, and the intellectually sort of most noble, if you like, thing to do, is to just say, we don't know, and to be completely open about that, rather than, as I said to you before, make up an explanation or just grab the nearest one you can find and then pretend that it's done the job of explaining anything. I don't think that helps us at all.
Okay. So, when I look at religion, I see, I see it as a it's really a moral based religion. Like it's trying to morally, do something to you, like help you out morally. Christianity falls under that, Islam falls under that. But Sikhism's view is not that clear. That's why I feel like, but you're right, like a timeless God couldn't bring around the universe, right? Because it would need to change.
Timeless God can't do anything.
Right, it can't do anything. Okay.
Yeah. Not even have a thought.
Okay. Oh, you can't even have a thought.
No, because it would have to go from not having had the thought to having the thought to having had the thought. Can't do it. The change of state of thinking about one thing and then thinking another thing is also temporal and requires time. Can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
Yeah. Timeless God equals non-existent God.
Mm. So I had a question. So, religion is I feel like religion is trying to make you a slave, but it's trying to really confuse you in a lot of ways.
I would agree. I would agree. Yeah, that's why I'm against religions. They just complicate things, and they stop progress, and they cause people to spend huge chunks of their life focusing on nonsense rather than genuinely dealing with the problems we have to deal with. And I don't think it's good. And I have to I have to admit that for some individual people, individual instances of religious devotion are helpful. Of course, I would be a fool if I tried to deny that. I just see Alan Abdiel in the TikTok chat said John wakes up, sees the sunrise, sees all the life around, sees moon come out, and then says there's no God. Well, I'm not saying there's no God. I'm just saying there's no reason to think there is one. And looking at the sun and the moon and the life around us is not a reason to conclude that there's a God. We have explanations for these things. We don't need gods anymore. It's silly.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you think maybe the universe came about from a really like a deep reality, right?
I don't think the universe came about. My view is that the universe was never not here, and therefore it had no need to come about. It just is.
It just is, but it did get created, right? I mean, it did come about, yes.
I don't think it got created. I think it's just always been there.
That doesn't make sense because you have to define universe, right? Because the universe was always there, right? But you're saying like this universe, observable universe, was always there.
I mean, not necessarily in its current form, right? So one of the scientific models is that the entire universe just goes through an infinite chain of expansions and collapses. It expands, and eventually gravity pulls everything back together. The expansion slows down, and then eventually it becomes a contraction, and it all smushes back together again under the force of gravity, because gravity pulls everything towards everything else, right? So eventually that happens, and then something about that condition, some quantum property or something that is beyond my pay grade, causes a rapid expansion again. So you have a cycle of expand, and then the same thing happens again, and that just keeps on going and has always done forever. Was never a time when that wasn't happening. I don't have a problem with that. That's possible.
Okay, but that's a law. So you're saying, but that's kind of weird because you're actually describing a law that is, well, it kind of seems like a fairy tale to me, right?
No, it's not a law. It's a possible model for how the universe might be. Now, we may well never have any way of confirming that. right? Because you can only confirm it by making observations. And it might be the case that there are no observations local to our place in the universe now that we can make that are going to confirm that. But I'm saying that that's one possible, that's a model that some cosmologists hold to as being a possible explanation. And under that model, there would never have been a time that the universe didn't exist. And it was never brought into creation. Now, that feels counterintuitive because in our everyday lives, we're used to seeing things made and come into being. So it's hard for us to wrap our head around that there could be something that just is and was never not there. But as I said earlier, we don't have a right to expect that explanations for the highest nature of reality in the universe would be intuitive to us. They're quite likely to be very counterintuitive, or for us to not even be able to wrap our heads around them at all. That seems quite likely to me. Yeah,
quite likely more than God, right? Because
God is just like a silly childish idea that people came up with when they didn't have any better ideas. We don't need those ideas anymore now.
Yeah. I understand that. So we're talking about the big bounce model, right? The big bounce thingy.
Yeah, exactly.
So what is that? So like the universe expands, and then gravity pulls all of a sudden, and then so we don't have and then it goes back to the hot dense state that it was in before creating this universe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a cosmologist. I'm not a scientist. I have no expertise or training in this area at all. There are a few people who know less about this than me, right? So I'm not even going to speak on this subject really, because I have no authority. I can just tell you that that's what smarter people than me have said could be a model, right? That's a potential model for an eternal universe that just keeps on expanding and collapsing and expanding and collapsing. There's no reason why that can't be the case, as far as I understand. But dude, I think we'll probably tie it up now, Satnam, because we've been at it a while, and I think we're kind of treading a lot of the same ground again.
Okay, but is there any evidence for that?
No. The evidence is the universe is expanding now, but that's why I say it's a potential model. It's not something that they've looked at and gone, here's a load of evidence for it, which is why it will remain nothing but a potential model until there is some evidence for it, if such a thing happens. And it may be that there never is. Maybe that we just have to say we don't know.
Right. Okay. So you're saying it's better to say we don't know instead of putting a God there?
It's better to say we don't know than pretend we have the answer. Yeah. Dude, I'm going to move it on. So,
can I have a question?
We can get I'm going to move on. You can feel free to call back because you've been up twice and there's other people waiting, and it's.
But I had a question. Just one more question, please.
If it's super quick, but I'm tying this call up in 30 seconds. So I'll ask a question. I'll give you a quick answer.
All right, so you believe when you say brute fact, the universe just came into being because of the deepest reality that created it?
You asked that earlier, and I responded to it earlier. So rewind the video when you watch it, and whatever response I would give now will be the same one I gave earlier. Thanks for coming up, and we'll be back on Tuesday during the day. If you want to call in again, you're very welcome. Sean will be with me then. We'll be happy to speak to you again.
Okay.
All right, friend.
Thank you.
Take care. Thanks. Bye. Okay. I got to check in on the bingo. Let's see what's going on with the bingo, because it's been very active again. I'm feeling Full House vibes tonight, people. Let's see what's going on. So, sufficiently advanced tautology called Read It in Context. And sufficiently advanced tautology also called Crash Out. Did Sabello crash out? I don't know if we've had a crash out yet. I'm trying to remember. I might hold that one in abeyance for a moment. Not a hard no on that one, but I'm not sure. Upshot called How Do You Account for Logic for Kavohim. We'll have that. And Ash Wild Bringing Up the Rear called Free Will for Kavohim. I thought that had been called already, but good call, it seems. You nailed that one. And Upshot Not to Be Defeated called Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy for Cover Him as well. We'll have that too. Okay, so I'm going to hold out. I don't think we've really had a crash out. The crash out is when like the caller is completely losing their stuff, right? I'm having to continually mute them. They're still talking. They've lost their composure. That's a crash out. I'm not sure if we've really had one of those yet. And I wouldn't want to spoil this in case we still have one yet to go. So I'm going to pass on that one right now to leave it as the only remaining option. So if you're playing the bingo right now, it's all eyes peeled for a crash out if we have one, which I don't know whether we will or not. We may have a crash out and we may not. Let's see what happens. Okay, I'm going to get SS in right now on the TikTok side. Hopefully, if we can resolve that. Welcome in, SS.
Thank you.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I caught cold, so my voice is not very good. But I think it's audible enough.
Yeah, it's a little noisy where you are. Any chance you could get somewhere a little quieter?
Okay, I'll try to make it better.
Because we're hearing a lot of screaming, and we won't be able to hear a word you say.
Yeah, I have a bunch of kids. They're playing around.
There you go.
Making noises.
That sounds a little bit better.
Yes, that's better. Since I know their beginning, they have a beginning of some sort, and I have one question. Like everything has a beginning of some sort. I'd rather to believe, and since there is a beginning for something, and even though we might not know what exactly that beginning is, can we just deny there is no beginning for something, and all things are well organized and well synchronized with each other? Isn't that telling that there must be some intelligent being other than just coincidence?
Okay, so you're basically asking the same questions that Satnam was just asking about beginnings. We have no reason to think that the universe had a beginning. Now, that's not me saying I believe it didn't have a beginning. I don't know, but we have no reason to think it did have a beginning. And if it did have a beginning, there are lots of other potential hypotheses that could be considered to be the cause of our universe. Maybe there's a special alien race that have technology that creates universes. Maybe our universe is a simulation. Maybe it was there's some natural force which is not conscious and not a mind. It's just some currently misunderstood or non-understood principle in nature which causes big universes to pop out. Maybe there's a multiverse where there's an infinite number of universes and we just happen to find ourselves in one. We have absolutely no idea. And so the only response to this is just to say we don't know, rather than to pretend to know and then say, oh, it's a mind and it's intelligent and possibly it's got something to do with, preachers in the Middle East 2,000 years ago.
But one of those maybes, wouldn't it make more sense if we think that one of those maybes is some sort of God who is more intelligent to put all this cosmic system together and to bring us why those maybes to, for example, if you can give a chance to those maybes, for instance, thinking maybe some aliens, maybe some coincidence, maybe some cosmic events took place and everything happened. How about considering one of these maybes being the intelligent God, and then trying to evaluate all the scripture and the historical and scientific discoveries in those areas, trying to examine everything in that way? I think that would be helping to understand more, just not claiming to know, but to understand and discover the things that had happened before.
it wouldn't give you any understanding about anything that's happened. It would give you some understanding about what some mythical tribal writings were from the Middle East 2,000 years ago about that. You could consult 4,000 other religions and get all their creation myths too. And one religion is going to tell you it got crapped out of the backside of a holy goat, and another religion is going to tell you that it was a magic spell cast by a pixie, and another religion is going to tell you something else. This is what the world does. The history of humankind is full of stories that people made up to explain things they didn't understand. That's not a good source when you're trying to actually understand what's going on. It's a total waste of time. It's interesting anthropologically, but in no other way.
Okay, isn't that actually the case for the science too? Science is like piling up through time. Somebody discovers something, somebody gets to some point, then some generation adds on top of that, and through time we progress in exponential manner, and then we come up with some solutions for our problems, and we try to find out what was going on before, like 10,000 years ago, or something like the recently discovered in the re-emerging of the two what you call them, the wolves, if I'm not mistaken. They were here, they genetically re-emerged, or reproduced the types of the wolves, the dire wolves, if I'm not mistaken.
But there's a difference here.
Yeah,
because you're comparing.
For a fact, they were not there 10,000 years ago, right? They did not see it firsthand, but they have some scientific measurements to prove that, and to come up with claim those animals were there 10,000 years ago.
What point does that establish?
That establishes a very good point of using those scriptures of any sort, of any kind, to measure the realities and to try to understand what was before us thousands of years ago.
But which scriptures, dude? Which scriptures? Like, let's say there's 4,000 different religions you could choose between. Are you going to sit and read through all the scriptures of every religion, trying to pick and choose on what basis? This is myth making. There's a difference between science and scripture. The difference is not merely that they're competing narratives. The difference is in the method. What religions do is they tell you the story, and then they try to find you evidence to support the story they've told you. Science doesn't do that. Science starts with the evidence first, examines the evidence, and then tells you the story at the end based on what the evidence is. And that difference is everything. It's the difference between dogma and honest inquiry. Religions will hold on to their stories for dear life. They'll reject any evidence proposed that counters them, and they'll accept evidence that seems to be in line with the things they believe. That is antithetical to science. Science doesn't do that. It just follows the evidence wherever it leads. If you like it, if you don't like it, if it makes you feel uncomfortable, if it destroys some other stuff you've been working on and turns out not to be true, when you do science properly, that's what you're doing. Now, there are people who do science badly, and there are people who are dishonest. But for the main part, the process of knowledge production in science is evidence-led. And that is not the case for any religion. That's why looking at religious texts and scriptures to try and find out what's true about reality is a complete waste of time. Because what scriptures are you going to look at? All of them? How do you decide which one you like best? How do you measure them against reality? You can't. They're just telling stories. They're just myths. And there's no place for them. There's no place for them in the process of trying to work out what's true. There's a place for them in understanding culture, in understanding how we've changed as a people. They tell us something about ourselves, but they don't tell you anything about reality.
Yeah, but how do you measure if an evidence is the right one or the wrong one? For example, like you believe historians and geology, I mean the geological science people, they do apply scientific measures.
Yeah.
Or you don't believe that? They
Yeah,
do
of course
apply
they do.
that, right?
Yeah.
So they have found some locations, some historical events in the Middle East with physical evidences that those events that are described in the scriptures have happened some 1,000 years ago, and they have defended those things to be
why
true.
does that prove that the magic stories are true? Like, you know,
no, it's at least it listen, it's my turn to speak. Sorry, sir. It at least comes up with evidence proving some of the excerpts of those scriptures or those books are true. That does not. That I'm not saying that.
I
that
can give
makes
you
it
evidence
like
that some of the
whole
locations
book.
I can give you evidence that some of the locations in Harry Potter exist. I've been there. That doesn't mean that wizards are real. It means nothing to me. That the Bible mentions certain times and places and events for which there may be archaeological or historical
you're
evidence.
Downplaying
it doesn't matter.
You're trying to downplay the findings of those scientists who applied the science measures, the science principles.
What did they
and come up
establish?
with
What magical
results.
stories from the Bible did they establish?
They proved those events happened for
Which
real.
events?
They proved those things.
Be specific.
Like, for example, the ark.
The ark?
Yeah.
You're not going to go with Mount Ararat.
Exactly, yeah. Like,
that's been comprehensively debunked decades ago. Come on, you're going to bring Mount Ararat?
The towns of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Nonsense. All of this stuff, dude. You're spending time on the wrong websites. This stuff is nonsense. It's all been comprehensively debunked. None of the magical stories from the Bible are none of the magical stories from the Bible. Yeah, none of the magical stories from the Bible are supported by historical or archaeological evidence. None of them.
Who has debunked? Can you please drop the names of the
give me a
or
specific
the websites?
claim. Give me a specific claim, and I'll look something up for you.
Yeah. You
want me to tell you about Mount Ararat? Is that what you want? Where did he go?
There was some documentary on BBC that was going deep, like in multiple episodes that come up with those findings. And yeah, he was the guy was like coming up with all these detailed documents about that. And yeah, actually, are you deciding to pick and choose or to cherry pick whom to believe when you pick those who debunk it and who
there isn't an ark on Mount Ararat. The most important point, nobody has ever found Noah's Ark. For over a century, there have been repeated claims. The Ararat anomaly, the Durapina site, satellite images, hidden wooden structures, every one of them has either been debunked, failed verification, or produced no convincing evidence. If someone says they found the Ark, where is the peer-reviewed paper? Where is the verified archaeological excavation? Where is the museum full of artifacts from the Ark? There isn't one. Mount Ararat is a volcano. It's an active stratovolcano. The current mountain formed long after the supposed flood date proposed by young Earth creationists. I think that might be a claim. Where else is it? The Bible doesn't mention Mount Ararat. Genesis says the mountains of Ararat. Ararat is a region, not necessarily the specific mountain. Wood doesn't survive, exposed for 4,000 years. I mean, this is... You can spend 5 minutes Googling reputable scientific sites that speak about this stuff, not apologetic sites, and you'll have it comprehensively debunked. There is no historical or archaeological evidence for the miracle claims of the Bible at all, anywhere.
You said so, actually. Anyway, I will come up with a better preparation, and I will try
present
to
some.
support
Come back with some. But don't bring me articles. But don't bring me articles from Answers in Genesis or the Discovery Institute because that's not proper science.
I was mentioning BBC. BBC is not an apologetical.
Yep,
website.
no, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
and by the way,
I was coming up with BBC.
Organizations like BBC sometimes get things wrong too. I want to see peer-reviewed,
Exactly, that's what I was saying.
peer-reviewed evidence.
Science, many times, not on like a few occasions, but science or the most of the science like achievements of or discoveries, they get debunked again and again. And for example, they come up with like they tell us there are 10 planets at some point. And then no,
that's not debunking
9.
science. No. You misunderstood. You misunderstood how that works. That's not debunking science. That's reclassifying. That's reclassifying our definition of a planet, because otherwise we would have to include many more like that. So it's not debunking science. By the way, when science gets corrected, hang on.
Hang on. Hang on.
Reclassified.
If it's something, it has to be reclassified. We cannot be like fully determined to.
Wait a minute. When science gets clarified, it's not clarified by religious people. The cure for science that needs to be updated isn't not science, it's more science. Science gets corrected by better science. The reclassification of Pluto away from being a planet was because we realized that if we were going to classify Pluto as a planet, there were many, many, many more small celestial bodies that we would have to also classify as a planet, and we'd end up with hundreds or thousands of planets in the solar system, and that's not workable. So it made more sense to recognize that Pluto, to just slightly change the parameters for the classification of a planet. That's not debunking science. It's just coming up with, it's responding to new information in a responsible way. You sound quite confused about this stuff.
No, actually, I'm not confused about it. But if you take science as an ultimate truth in the final destination,
I don't take it as an ultimate truth. I take it as the best method that we've ever developed to explore the world around us, to mitigate our own biases, and to systematize the way that we can work against faulty human reasoning and mistakes and fraud. It's the best we have. Is it perfect? No. Is it a shit ton better than religion? Yes. An awful lot better than religion. Because religion...
How can you prove that?
Because religion...
Better than religion?
Because religion starts with its conclusions and reasons backwards, and science starts with the evidence and reasons forwards. And it has proved spectacularly successful at doing that. That's why we never see scientific explanations for things being replaced by supernatural ones or religious ones, and yet the opposite happens all the time.
Okay, for example, like there are millions and billions of things we have no idea about, right? Like that's going on in the whole universe.
Can you define
now.
what science actually is? What do you think science actually is?
Yeah, it is a process in which you use experiments to test, to come up to understand things. You use experiments, and it has its own rules. You apply those rules, and you try to come up with a result. If I define it in a good way,
That's not great. That's not great. It's not trying to come up with a result, and it's not necessarily using experiments. It's a way of testing claims against reality. It's a method that we've come up with for testing ideas that are proposed to explain the things we see. So we see something and we don't understand it. We come up with a hypothesis, which is an explanation. And science is the method we've come up with.
Is it only for the things we see? Sorry, is it only for the things we see?
Yes. So it's to explain the things we see, because there's no point. Hang on.
It cannot be a tool to.
Slow down for a moment. It's to explain the things we see, because there's no point at trying to explain things we don't see, because those are outside of the scope of science. There's no point at trying to explain angels, right? Scientists don't set to work trying to explain fairies because they are outside the scope of science. So science busies itself with trying to explain things that we know exist and increase our understanding of them by proposing hypotheses which we then test to see if they work and to see if the frameworks, the explanatory frameworks, are able to make predictions which then come true. And if they don't, then we don't accept them. Religion doesn't have anything like that. This is why I can be confident in saying that science is a better method. Religion just gives you an explanation and then asks you to take it on faith.
Okay, so you're claiming that those things we can't see are not present, they are not existing?
I'm not claiming that. I never said that. There are lots of things we can't see.
It's my turn. Let me speak now. Be fair for me. Please. Thank you.
I'm not going to let you speak to strawman me. I'm not going to let you speak to strawman me. I did not say that the things we see don't exist. I said that science is concerned with explaining things we see. It's not concerned with explaining things that we are not aware of, right? So there's no point in trying to come up with explanations for things that we don't know about, because that's not the job of science. Okay, so I won't let you strawman me. I'm happy to let you speak, but I'm not going to let you strawman my position. You need to, if you're going to refer to my position, you must do it honestly.
Okay, tell me when I'm good to speak, though. Okay.
Now you're good to speak, but if you strawman me again, I'm going to stop you again.
Okay, I will not. I will paraphrase you. If I'm wrong, you will correct me. You said we use science to test the claims about the things that we see, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So science has no business in trying to prove religion, right? Since religion is dealing with the things we cannot see.
Not quite. Not quite. Because the moment religion starts making claims about science, the moment religion starts making claims about the real world, the moment religious people make a claim like prayer works, that's a claim. That's legitimately in the boundary of science now. There was this idea proposed by Stephen Jay Gould a few years ago that science and religion operate in non-overlapping magisteria, meaning that science is like to do with how things work, and religion is over here to do with like why things are and how we ought to be, and there's no overlap between them. This is wrong. The moment a religious person makes a claim about reality, and the claim could be something like prayers are answered, or it could be something like or it could be something like there was a flood. Right, that becomes. I'm still speaking. That becomes a scientific claim, and you're then legitimately in the neighborhood of science and in the domain of science, where the application of science is absolutely valid with respect to those claims.
Okay, if a religious person claims something which is like, for example, prayers or healing or something, it comes into business of science. So. You said that, and which came first? I have a question. Did science came first, or did religion come first?
It depends. It depends, because it depends how you define both of them,
in the human
right?
history. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends how you define both, because arguably, people trying to figure out, like our ancient ancestors, 2 or 3 or 4 or 500,000 years ago, trying to figure out which berries kill you and which berries are safe to eat. That's a type of science in a way, right? It's testing claims against reality, and it's working out what's true in a very proto way. It's not a sophisticated version, but it is a version of like testing ideas against reality. And religion also came really, really early. It depends on what you mean by religion. I mean, there were probably, early religions that we may not even know about, where people were trying to personify nature or whatever. It's hard to say.
Okay.
But I don't think it really matters, because they do different things.
I mean, you're preferring now these things matter, these things I don't think they matter. But so if you keep deciding these things don't matter, these things matter, eventually we do that. All of us are entitled to do that. But if we think like this is what matters and this is not what matters, we're not willing to listen and try to understand what that thing claims to be. So okay, let me cut it here and then let me come back to the point. I'm sorry. Science, sometimes science comes after religion. Do you believe that?
I honestly don't know where you're trying to go with this. So I would like you, if you're trying to promote, I don't even know what point you're trying to make right now. This is how disorganized this conversation is right now. Right? I'm trying to discern what point you're even trying to establish. Are you trying to say that we should consider religion and science as equally valid ways of investigating reality? Is that your claim?
I'm not considering that. Okay. I am referring to what you said exactly before. You said whenever some religious person claims some kind of scientific things or prayer or
then it's fair game for science.
Then science, yes. Then science comes in, debunks it.
I didn't say it debunks it. I didn't say that. I just said the moment a religious person makes a claim about reality, makes a claim about reality, that's a scientific claim. That's within the bounds of science. If a religious person is just saying, I feel in my heart that I ought to do this, well, that's outside the bounds of science. But the moment you start making claims about there was a flood, claims about an ocean parted, claims about people walked on water, or claims about, anything like that, claims about when the first humans lived, those are all firmly within the domain of science and amenable to scientific investigation and scrutiny.
Okay, so you're claiming reality is all that we can see and prove through science?
Reality, yeah. Yeah, reality is all we can look at through science, yes.
Okay. How are the things beyond science and we will discover in the few years ahead? For example, before microscopes, we did not know microorganisms exist. And then we happen to know them. So before that, you believe microorganisms were not real. They did not exist?
No, that's stupid. Obviously they were real. We just didn't know about them then. So I'm going to read a super chat which speaks to this, right? So Punta del Este has said, science can indeed postulate on the existence of previously non-detected entities, but it does so based on good working models and evidence, and it verifies it via experimentation, like neutrinos. That's a perfect comment to sum this up. Obviously, before we knew for a fact about microorganisms, we couldn't establish it as knowledge at that time. It didn't mean they didn't exist. I'm not suggesting that if we can't establish something, it doesn't exist.
Okay, nice. Good to know that. Okay. Okay. So I like this discussion. I will be back. I hope I'll get better in a few days. I'll be back with more evidences and to make sense.
Bring your strongest evidence. Bring your strongest evidence you can find for biblical claims, but don't bring me anything from Answers in Genesis or the Discovery Institute because they are fraudulent organizations.
Who said so?
They don't practice science according to the method of evidence first, conclusions later. They practiced what they call science, and they design it to look like science according to the method of conclusions first, make up the evidence afterwards, or pick only the evidence you can find that supports the conclusions you like. And it's well known that they do that. They're not serious organizations. So if you're going to bring me papers from the Discovery Institute, I'm just going to say that's not science. I'm not interested. And then you need to be more discerning about your sources.
Yeah, I will not come up with pseudosciences like you said. Trust me on this. Thank you for keeping it respectful. It's a good discussion, and I want everyone to come in here, and I'll be a family. Thank you all, and keep coming in, enlighten us, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, SS. Thanks for coming up. Cheers.
Okay.
Right. Where are we at? We are at 4:53 a.m. Not doing badly. Not doing badly. I've still got a little bit of gas in the tank, madly and crazily. So we will get gonna get Adam up next. I have to read a couple more super chats, and then we'll see where we are at. So, Buzz said, "Please let me know if you see a comment from Tariq." Oh, I will. I really will. Yeah, I completely will, Buzz. And Tim said, "How do I know I'm the black sheep? Every family photo, I'm the cameraman. My mother said, one man's trash is another man's treasure. It's how I learn I'm adopted." Oh, Tim. Yikes. I'm sure that's not the case. You're certainly not trash here. We love you, Tim. Bab said, "Socrates, wisdom is being aware of your ignorance." And I think that is very, very wise words. We should all be aware of our ignorance and aware where our limits are, and never shy to say, "I don't know about that," or "Someone else knows more about that than me." Yes, Ash misclicked crash out on SS. I will clear that for you, Ash. Thank you so much. I'll clear that in just a second. And Hotep says, "Another day done and still no evidence or good argument for anthropomorphic deities. Atheist win, John." The God delusion versus humble, rational, sane minds. Thank you so much. We try. I've really enjoyed the stream today. I missed having Sean, but I also quite enjoy the freedom to not talk without worrying about whether I'm leaving enough room in the conversation for someone else. And I know that Sean and I sometimes end up accidentally tripping over each other's feet a bit, which is something we're working on getting better at. So I've quite enjoyed having the space to just starfish on the bed tonight, as it were. Buzz says, "Thank you so much, John, for allowing me to respond to the insane shit that Tariq said. I cannot even comprehend his position as the father of a lost child to believe that he has a reward waiting for him. It's completely sick. Absolutely horrific. How can he ignore the pain of his wife selfishly?" I think you're absolutely right, Buzz. Thank you, my friend. I as I said, I'm only sorry for not platforming you earlier in response to that. I'll take the hit on that one, but thank you very much. I appreciate your support and the way you spoke. I really do. Zeitgeist says, SS, the Ark story was a lie. The pseudo-archaeologist Ron Wyatt was using bad science and fraudulent data. This is true. Ron Wyatt is a laughingstock. He's like the Cy Ten Bruggencate of archaeology. Bethos said, "W Buzz, for real, I'm horrified by Tariq's takes. I don't think I've ever seen so many super chats about one call. That guy lit it up in here. Why would Tariq get the thought of hitting a female, even his own wife, losing a child? A man would support his wife and family and not fucking discuss hitting conditions." I know. Absolutely grim. Grim. And we had that one already. And then Tim said, last one for now, "Considering radiation exists, there are rocks with auras. That aura happens to be rip you apart at an atomic level, but it's there." Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'll take science over religion every day. Okay, let's quickly just get Adam in. I'm going to clean up the bingo so that I can take that missed call from Ash off. It is cleared. Your name is cleared, Ash. And let's get Adam in. Adam, are you there?
Yes, I'm
yeah.
here.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Not too bad.
Good.
So yeah, I won't get in on Tariq because just no.
Yep. No.
But yeah, I wanted to congratulate Satnam on, actually asking questions and listening.
Yeah.
Like he still kept trying to argue like the same points over and over again, but at least he seemed to kind of get things.
He did.
But if he is listening, hopefully, because I wanted to just basically go over some of the things to hopefully clarify stuff for him. Maybe he
go
can,
for it.
So he went on about, the constants of the universe. For one, we have no evidence that the constants could be any different than what they are.
Yep.
Or if they were different, that there wouldn't simply just be a different universe.
Yep.
Like, because always the argument is our universe couldn't exist, which is true, but that's also irrelevant because there's no reason for our universe to exist. There would just be a different type of universe with, theists there saying that the universe was perfectly designed for them.
Exactly. Even ones with 3 arms, right? Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But because for making that argument, first he would have to prove that the constants could be any different. He would have to prove how those constants could be changed. He would have to prove that something set the constants to what they currently are. He'd have to prove what could change them. And then he would actually have to prove that thing exists. So he's got all the work on his side if he wants to make that claim, instead of just asking, well, how else could it be? It's no, you're the one who's bringing the actual problems. But
yeah, and as I said, if you're going to make a probability argument, you need to know what the possibility space is, and they never do.
Yeah, because our probability is 100%, because we have this one universe. Like, until you have other universes with different properties that you can look at, you have nothing to, to try and find the percentages on. So, because when you have a test case of 1, that's all you have. But and then he complained about he was saying that, God has to be a brute fact. But yeah, if God can be the brute fact or eternal or whatever, then so can the universe.
Yeah.
And if the universe is eternal, then it doesn't need a cause, like he kept trying to say that there has to be a beginning, there has to be whatever, because it's just there. And again, like you pointed out, you can throw the argument back, then what caused your God? And then they start with all the, God is timeless, but yeah, something that is timeless can't change, can't create, can't take action. So you need to be in time to create. So you can't create time unless you already exist in time.
He did seem to actually get that, because he actually repeated that back to me. So props to him. He did actually.
Yeah.
I think he actually internalized that argument. He seemed to get it.
Yeah, which is good. And I do get like some of the time things, like the other caller who couldn't understand infinite time in the past. I mean, I get for some people it's kind of hard to grasp, but like, I guess for me, I've always just, it made sense because I understood what infinite numbers are. So I just see anything infinite works the same way. If there's infinite time, it's just, positive or negative.
Absolutely.
Forever. So, and yeah, the argument of, God existing outside of time and space or whatever, well, something that exists for 0 time doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, time, like existence is temporal in itself. So it's just a requirement. And like, it's basically bringing up the point that the argument is that theists say, I don't know, therefore God. And then they just stop. Whereas, scientists are saying, I don't know, so let's investigate and find out. But because like with SS calling, like, yeah, he didn't get how science works. He seemed to think it was much like religion, where you just make a claim and then try and prove the claim. But yeah, science, like, you observe some sort of phenomena first, you find something that you don't understand. You start asking the questions on how, why this happens. You start researching existing knowledge to see if there's something that we already know that can explain it, and maybe it's just an offshoot, or if it's, it might be something completely unknown to start with. You build a hypothesis that is testable. You start conducting your experiments that have to be repeatable. So you can't just go with, oh, I got this to work once and now this is my claim. Once you've done that, you analyze the data, draw your conclusion based on that data.
Yep.
Then you communicate your results and have them retested and verified by other people.
Yeah,
So,
it's hard to imagine anything more different to religion than that, right? It's hard to even conceptualize anything further away from dogma and just people going, this is how it is, and this is what you have to believe. It's crazy. Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like they try and make, they often say, well, well, my religion makes these claims and it explains this, except religion never actually explains anything. It just states a thing.
Yeah.
God did this. Okay. Prove it.
Yeah.
Show how did God do this? Oh,
Yeah.
well, God just magicked it. Show that you can just magic something. You can't just keep, because it always just comes down to another claim, another claim, another claim.
Yeah.
And then usually they jump back to the beginning again. It's like, the Bible's true because the Bible says it's true. And it's like,
yeah,
so.
Madness. Well, thanks for the recap. I appreciate it. And you nailed it on the science stuff, of course. So I appreciate you, Adam. Thanks, man.
Yep. Take care.
Take it easy, friend. Thanks. Okay. Where are we at? Okay, we'll bring in Indy. Hey, Indy. We can't hear you right now. You might need to reset your audio again. I think we had this last time. It says AirPods. It does say AirPods, but let's see. There we go. I think I got you.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. Yeah, I've got you on iPhone speaker.
Cool. What you got? Now we've lost you again.
You got me there?
I think so. Speak. Say something.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's not fantastic if I'm honest. It's a slightly bad, but let's give it a try. We'll persevere. If I turn the echo cancellation off, it might improve. Try that now.
How's that?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, what do you got, friend?
Beautiful. Oh, mate, lots of stuff. I managed to wake up and I got someone talking over the top of me now.
Try now. Try now.
I can hear someone. I got someone saying hello to me over the top of you.
It shouldn't be there now.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
What did you have to say, Indy?
All right. Okay, that's better. I could hear myself. I could hear someone else. You still got me there, mate?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, it's been a fun one, hey? It's been an interesting one. Bit of a different one today, hey? Like focusing a bit more on the debates and
yeah, we got to keep these conversations interesting for the people who are listening, and it's far less interesting for them to listen to people calling up to agree with me. So I'm going to have other live streams where we just do chit chat and calling in and catching up and talking about the sort of other side, the deconstruction stories and all of that. That's just not what I'm finding, is that people are increasingly not wanting those things to be in these streams, and I get that. I tend to skip through those calls too, to be honest, when I'm listening to other people's streams. It's not that interesting. So with that said, let's get this one done. What did you want to say, mate?
Yeah. Oh man, I've enjoyed. I feel it's a bit like going to the zoo. These ones, like it's been nice to just sit back and watch all the different people, both the people that come through to you, but also the people in the chat, and just see the different games that people play. And I like the one with the guy a few calls ago that said that kept saying you give you the benefit of the doubt. He kind of reminded me of a guy that had got roundhouse kicked in the head and got like put into an induced coma for about 6 weeks, and then woke up and gone, "Oh, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt." Then it's like, dude, you actually just been slaughtered. Like there's no benefit of the doubt required. Like I thought that was a cool tactic though. It's like just get absolutely smashed and then just go, "Yeah, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt." I thought that was pretty clever. But the one I keep seeing a lot is the agree to disagree one. That one I see a lot, and it's like I do wonder when we got to this point where like agreeing to disagree. Like if you say that you like pistachio ice cream and I say I don't, like, we can agree to disagree because it's like neither of us can say that the other person is wrong. It's like it's taste, it's preference. But like the question of whether there's a God, it's like there's an actual answer to that question. Like you agreeing to disagree is just you being okay with being wrong. There is an actual answer to that question. So like if I say there's not and you say there is and you just agree to disagree, well, you're just saying you're okay with like not being right. It's a really strange position to take in an argument where there's a real answer.
Especially exactly where there's actual evidence there, it's just silly because we can look at the evidence and there shouldn't be any disagreement. It's not a question of taste. And let's agree to disagree is quite often just a retreat from a conversation when things are going badly. So it's deployed strategically to get the job done of backing out without losing too much face. That's what that's about.
Yeah. Well, I think the one that's been most interesting is just seeing the chat, the amount of people that are like sitting in the chat, like sniping at people about like, and a lot of it's about free will and stuff. It's like, dude, you've literally come through to a chat with a guy who's written a book about like free will and like how we don't have free will and stuff. It's like, just get on the chat. Like, but I don't know if they don't have the balls or if they're just here to be trolls or like, but they're sitting, it's like, if your case for free will is that good, it's like, put it to the test. Like, jump on.
All sorts.
See if it stands up.
Indy, I'm gonna move it on, mate. Give us a call back when we do the coffee stream. I've got to come up with a name for it, but there'll be a different format where we just be more free form chat, but trying to keep this one focused for the audience. So thanks for calling in.
Easy done,
friend.
brother.
Appreciate
Thanks,
you,
man.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
Bye.
Okay, we're going to try and bring in Universe. Universe, are you there? I can't hear you. You are there, but I can't hear you. And I suspect that Indy could hear you talking before because you're in the same live space. But you might need to refresh your browser or go drop down and come back in on the same link you used. Quite often that renegotiates the audio connection and then it works. But I cannot hear you right now, and neither can anyone else. Okay.
Could hear you talking before.
There you go.
You're in the same live space, but you might need to
Okay, so that's
refresh
just
your browser.
Yeah, so that's just
drop down and come back in on the.
That's just reflecting me back to me. That's someone pranking, I reckon. So we're going to drop that one down. Okay, amazing. They waited for ages and ages, and all they wanted to do was play our stream audio back to us. How silly. Okay. Bethos said, I'm okay with some percentage of friendly callers in the stream. Thank you, Bethos. I appreciate that. And Buzz said, thanks, John, for holding the line. Debate is better than friends. Yeah, I mean, I think, look, since I started doing this last summer, the community aspect of it and the speaking to friends and the supporting people in deconstruction has always been a really, really big part of it. And there will never be a time when it's not a part of what I do here. It's very meaningful to me. It's very important. And I want that to be a thing. But I do understand that for some people, that's not what they're here for. And when those calls come, especially when they end up being stacked, when sometimes it's a little bit quiet on the debate front and we end up getting 3 or 4 or 5 friendlies in a row, that is dull and boring for people listening to it who didn't come up, join the stream to hear that. So I do totally get it. So the instinct for me is to create a space for those calls where they can all happen, where we can do it, we can do the hangouts, we can do all of that stuff, and it isn't the debate thing. And we keep the debate calls a bit more focused because, to be fair, when I'm listening to stuff, like I watch Justin's streams, I really like the fact that he does that. And it means I don't have to get slightly bored, listening to someone tell him all about their life story about how they lost their religion, which is a bit less interesting to listen to. So I do get it. And my attempt here is to try and keep these streams as appealing for you guys to listen to as I can, because that's what I'm here for. So I'm trying to serve you all and trying to keep it good and keep it engaging. So hopefully I'm doing all right. I'm trying for you, because I appreciate the fact that you guys turn up. It means everything to me. So, and Adam says, I joined the stream more for the friendlies than the theists. I think what I love about it is we all still get to hang out together. That's what the chat's for, and the interaction and all that stuff. There's that sense of coming together for these streams. I love it. I mean, streaming with you lot is my happy place. It really is. Like I live kind of stream to stream. I wake up in the morning on days when I know I'm going to be streaming, and I'm excited. I can't wait to get to it. And I get it. Like, the community thing is absolutely awesome. I couldn't be without it. But I'm also trying to create something that people want to watch as well. So that's how I will try to do it. And Buzz says, agreed. Thanks, Buzz. I appreciate you, man. Right, let's see. A couple of other things to look at. Let's see. Bethel says, JC, John Cohen is quite clearly a lampoon of the Messiah himself, John Cleese, even the initials. JC Cleese had to do the silly walk. Cohen has to endure the silly talks. It does get silly sometimes. It does. There was a really silly one earlier today, wasn't there? The guy who was telling me I'm a serpent and I've seen the lake of fire because I've heard about volcanoes. You couldn't write it. You couldn't write it. And the flirfs and all of that stuff. We will always fight at the front line of silliness. We will always do that. Okay, let's see what else we have. We are at, gosh, it is 5:15 a.m. here. Maybe I should think about wrapping this up soon. The call queues are currently empty, so maybe I'll take this opportunity. I have to give at least one of these that, where is it gone? There we go. So Tracy sent in on the questions and answer form, which is available for inquirers level members and above, sent in the following. I keep hearing Christians say that hell is just separation from God and not fire. Well, if that's all it is, I'm fine with it. I think all non-believers would be fine with it too. I mean, we're already living that life and we're happy with it. Now for the real talk. Nowhere in the Bible does it say hell is separation from God. It clearly describes hell as burning and gnashing of teeth. And this is absolutely right. The Bible doesn't mince its words about what hell is actually like. And this separation from God mumbo jumbo is basically just a cope that people have come up with later to try and make the actual theology sound less horrible. And if you think I'm not telling the truth, let's have a look at it, right? So this is Jesus talking, Matthew 13. The Son of Man will send his angels, and they will collect out of his kingdom all causes of sin and all evildoers, and they will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. That's not just separation from God. That's collecting people and throwing them into a furnace. That's not very nice. In Matthew 13, so it will be at the end of the age. The angels will come out and separate the evil from the righteous. This idea of sorting the sheep and the goats, right? Sorting the evil from the righteous. One queue goes this way and one queue goes this way, and throw them into the furnace of fire where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew 25, sorry if I repeated that one. Matthew 25, then he will say to those at his left hand, you who are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. Pretty grim, right? Matthew 25:46, and these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous into eternal life. So that's eternal punishment, not just separation. Punishment. Mark chapter 9:43. If your hand causes you to sin, cut it off. It is better for you to enter life maimed than to have two hands and go to hell, to the unquenchable fire. Not the separation from God where you can hang out with your friends but just not have any religion. It's the unquenchable fire. If your foot causes you to sin, cut it off. It's better for you to enter life lame than to have 2 feet and be thrown into hell. And if your eyes do the same, better to, if your eyes cause you to sin, tear it out. Better for you to enter the kingdom of God with one eye than to have 2 eyes and be thrown into hell. What happens in hell? Where their worm never dies and the fire is never quenched. So all of this nonsense about, oh, it's just separation from God. It's not. The Bible says that it's fire and it's wailing and gnashing of teeth and worms and unpleasant stuff. Not good. Appreciate the question, T. It was an excellent one. You did send another one. I'll do it on the next. I'll do it on the next stream. So the cheese shop sketch Flip is talking about is awesome. If anyone hasn't seen the Monty Python cheese shop sketch, it's a classic. It's a classic. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You guys all know already. But if you don't, go on YouTube when this is finished. Monty Python cheese shop sketch. It is awesome. Classic of our time. Right. What have we got here? We have got on the YouTube side, Geo. Going to bring in Geo right now. Hopefully the audio works. Geo, are you there?
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Geo. Welcome in. You are at least 18, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes, I think. Perfect. Good stuff. Well, welcome up. What would you like to say? What would you like to say?
Well, I wanted to. You said in your thing, atheism makes more sense. So I was just interested in hearing what you had to say.
Yeah. I mean, atheism as a response to theistic claims makes more sense because the theistic claims, for some reason, are never accompanied by actual evidence. They're just claims, and then the evidence proposed is always either bad arguments, logical fallacies and fallacious arguments, arguments from personal incredulity or such things, or they are appeals to history, which is unverified, or they're appeals to personal experience, which don't work because people all over the world are making claims about their personal experiences and claiming that they validate their religious claims, but they all contradict each other, right? So we know that most of them, or most of them at least, must be wrong. And if most of them are wrong, it seems more parsimonious to think it's likely that all of them are wrong. And when I say wrong, I just mean the experiences are not necessarily being interpreted in the right way. How does that land for you?
Well, I mean, I've thought about all those before, so I can't really say that it's come to too much of a surprise. I mean, I guess we could start with, so what arguments would you say, because do you acknowledge that there are arguments for God that you just all find unconvincing, or
yeah,
or like which ones do you find to be most powerful? Do you find any of them to be substantial in any way?
No, I find them all to be lacking. Some of them are obviously silly, and some of them are less obviously silly, but they just don't land for a reason. There's always a reason. There's always a problem with the argument. I mean, I guess it would be sort of silly if you ask me to list all the arguments for God I don't agree with, because the list would be very long. Why don't we invert it slightly? And I'd say, what do you think is the strongest argument for God? And we'll approach it that way, shall we?
I mean, I guess I know I've been looking a lot into kind of Big Bang cosmology, and seeing how a lot of atheists kind of say, well, the universe could have just been infinite, right?
Yeah.
Instead of a initial cause, but I guess I'm a little bit confused as to how that would work, because is the Big Bang not the beginning of time itself? So, or would you disagree with that statement?
Yeah, I first of all, I'm not a cosmologist, so there are people who have a very, very deep understanding of this stuff, and they're the people to ask about. My understanding is that the notion that the Big Bang was the beginning of time itself is a bit outdated, and was a view in scientific circles a few decades ago, but isn't the view now. If you speak to cosmologists now, there was a survey in Copenhagen of cosmologists, and the majority of cosmologists did not regard the Big Bang as necessarily being the beginning of the existence of the universe. And of course, we can never investigate it because we can't look back further than the Planck time, right? We can't investigate. That's a hard boundary for us. But my understanding of this is the consensus view amongst the people who understand it the best is that the Big Bang was not the beginning of time.
Okay,
just an
interesting.
expansion phase of the universe that we can see happening still.
Now, would you have any opinion on like the contingency argument of like how, you know, everything kind of has to have a cause until you get to like either an infinite regress or like unmoved mover?
Yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar with the.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so here's an example of an argument which is proposed, right? And the contingency argument was first framed by Aquinas, right? So this is a 700-year-old argument. And the reason why it doesn't work is, let's have a look at some of the arms, right? So first of all, I don't have a problem with an infinite regressive causes. I don't have any problem with that at all. And whilst it feels a bit counterintuitive, mathematically it works, and there's no problem with time stretching infinitely into the past and an infinite chain of things causing other things. There's no reason why you have to get to a first cause. But let's imagine that we don't like the idea of an infinite chain of contingent things, and eventually our chain of contingent things terminates in a necessary thing. Well, that necessary thing could just be a brute fact of reality, right? There's no reason to think it's a mind. There's no reason to think it's a deity. There's no reason to think it's even a thing. It could just be some principle in nature. It could be, it could be something. Something has to terminate this chain. Now, your terminus for this, if you're a theist, is a god. And you're quite happy for the god to just be defined as being necessary, uncaused, and being the beginning of all the contingent things that stem from it. I'm happy to just say that there might be some brute fact of nature, which just is, because you're happy for there to be a brute fact of nature. You just personify it and call it a god, and then give it attributes and potentially have a relationship with it. I'm happy to just say there might be some principle, some effect in science that we can't yet describe, but some unknown law in physics which is yet to be uncovered, which causes reality to just be a thing. And I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that as a possibility. I just don't think that you can get from contingency that we observe within the universe to insisting that the universe itself is contingent. And even if you could, the proposed cure for that cannot be asserted to be a personal being of any sort, as far as I can see.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, but like, and to kind of maybe hopefully dance around the God of Gaps argument, which I know it's kind of like, I don't know, I feel like might be a necessary evil in this case, but like your claim is atheism makes more sense. Would you see any problem of sort of like, on the one hand of like, hey, we don't really know how this works, but we might figure this out in the future, versus putting a label on it and saying, hey, it would make sense that like, we don't know how this thing started, that there could be some sort of deistic creator to kind of push this this thing into existence, right? Because like obviously from a hot, dense state of no matter existing, of quantum fluctuations or whatever, into like a whole universe, that seems like a big sort of change to me. That seems like a kickstart obviously happened, and normally when you think of a kick, you think of someone kicking it. So like that's just like how like my brain would think about these things, and in that way kind of makes more sense. Now, not to say that it's impossible, that it's just like some physics formula, but we don't have that right now. So like this is which one makes more sense. It just kind of seems more plausible that there's just someone that pushed this into place.
Why? I mean, that raises so many more questions than it answers. Like, the purpose of an explanation is to explain something with the provision of information, right? And positing a magical mind, which is essentially what we're talking about here, like a mind, right? We don't have any experience so far ever of minds existing without a brain. So we're now postulating that a mind can exist without a brain, without a physical substrate, right? That's a thing we've never seen, have absolutely no reason at all to think could ever exist. We're essentially saying, we want an explanation for this thing, and we're going to just call it magic. That's basically what's going on. And I'm not saying that to be demeaning, but that is essentially what's happening. There is absolutely no mechanism by which we can understand that a mind would create a universe. It's just, it doesn't answer any questions. It just pretends to have answered a question. The intellectually honest thing to do is just to say we don't know, and to be happy to stay in that state of I don't know, which is where I live. I live in that state with regard to this stuff. I just say I don't know. I'm okay not knowing. Because postulating a creator raises more questions than you've answered by postulating a creator. That's why it's not parsimonious, and that's why it's inelegant philosophically.
Well, I would say if you just leave it kind of at a deistic creator, then I think, you would be leaving a lot of unanswered questions of like why, how, all that sort of stuff. I think maybe the Christian worldview would kind of answer a lot of those questions.
That makes it infinitely worse, because now you're not just postulating some kind of principle that caused things to kick into motion. You're saying that it had a mind, and not only that it had a mind, but that it's a particular mind that and it had a plan, and it was rooted in the biblical mythology of the Middle East from 2,000 years ago, and it had conceptions of sin and all of that. You're then bringing in this whole truckload of, if you'll forgive me, absolute bullshit, and attaching that to what 5 minutes ago was just an honest question. Like 5 minutes ago, we were like, was there a necessary cause to the universe? Did something kick off the Big Bang? We're asking legitimate questions. Now we're talking about talking donkeys, right? And sins and gardens and information about morality encoded in fruit, which gets stolen by women made from body parts of men who are made of dirt. And suddenly, we've lost control, right? We're suddenly into Hoo-Hoo Street. We're on the La-La train. It's crazy. This is not sound thinking. And so this is why I prefer to just go, let's be calm and let's understand the limitations of our knowledge and be humble about that and say there are going to be some things about the universe that we don't understand yet. And some of those questions may be answered one day in the way that there were many questions we didn't understand, say, 200 years ago, that we now have. Think about how much more we understand about reality now, right? We understand genetics, we understand weather, we understand lots of things that were a total mystery to us then. In another 200 or 500 or 1,000 years, imagine how much more we'll understand if we manage to survive that long. Some of the questions that we have now that we ponder about will be trivial. Children will be taught about them at school, and they'll say, do you remember that time a few hundred years ago where people got themselves all twisted up because they couldn't understand how abiogenesis happened? And then at some point, someone will have explained it. They will have a model for it. The model will be tested and verified. It will have predictive success. It won't be a big deal in science anymore. And so I'm just saying we should be humble and understand that our knowledge will grow. And in the meantime, where the gaps in our knowledge are, rather than filling them with magical beings and myths, we should just say, we don't know right now, but smart people are working on it.
I guess I do it at a certain extent. I feel your frustration, especially because for me, I have a degree in biomed, so I understand Old Testament. I'm not a young Earth creationist. I accept evolution, and I know that top researchers are working on abiogenesis and stuff like that. So I'm not really hung up on all that. And I tend to just believe early Genesis is often allegory or misinterpreted. But I would say though that and maybe we can talk more about Jesus, because I know he's pretty historically documented as far as Josephus goes, and and like had a pretty massive early gathering, would you say?
I mean,
Like,
you have to
isn't
be
it
a
like just
little bit careful with Josephus, don't we? Because it's one thing to say that it looks like Jesus existed as a historical figure, but that's a million miles away from the claims about him. And the sections in the Antiquities about Jesus being the Messiah were quite clearly not written by Josephus. They don't appear in the earliest versions of that, and they're considered to be 4th century interpolations under Eusebius. So I don't think Josephus can attest to anything other than that there was probably someone called Jesus.
right? Yeah, well, that's what I was getting at. Was like, okay, so you have external biblical sources that confirm that he was a person, got crucified by Pontius Pilate, and then people claims to have seen him. Like, obviously, like, they don't say he definitely did rise up from the dead, we saw him himself, but like, as far as like people in the day claim that he saw him and had a large gathering soon afterwards. But then, like, I mean, the Gospels are written in the next 100 years after when he supposedly died. Like, that's, from my knowledge, confirmed. Yes.
Yeah, so you've got like a few decades of word of mouth storytelling being spread around a pre-scientific, highly superstitious population who were primed to be gullible for these kinds of stories, right? And every Tom, Dick and Harry back then was a messiah, and every other person was being resurrected. Jesus is not the only resurrection account in the history. There are many others. And it just so happens that after a few decades, someone who we don't know thought to write some of this stuff down in the Gospel of Mark. And then Matthew and Luke borrowed heavily from Mark. We don't know who any of these Gospel writers are. They almost certainly were not eyewitnesses to anything. They wrote this stuff down, stories that they'd heard. And yes, you've got the letters of Paul, but Paul never knew Jesus or met him. He claimed to have a vision on a road. That's hardly authoritative. And he claimed to have that there were 500 eyewitnesses, but no one's got any of their names. No one's got any of their accounts. We don't even have second-hand testimony from any of those 500 eyewitnesses. So the claim that there were 500 witnesses is itself hearsay. So this is a very, very low level of evidence to support preposterous claims of a human being dying and then coming back to life again by magic, and the ground opening up, and zombies emerging from the ground and wandering into town to shop a little and perhaps say hello. All of these things that was supposedly happened, and none of the contemporary historians of the day thought to mention them. It's preposterous that we would be expected to believe such accounts on such shoddy evidence.
You said that the gospel writers weren't eyewitnesses. I know Luke was like a supposed doctor or something like that, but Matthew, Mark, and John were the part of the disciples. So how would they?
We have no idea who they are. They're completely anonymous. Nobody knows who they are.
Well, but like were like their names? How do historians like know that they were? Why do they call them those books? Do you know?
Those names were added later. We don't know we don't know what their names were, and we don't know who those writers were. And we do know they made loads of mistakes, by the way. They couldn't get the story straight between them, and not just on small details, on massive details, on details of structure, on details of who found the tomb, on details of what time Jesus was, all of these things. They're not minor misunderstandings. They disagree about Jesus's genealogy. They disagree about Joseph's genealogy. They make all sorts of mistakes. And clearly the writer of Matthew was working off a Greek translation of the Old Testament, not off the original Hebrew, and couldn't read the original Hebrew because there are all sorts of mistakes and misattributions in the book of Matthew, which would not be there if whoever was writing it had an understanding of the actual text he was looking at when it came to the Hebrew Bible. So these are not reliable sources as far as I can see when it comes to the magnitude of the claim they're making. They're making claims that, if true, would be the most significant claims ever made, right? This is important stuff. If there's the creator of the universe was a first century trainee carpenter, and we're all going to get set on fire if we don't believe this. This is something we ought to know about. And so their claims of a very, very high level of importance you would think that if the creator of the universe wants us to know this, the evidence provided would be a bit better. And the evidence is pretty poor.
I mean, so a couple of things. You kind of mentioned a lot of things. As far as like contradictions, that's something that I personally don't really see an issue with. I kind of hold the like limited inerrancy view. Like I acknowledge that people wrote it, so I don't really see like it would kind of make sense that like there's the whole thing about like you know, if you saw a witness a car crash of a red car hitting a blue car, and then like 40 years later someone came up to you and said, you know, did the red car hit the blue car, or the blue car hit you? You know, you might get some details mixed up. I think that's kind of how I attribute most of those details. Like, I mean, as far as the genealogy things go, I kind of thought that was done on purpose for one to be Mary's lineage and the other one to be Joseph's lineage. I don't know.
That's
if you know more
that's
about
what
that.
people say, but there's no reliable historical way to determine Mary's lineage there, and it would be pretty unorthodox to describe Joseph as the son of Heli if what they really mean is Heli is actually Mary's father.
I mean, I could pull up the verse, but I'm not going to do all that. This is, I find it inconsequential. But as far as what was some of the other things you're saying, so I just find it like you have 4 separate documents that are clearly in the time frame of Jesus that describe his life in quite big detail, and I think why wouldn't they be counted as historical? At least, I mean, you might discount miracles because, like, I don't know, supernatural claim for supernatural, whatever that phrase goes. But why are those accounts not like at least seen as like historical because they were written at that time? No. Whether or not you know the author.
Yeah, for me, it's just the principle here is, I know it's such a cliche, but it's a cliche because it's true. That extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and the evidence here is not extraordinary. It's very far from extraordinary. And I always think of Satya Sai Baba, the Indian god man who claimed to be a god and was said to do healings and miracles and all sorts. He had 1 million followers. His miracles were filmed and put on the internet, right? So the amount of evidence we have for this guy is tens of thousands of times stronger and more voluminous than anything we have for Jesus. And yet nobody believes that this guy was really a god man, right? He was a trickster. But we have so much more evidence, both in terms of quality and quantity. We just are appropriately skeptical of it. We should apply the same standard to the evidence we have for Jesus, where the evidence is far less and far less reliable, and far less of it. So I'm just arguing for the consistent standards of evidence.
You did mention before how there was other kind of messianic figures and people that claimed resurrection and stuff like that. But you would acknowledge that as far as Jesus is, like, he did get like a massive following that like just rapidly took over, and like there's clearly a difference between Jesus and those other figures. I mean, it's the #1 religion in the world, I think, for a reason. I mean,
it's the #1 religion in the world because it was adopted by Constantine, and it became the official religion of the empire, and as such it acquired the power and the authority, and it was able to be spread brutally by the sword throughout the world for centuries, and very, very successfully. But that doesn't speak to the truth of its claims in any way at all. It just speaks to the effectiveness of those who would perpetuate those claims.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess like I've always been kind of like an inner skeptic, so it's like I've always been having a lot of these questions, so it's nice to, I guess, kind of talk through them.
Sure.
I wanted to say previously, before coming on, you were talking about kind of doctrine of hell, and although like I think you would kind of have to prove God first to affirm hell, but
yeah,
I do think that there's a claim to be made about I don't know. I've been looking a lot into like annihilationism, and I think there's a very fair case biblically that I don't think hell is eternal torture, and there's like proportional punishment that's in the Bible too. So
You
I
know,
wouldn't say that
you
it's
can probably take a position and find the verses you like to support the position you like. I accept that, but my objection to hell is not the disproportionality of it. My objection is the concept of being punished for what you believe. This is what my book is about. I don't know if you know this, but I the reason I'm doing this is I wrote a book and I decided to go online to start talking about my book, and then it became the being online became the thing rather than the book. But I do actually have a book coming out in November on Prometheus books, and in it I basically demonstrate that belief isn't a choice. You can't choose your beliefs any more than you can choose what you find funny, right? You just discover what you believe, and when your mind comes into contact with a belief, it either convinces you or it doesn't. And this came because somebody said to me a few years ago, just decide to believe in Jesus. Just make that decision to just believe it. And I reflected and realized I can't. It's not that I don't want to. I'm incapable of it. I'm not convinced of it. So what would it mean for me to say I believe it whilst I'm still not convinced of it? Something would have to convince me, right? And until that happens, I'm incapable of believing it. So how would it make moral sense for me to be punished for that? Whether the punishment is eternal conscious torment or the cosmic death penalty or something else, if the punishment was a minor inconvenience, it would still be morally unacceptable to impose it on someone purely for what their mind found convincing. And this is the thesis at the center of everything I do, is this idea that I want people to understand this. Believers too. I want believers to understand and wrap your head around it, because once you realize, once you think about this and understand that belief isn't an action you take, it's a thing that happens to you. It's just miscategorized in our culture, because we've got silly phrases like I refuse to believe and I'm choosing to believe this or that. Once we realize that actually it doesn't work that way, then it's a small step to realizing how morally problematic it is for a salvation doctrine to make the test what you believed. The God is going to annihilate people who weren't convinced and save the people who were convinced. Why? How does that make ethical sense?
I think it's actually funny you brought that up, because for like, I don't know, for a couple of years, that was kind of one thing that I'd bring up to a lot of my fellow Christians, was like this idea of belief, and like how I would always bring up an example is like, if you had a gun to my head and told me to believe in leprechauns, like I don't think I could force myself to believe in leprechauns.
Exactly.
And then I found actually your YouTube channel, like, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, oh, he's like saying the same thing that I was saying. But I think, that was actually kind of what was like internally. I was like, well, that does make sense. So like maybe like that's kind of, I've always been more of a free will type of guy, but then I was like, well, maybe it's just like we're all predestined to like believe a certain way. But then I'm like, well, then what's the fairness in that? So I do see that like that makes it's a perfectly logical claim. So that's something that I've been thinking about a lot. So.
Well, I really appreciate the thoughtful way that you've engaged in this conversation, and it's a real pleasure to talk to you. Feel free to come back anytime.
Yeah, great talking to you.
Thanks, Gio. All the best. Take care. Thanks. Okay, we are going to try and get in Joe next, from Gio to Joe. But first, a couple of super chats to read out. Bethel said, Cheese Shop is greater than Parrot Sketch. I think I agree. I mean, they're both classics, right? Parrot is pretty up there too. My JC remark earlier was about a Mr. Bean sketch spoofing JC, and Palin versus two buffoons interviewed about Life of Brian. Life of Brian is just such a classic. Absolute brilliant. There were protests outside cinemas when that film was on. They were not liking it at all. I think it's an absolute gem. And John O'Neill says, an Eskimo asked the missionary priest, if I did not know about God and sin, would I go to hell? No, said the priest. Then why do you tell me? Asked the Eskimo. And this is actually, I talk about this in my book. I say that most believers think that there's some kind of theological cutout that provides immunity for people who have never heard the message, right? They don't get sent to hell because they haven't heard the good news, so their rejection isn't really a rejection. They can't really be blamed. Well, if you think about what percentage of evangelizing attempts are actually successful, it's quite low. Let's say it's 10%. That means 90% of the people you go and tell the good news to are not going to believe it. You could unwittingly, if you're a proselytizer, you could unwittingly be depriving them of the immunity they were enjoying from hell before you turned up and messed it all up for them. You knocked on the door and said, I'm here to tell you about Jesus, and totally took away their immunity by dumping the gospel on them, and now they are without excuse, and it's all your fault. The only ethical thing to do is stay at home and never tell anyone about any of this stuff. There you go. Toro Loco says, I believe there is something out there far greater than the God of the Bible, but I also believe that whatever that is, it will never make itself known to us in any way, shape, or form. Interesting thought. That may well be true. And I guess we just have to stay, open-minded about the possibility of that, and we'll believe it if there's any evidence for it. We can be open-minded about it without accepting it as an actual belief, I think. And Peapot Fairy said, good faith discussions are so refreshing. Wasn't Gio great? What a nice guy. Difference of opinion, but those kind of conversations are lovely. I enjoy having them too. Good for him. Okay, let's get Joe in, and I'm going to think about winding this up because I've been doing this for 7 hours, 20 minutes, and it is almost 6 a.m. Birds are singing their little hearts out where I am right now. Joe, are you there?
I'm here.
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, John?
Good, thanks. Good, thanks. Floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Yeah, I'm interested in just kind of picking up where the last caller left off. I've never seen your live before. It's very interesting to me.
Sure.
Just pick up kind of where they left off with the idea of not being able to believe something.
Yeah.
My first thought on that is I don't think that's true, because I have willed myself to believe things that the evidence clearly pointed in the opposite direction. I just recently, as an example, I took on a building project that was very enticing to me. It looked fun. It was kind of new, a different area than I'd done before. And I started running all the numbers. And because I wanted to do the building project, I made the numbers line up so that it looked like I would profit from this building project.
Right.
And I did not profit from this building project because I wanted the numbers to line up, and I refused to accept a negative outcome to the numbers. And I believe the reverse can be done. I think if you don't want to believe in God, you can run the numbers, look at the history, and if you don't want God to exist, you can make the history and the testimony and the personal experiences all just look like garbage if you want to go that route.
Yeah. So I'll respond to what you said. So I think there are things you can do where you can kind of precondition yourself either towards a particular belief or away from one. But ultimately, your mind doesn't know you've done that. And the mechanisms in your mind that evaluate a proposition as to whether you find it convincing or not are kind of black boxed. They're sort of outside of your conscious control. Your mind evaluates propositions in two ways, primarily, sort of emotionally and intellectually. And actually the emotional part is sort of stronger, where all the research in psychology shows that human beings are far more emotional than rational. And when we have a very strong vested interest in something, we can succumb to motivated reasoning, where we want something to be true so much that we can actually start finding it genuinely convincing. But it doesn't follow from that we are then therefore just choosing to believe something. It's that there's something in the way our minds are set that we genuinely do find that convincing. Now, we can try to convince ourselves of things, and the fact is sometimes we succeed, but we don't always succeed. So like if I said to you now, decide to believe right now that the building you're in is going to collapse in 5 minutes, would you be able to do it?
No, because I neither believe that to be factual, nor do I want it to be factual.
Right. So your inability to do it just shows that belief can't be modulated by will alone. Something else has to be in the mix. And the thing that has to be in the mix is some potential for your mind to be convinced. So wanting it to be convinced is never enough on its own. I'm not suggesting that beliefs, that emotions and biases and what we want to be true about the world doesn't play a role at all in what we believe. I'm saying it is. It's baked in. We have motivated reasoning, but quite often that motivated reasoning happens beyond our control. And the fact that we know there are some beliefs that we just can't convince ourselves of is enough to render any salvation system which is based on belief morally incoherent, because you're still punishing someone for not being able to believe something. So, like, I'll take myself as an example. If the Bible is true, then according to various scriptures like John 3:18 and Mark 16:16 and Revelation 21:8, if the Bible is true, according to those scriptures, I am condemned already. John 3:18 even says, right, that the unbeliever is condemned already. And yet there is literally nothing I can do to believe in Jesus. I could try as hard as I liked right now. I can't do it. And you could say, well, maybe you don't need to do it right now. Maybe you could take some time to do it. Well, I've been looking into this stuff for 25 years, 30 years, maybe. A long time. And there are people in my community here who tried for decades and decades and decades to believe. And they just couldn't find that conviction. And eventually they were just honest with themselves and they said, I'm going to stop pretending. It's too exhausting to lie to my friends and family and pretend I believe this stuff when I don't find it convincing. And they tried and they'd prayed and they'd got on their knees and they'd humbly asked and they'd searched and they'd heard people say, seek and you shall find. They seeked and they didn't find. And the world is full of people who seeked and didn't find. And for those people, it's just a fact that wanting it to be true is not enough to persuade them that it's true. I don't want it to be true, but my lack of belief isn't because I don't want it to be true, it's because I'm just not convinced it is true.
Yeah. So do you believe those people who said that they knocked and they prayed and they sought and they couldn't find? Do you believe those people? Their subjective experience?
I do.
Okay. Well, would you believe me when I tell you that Christ found me and totally changed my life, and he is 100% real to me? Do you believe me when I tell you that I have found Christ?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, I think you're wrong, but I believe you that I believe that you're 100% earnest and that you're reflecting back experiences you've had, and that in your mind that is what's legitimately happening. I would never dream of accusing you of not being honest in what you're saying here. I absolutely accept that. I think that let's put it like this. You and I both agree that you've had those experiences, and we just have a difference of opinion about how they ought to be interpreted.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
I would never dream of accusing you of being dishonest here, right? I would never dream of that. So I think you're in good faith.
Well,
I think.
Can I ask you a question about that? And that's an interesting point. I've never explored this particular topic with someone who was. I'm assuming you proclaim yourself to be an atheist. Is that correct?
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. I've never explored this topic, but
sure.
I have been in conversations with atheists before, and the question of whether one of us was lying or not came up. And I found it very interesting that in my conversations, the atheist was incredibly offended when I intimated that I was suspicious that they were not being genuine or sincere with me. They were very irate that I was accusing them of lying, and that lying was a apparently in their eyes a very terrible thing, and yet at the same time they will share with me clips of how we have evolved to lie, hence justifying the activity of lying. And
No,
so
it could be.
seems to me
Let me
that
just
there's
respond to
an
that for a moment.
inconsistency.
Let me tell you why that's
Yeah.
not an inconsistency. So it could be the case. It could be the case that there is some evolutionary advantage to not being truthful all the time. But if, having evolved to, let's grant that. I mean, I don't think we have evolved to lie. But let's grant it for a moment. If we have evolved to lie, that doesn't mean that it's ethical to do it. It just means that evolution, there would be an understanding of what the conditions would be where evolution might selectively confer an advantage to people who are able to lie. That doesn't make it virtuous. It doesn't mean, if you're a non-believer and you're describing things in an evolutionary sense, it doesn't mean you're endorsing them. It just means you're explaining the framework, the causes of how that behavior came to be selected for genetically. It's not an endorsement. So somebody who gets upset with you for accusing them of being a liar, there's absolutely no problem. There's no contradiction between not wanting to be called a liar by someone and saying lying evolved as an evolved trait in human beings. There's no problem with that.
Okay. So would you say that lying is an immoral activity regardless of time or culture?
No.
Or would you just say that it's
Absolutely
okay,
not.
right,
No, there are situations where the only ethical thing to do is lie.
Okay. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess while we're on the topic of lying and evolution, I would love it to be explained a little bit more thoroughly to me. How do we get ethics according to an evolutionary materialistic world that can be appealed to beyond that of merely a social preference at the time?
Yeah, so it's more than just a preference, because a preference makes it sound like it's like an aesthetic choice. Like, do I like chocolate or vanilla, or do you prefer this band or that? It's about. So do you accept that our brains have evolved over a very long period of time, and that we carry genes with us, and part of what those genes do is they determine aspects of our behavior? Is that a reasonable claim to make?
No, I take the Bible seriously, and I believe that God created us ex nihilo less than 10,000 years ago.
That's a tragic view to hold as a person in the West in the 21st century with access to all the information that you have. I mean, I don't know how to say this in a way that isn't going to sound disrespectful, and I don't mean to, but it's a very, very ignorant position to hold, because you are making yourself scientifically illiterate by holding that position. Like the amount of evidence that is contrary to that the position you're holding now is staggering. It's absolutely staggering. Billions and billions of individual pieces of evidence attest to the falseness of the claim that you just made. Entire fields of science would all be invalidated. I know, and I'm not meaning this to be nasty to you personally, because you sound like a lovely guy. But I mean, entire fields of science would be completely invalidated by what you're saying. Millions of people working in hard work over centuries of refining and developing our knowledge and understanding across genetics and embryology and paleontology and geology and radiation science and radiocarbon dating and radiometric dating and all of these different, like, multiple different strands, dendrochronology, and all of it, like massive entire areas of science that are so well attested that no one outside of a mental institution would doubt the veracity of that evidence, and you're just ignoring it all. That's a crazy position to take. Like, it's one thing, the previous guest who I was speaking to, Gio, he's got a more nuanced position where he accepts all the science, but he still holds the same broad theological views as you, because he's not prepared to be that in denial of reality. For you to hold that the entire universe is less than 10,000 years old, and in fact, if you hold to biblical literalism, it puts the first humans on the earth at about 6,000 years ago, which is about 3,000 years later than the Egyptians developed ceramic glazing. It's ludicrous.
My dating is a little bit more nuanced than that. I'm pretty sure we're at about 7,500 years old.
7,500 years. You're saying the first humans on the earth 7,000 years ago, or 7,500 years ago.
That's right.
Yeah. That is.
I don't see any problem with that.
Let me give you a problem with it. I'll give you a problem. I'll give you a problem with it. That is an error.
Well, you've been giving me problems. I've been, every time I turn on History Channel or Discovery Channel, I get this same spiel. So I've heard it before. If you're interested in, if you think I need to hear another spiel from somebody, that's fine.
But are you aware of the magnitude of this error? It's equivalent to estimating the distance from London to New York to be 2 inches. It's ludicrous.
No,
That's how way out that is.
There's so many things that prove the Earth cannot possibly be as old as it is.
There are none.
We know how fast the moon is receding away from the Earth, and if you do the math backwards, the moon and Earth cannot possibly even be 1 billion years old. It's said to be 4.5 billion years old. We find soft blood tissues, soft tissues in dinosaur bones now.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to believe that's over 100 million years that soft tissue has been preserved.
Yeah.
We've got all these layers, these massive layers of rock that spread entire from continent to continent, and we're to believe that was laid down little bit by little bit.
So listen, I'm not going to debunk a sort of a long list now. I would say go to talkorigins.org and you will be able to read on there comprehensively, with references, with links to published scientific journal papers, debunking every single claim you make. It's just bullshit. It's like the people who claim we never went to the moon, and they've got all their reasons why. The flag wasn't flying and the this and the that. Never mind that all of those objections were addressed and dispatched decades ago. This is just nonsense, my friend. Honestly, it pains me to hear educated people, or people who have the potential to be educated, because we all do now. We carry supercomputers around with us in our pockets. It pains me to hear someone so disconnected from reality. Like, it's one thing if you want to talk about, are we justified in thinking there's some kind of creator behind it all or whatever. That's a slightly more nuanced thing. But you're essentially, do you believe the Earth is flat as well? Are you one of those also?
No, I'm not.
You might as well be.
I can scientifically
but
verify that the Earth is round.
No, but you can scientifically verify that evolution happened, that the Earth is old. It's no different. Your position is no. You might as well go all in.
You have to plug in a lot of assumptions. Have to plug in a lot of assumptions.
That's just what AIG have told you.
Methods to work.
The dating methods do work, which is why when you look at multiple different dating methods for the same thing, they all triangulate on the same amount. What if the dating methods were faulty? Why would dendrochronology give you the same mistake as radioisotope dating? Do you see how ridiculous it is?
I don't know enough about the dating methods to be able to speak intelligently about it, but I just see things that these dating that just spit in the face of these dating methods, things like petrified trees going up through 4 different levels of dirt layers that are supposedly hundreds of millions of years old apart. I see these coal beds that when you measure what kind of catastrophe would have to have happened to lay down a 100-foot thick coal bed, it just boggles the mind. And there's nothing but a disaster of biblical proportions. That
polystrate fossil trees show tree trunks passing through many layers and several meters of sediments. Obviously, the sediments must have been laid down suddenly, not at the gradual rates proposed by uniformitarian geology, right? This is the claim you're making. And we can address this right now by saying sudden deposition is not a problem for uniformitarian geology. Single floods can deposit sediments up to several feet thick. Furthermore, trees buried in such sediments do not die and decay immediately. The trunks can remain there for years or even decades. And then there's links to a number of papers explaining why this talking point doesn't work. And that's simple. That's just a 5-second search now, as you said it, on Talk Origins. This is
it's garbage. And it's garbage, and I'll tell you why it's garbage. It's garbage because those layers of rock that these petrified trees are in, those layers of rock aren't like an acre large. That layer of rock, those 3 layers of rock that the petrified tree goes up through, is like the size of a continent. Okay, this is not some local flood. This is not some little, this tree got buried quickly by 3 layers over here, but for the most part, it takes millions of years to happen. No, these are layers that you can trace to Australia. This is a layer you can trace to Korea. This is a layer you can trace to Mexico.
Again,
these are enormous rock layers, and it just makes zero sense that in this one little spot a tree happened to be deposited through here.
Sure, there. Here we go. Let's have a look at the response to that. Specimen Creek and the surrounding area show evidence some trees transported and others buried in place. The rock layers include conglomerates from meandering and braided streams, conglomerates from mud flows, sandstones composed mostly of water transported volcanic ash. In the Eocene, the area would have been between 2 volcanic chains. Occasional mud flows from the slopes of the mountains would have uprooted and transported trees from the slopes and buried lowland trees in place. Evidence that some of the trees, especially those on Specimen Ridge, were buried in place, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there are responses to all of this stuff. This is all pseudo-scientific bullshit. It really is. You are no different to the flat earthers. And it's horrible because, do you understand how much hard-won human science and understanding you're just chucking in the garbage, like it doesn't matter? Your special magic book says it. So millions of hours of hard-won scientific data and understanding and models are all just nonsense because it says so in the Bible. It's like mental illness. It's not okay. It's really not. It's so disrespectful to the people who have dedicated their lives to knowledge production, carefully, systematically doing research, reporting their data. You know, this is like it's like a child wandering into a conference on dentistry and telling the dentists why they're all wrong about the latest techniques, or someone turning up at an organic chemistry conference, knowing nothing about organic chemistry, and lecturing all the professors and PhDs about why their stuff doesn't work. It's just terrible. You shouldn't do it. You should update your worldview.
I don't think this conversation is gonna go very far because I'm well read enough on the back and forth of this. I wonder, would you be interested in honing in on something more specific that maybe we could go back and forth? I mean, obviously the realm of physical evidence is just so enormous. I think we could spend
how literally do you take the Bible?
Convince each other.
How literally do you take the Bible?
How literally?
Yeah.
Well, I think I take it as it's written. I take it as it's written. So if the genre is history, I take it completely literally as history. If the genre is apocalyptic, I try to understand that because I'm not. That's a genre I'm not very familiar with. Poetry, I take it as poetry. Allegory is taken as allegory.
Right.
Etc.
Because I'm trying to sort of pin down how literally you take stuff. Like when the Bible gives an account of something, and then another book in the Bible gives a differing account of the same thing. How do you resolve those contradictions?
You'd have to give me an example.
I mean, something like Solomon had 40,000 stalls of horses, or 4,000. right? It can't be both. It has to be one or the other,
Mm-hmm.
right? So in First Kings, you get one, and then in the corresponding Second Chronicles, you get the other amount. One of them must be wrong.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. I would chalk that up to some sort of a scribal error that
So someone just wrote it down. Just wrote it down.
Either
just wrote it down wrong.
that, yeah, without looking at it specifically, I mean, you just have an extra zero there. That would be pretty easy to imagine.
It's not a zero. They would have been. It's not a zero. They would have been written with words. The Hebrew did.
Good point.
Hebrew wouldn't have had numbers, so it would have been have to be written down actually wrong. So it's a discrepancy. You would just put that down to a scribal error.
I would have to think about that more. I'm not sure if that would be a scribal error.
What about something like in John chapter 3 when it says when Jesus says no one has ever ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man? Would you say that's true? That
yes, I would take that.
Jesus made that claim?
That's correct. I would take that 100%.
Right. But in 2 Kings, we have Elijah ascending in a whirlwind into heaven. So is that false?
No, I would say that Elijah was taken up to heaven by the chariot, and Jesus went up on in his own power. And that's
right.
a complete being, whether you're taken up or whether you just go up is a
so the key word there is the verb of ascended. I mean, is that a serious argument? So when Jesus said no one has ascended into heaven, he just meant he was talking about a mode of transport. He wasn't saying no one's been to heaven.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. And how about some of the sort of failed prophecies, like prophecy about Tyre, for example?
Oh, Tyre's a lovely prophecy. Hit me with that one.
Well, it was just the prophecy was that Tyre was going to be destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar and never inhabited again, and that didn't happen.
No, that's not correct. Nebuchadnezzar destroyed it.
He didn't destroy it.
It was rebuilt.
He didn't destroy it.
Well, he attacked it, did he not?
He may have attacked it, but he didn't destroy it, and it's thriving today. It's the fourth biggest city in the country today, in Lebanon.
It may have been named Tyre, but the city was quite literally. I mean, that's one. I'm surprised you pointed to that prophecy, because that is one that really irks materialists, because it was fulfilled to a T, down to.
It wasn't.
It was said that it would be scraped, that the city would be scraped down to the rock and cast into the sea. And that's literally what happened. Alexander the Great came along with his
It says here,
League of Nations.
No. Hang on a minute.
They destroyed the.
It said, "I will make you a bare rock."
Threw it into the sea to build a causeway out to.
It says, "I will make you a bare rock.
Tyre.
You shall be a place for spreading nets. You shall never again be rebuilt." And there's 100,000 people who live there, and it's a massive tourist destination when there's not a war on. This prophecy absolutely failed. Singularly failed to be fulfilled. It wasn't destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. It was attacked by Alexander, but that was later. And it was not destroyed. This prophecy failed to come true. The Bible is full of prophecies that failed to come true.
That's incorrect. Alexander the Great, with his 5 kings that Ezekiel tells us about, attacked the inland city of Tyre, threw it into the sea to get out to the island, the island city of Tyre.
It's the same
place. And now to this day, you can go there, and they do indeed cast fishing nets on the old city of Tyre.
You shall never again. It says, "You shall never again be rebuilt. You shall be a place for spreading nets. I will make you a bare rock. You shall never again be rebuilt." And it's there right now. You can go and visit it. This is as failed a prophecy as I've ever seen. It's such a big failed prophecy that it's got a huge neon sign above it saying "failed prophecy." It's preposterous that you would say that.
You don't think it's the least bit interesting that you can go and watch fishermen mend their nets on the old city of Tyre?
The city that's there now is
Because
the place
that's exactly what the
that was talking
prophecy
about.
said.
No, it's not. The city that's there now is the place they were talking about, and it said that it will never. It said that Nebuchadnezzar would destroy it. He did not destroy it, so that part of the prophecy failed. Then it said it would never again be rebuilt, and it would never be inhabited. That part of the prophecy also failed. Trying to pretend that it's another part of the city is just a cope. That's silly. Let's look at another one. Egypt. Let's look at Egypt, shall we? So this is another city, location thing. It says,
What's
therefore,
the reference?
I'm looking. It's in Ezekiel, and it says that I will make the land of Egypt an utter waste and desolation. No human foot shall pass through it, and no animal foot shall pass through it. It shall be uninhabited 40 years. There has never been a period of time in all of recorded human history that Egypt has been uninhabited for 40 years. That has never happened.
What's the? Can you give me a chapter and verse on that so I can look at it?
Ezekiel 29. It looks like about 10. No, sorry, 11. 29, 11. I'll put it up on the screen. You can see it here if you want. Put it up here. Here we go. It says, because you said the Nile is mine and I made it, therefore I am against you and against your channels. I will make the land of Egypt an utter waste and desolation from Migdol to Sean as far as the borders of Cush. No human foot shall pass through it, and no animal foot shall pass through it. It shall be uninhabited 40 years. I will make the land of Egypt a desolation among desolated countries, and her cities shall be a desolation 40 years among cities that are laid waste. Never happened. Not at any point in human recorded history has Egypt been uninhabited for 40 years. Failed prophecy. Want another one?
Okay. I will grant you that. I do not understand that prophecy.
Yeah, it's just a failed prophecy.
What is your explanation of the problem of evil that we see around us?
Oh,
do you believe evil exists?
Do you want to ask this? Because it's not going to go well. Okay, so yes, I don't think that evil exists as a thing. Evil doesn't exist as a thing, fair. But this is a powerful indictment against the God that you believe in. Because if you believe that there is an all-powerful God invigilating reality all the time, it means that everything that happens must be according to the will of that God. Everything. Because if God wanted it differently, it would have been differently. And by the way, that would be fully compatible with all free will. But we don't even need to touch free will, because I'm prepared to exclude human behavior from this completely. Let's look at things like natural disasters, like hurricanes and tsunamis and earthquakes that kill thousands and thousands of people every year and maim them and injure them and hurt them, right? God is making all of these things happen. Some people say he doesn't make it happen, he allows it to happen. But for an all-powerful creature, there is no meaningful difference between making something happen and allowing it to happen. Because if he wanted it to be different, it just would be. So he has configured reality such that 20 children have died of starvation since we started this call, right? 3 or 4 have been sexually assaulted by adults since we started this call. 300,000 will die of malaria from mosquitoes this year. 3 million will starve to death. And I can give you loads of other stats on the horrendous suffering in the world, invigilated by God, watching on with his arms folded as all of this tragedy unfolds. Now, any theodicy that you might offer is going to be of the form, normally, is going to be of the form, God allows these things to happen because there's some greater benefit to them that we just can't discern, because our minds compared to the mind of God are like ants' minds compared to our minds. That's normally what the argument is. It's like he must have his reasons, we just can't understand them. Would I be right in saying that that would be your response, something along those lines?
No, I have a very different perspective on that, probably from what you've just stated. I will defend my position if you'll allow me to press you to make you defend your position. I'm not interested in only defending my position.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't want to presume your position, which is why I asked what it was. So what? So why does God watch with arms folded? You know, when a tree falls on an animal in a forest and it takes a week to die in agony, lying there with broken legs and starving to death, terrified, and God is watching all of this, could have made the tree fall an inch to the left and the animal would have been fine, but chose for the tree to fall on the animal. And let's say it's a deer, and the deer has an agonizing death for a week. What's God up to there? Is he incapable of doing it differently, or he wanted to do it this way?
Okay, I will answer the question about the deer if you will let me cross-examine you about the deer in a moment.
Sure.
Fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. So my answer about the deer is that didn't happen in the beginning. When God made the heavens and the earth, it was perfect. There was no death.
Right. Great white sharks were vegetarians, were they? Lions used to dine on bay leaves. Great white sharks and alligators used to just eat kale, did they? Is that what happened?
Sure. There's lots of
Okay.
I've got a deer skeleton, the skull hanging up in my son's room. If you were to look at the well, anyway, I'm not. This is a
okay.
This is
so
a different
so this
subject.
is sin. This is sin. Sin came into the world, is it?
You asked me for a biblical explanation.
Yeah.
You asked me for a biblical explanation.
Yeah, fair enough. I shouldn't have interrupted you.
What's going
Okay.
on? So you have to.
Yeah.
So you have to grant the biblical story, right?
Well,
or are you going to change your attack?
I'm asking you to justify why God allows easily avoidable suffering. So I'll let you land your plane. I fear it may crash, but land your plane. So God made the world perfect, and everything was lovely, and all the lions were vegetarian, and then
everything was lovely.
Yeah.
Yep. And then man made the choice to basically become his own god.
The fruit crime, yeah.
And God,
the fruit crime happened, and then what happened?
Yep.
Yep.
The fruit crime happened. God came and asked them if they were done with their fruit crime. If they had experienced shame, now they had experienced separation.
Yeah.
And they said, it's your fault that we took this. It's your fault that we're experiencing shame, and we're not done with the fruit crime.
Right.
God asked them, did you eat? And they said, we do eat. So there was this obstinate rebellion against the Creator.
Right.
And God had given them the dominion over the whole earth.
That's why he has to. That's why he has to fuck over all the sheep centuries later, and then the deer have to be punished for the crimes of the fruit crime. Is that where we're leading with this?
So okay, so let's take it down.
You're making this argument seriously. God had absolutely no choice but to curse the world. In the wake of this terrible fruit tragedy, God had to curse the world such that all animals suddenly started being predated by other animals. The sharks suddenly stopped merely dining on seaweed and started eating other creatures. And all this death and terrible stuff came into the world. God had absolutely no choice but to do that. There was no way he could have just punished Adam and Eve for the crime and not totally fucked over everyone else. He had to do it that way. He had to introduce a world where babies get bone cancer and children die early and animals are painfully predated and trees fall on things. And he's good for that. For what reason?
You just let me know when you're done and I'll continue defending my position.
Well, defend it because it's terrible.
Okay, so you asked me from an internal point of view, why does God allow these things? And I'm trying to answer you, and then you cut me off because you think some external point of view negates that. I'm talking totally internal.
I'm just dealing with common sense, my friend.
This predation that you speak of didn't even begin happening right away when man fell. It happened about 2,000 years later.
Right.
When man's wickedness and violence across the whole earth became so great that God destroyed mankind with a flood.
All the lions stayed vegetarian. Well, the lions were all watching what men were doing and only started eating other animals once men behaved in a particular way 2,000 years later. You're not serious. This is ludicrous.
So So you can say that the Earth was a hot ball of rock, and now all of a sudden we have lions and fern trees and humans.
Yes, we've got a thing
from
called
that
science.
magically?
We've got a thing. It's not magic. We've got a thing called
Yeah, so
science which explains
how does
it.
a hot ball of rock?
It cools
How
down.
does a hot ball of rock spawn life?
It cools down,
How
and
does
then
a hot ball of rock spawn
we have
life?
it cools down, and then we have meteors, which have been shown recently, asteroids, to be carrying all the building blocks of life. Probably arrived here at some point, and under the conditions as demonstrated in the Miller-Urey experiment, probably established the beginning of the first replicators in the prebiotic soup. This is not complicated. Even if we don't have an exact theory of it yet, we've got a number of competing hypotheses.
Did you just say abiogenesis is not complicated? Did
I
those
said,
words come out of your mouth?
I said that the idea of this is not complicated, that the materials that form the basis of organic life are ubiquitous throughout the universe. We can see them. They're widespread. And we know from Miller-Urey that the conditions by which this can happen were available at that time. So it's not too much of a stretch to see how the first replicators could have been formed. Even if we don't have a complete theory of it right now, it doesn't require belief in anything magic. Now, you've already shown yourself to be completely immune to all scientific evidence, so we're not in to speak about that, because you think the world is flat, essentially. You might as well go all in. The Bible says it. You might as well believe it. Rolled flat like clay under a seal. In the book of Job, rolled flat like clay under a seal, which is flat. All the people in that part of history in the ancient Near East thought that the world was flat with an iron dome over it. You might as well go in like the idiot we spoke to earlier who thought the same and just hold to a flat earth. I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound, I say. So anyway,
no, Job actually declared, the book of Job actually tells us the earth is a sphere and it's hanging on nothing.
It doesn't say sphere. It says circle. It says circle, and it says it's rolled flat like clay under a seal. Clay under a seal is a circle, and it's a flat circle. That's what the book of Job was talking about. So anyway, let's get back to mankind were being so naughty that all the deers had to get caught under trees. How does that work?
So would you say that it's bad or it's naughty for a sheep to get cut?
I think that if God is causing avoidable suffering, that's not compatible with goodness. Do you?
Where is your reference to goodness?
Is avoidable suffering compatible with goodness in your view of what the word goodness means? Causing avoidable suffering, is that good?
You would have to define. Well, that's a very large question.
You use your definition of what you think the word good means, and tell me if causing avoidable suffering is compatible with good. It's not a complicated question.
Yeah. So the ultimate good is God, and everything that.
No, I want a yes or no. Is causing no. This is BS.
I thought you were going to let me give a definition.
No, I want a yes or a no to my question. I want a yes or no to my question.
No, you can't ask. You can't ask a paragraph-long question and demand
it's not
a yes
a paragraph.
or no.
I can. Is causing? Watch me. Is causing?
Well, have a good night. I'm not going to play this game.
Okay. Ran away then. He ran away because he realized he was in a tricky situation. It's a very simple question, because all of this bullshit about the garden and the biblical explanation and inside and outside is all nonsense. So I thought, let's cut to the chase here. The suffering that happens in the world is either avoidable or it's not avoidable. If God is all-powerful, then any suffering that happens, by definition, is avoidable. So the question I asked him was very simple, and the reason he ran was he realized he was in a sticky spot. Is avoidable suffering, causing it, choosing to cause avoidable suffering, compatible with goodness? And he had to say yes or no. Now, if he said yes, then he's revealing himself to have a very broken concept of what goodness means. In his world of goodness, goodness includes choosing to make people suffer for no reason. And he was smart enough to realize that's unpleasant. So he would have to say no, at which point the conversation's done, because God is choosing to cause avoidable suffering. Because the deer under the tree is suffering. I know, my cat doesn't like avoidable suffering. The deer under the tree is suffering. And God could have avoided it. It is therefore avoidable suffering that God chose to create. And if he says that there's some reason for that, which was what I did predict he would say it, he would have said, there's some reason to this suffering, we just can't understand it. Then the seesaw kicks in and you've sacrificed God's power to save his goodness. So there we go. Off he goes. Run away. What a shame, Joe, that you had to run away and not defend your God. 1 Peter 3:15 tells you, always be ready to give an explanation for the faith that's in you. You didn't. You disobeyed 1 Peter 3:15 and instead ran away because I was pressing you to give me a straight answer to a simple question. Bad, Christian. Bad. Anyway, there we are. Okay, I have now been streaming for 8 hours and 4 minutes, and it is 25 to 7 in the morning. So I am going to very, very shortly bid you farewell. Just have a little check. Interestingly, Jay Danger says, Justin has 4 videos of Joe being dishonest. That's interesting. I did not know that. I hope he feels that the conversation for him just went well. I don't think it did go very well because he couldn't answer a very straightforward question. I guess that kind of was the crash out, wasn't it? It kind of was the crash out. And Ash called it for Joe. I'm proud of you, Ash. I'm proud of you. So there's the crash. So while we're on this, look at this glorious bingo board, everyone. Look at this. Called it. Absolutely superb. And while we are looking at this, let's have a look at today's bingo winner. And yet again, for the second stream in a row, it is Ashwild. With 5 calls on the bingo. That is absolutely superb. Sufficiently Advanced Tautology with 4, Upshot with 3, Kif with 2, and Pastafari with 1. Excellent work. We like that. That's actually very, very good indeed. Let's see where we go back now. There we go. Back to ourselves. Superb behaviour. Yeah, I guess it was a no-show for Joe. And Bacon and Bush says, all your evidence is bullshit. I don't understand it, but it's just not true now. Tell me now. Sorry, now let me tell you a lie I believe. Well, I'm convinced. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And then Peapot Fairy says, I just committed a fruit crime. I just ate all my roommate's grapes. That is a fruit crime. It sounds very, very serious. Okay, well, on that note, I have to do a couple more things before we put a lid on it. The first is to show our leaderboard today. I don't know if people have been very actively rating the callers on all of this. Let's have a look and see where we're at on the leaderboard. So the best call of the day today apparently was Adam. Fair enough, on 92, followed by Stephen and Spencer. And the worst conversation was Kavohim with 9, joint place with Johnny, and my Eliav on 16. Also not great, but not as bad as some we've had. Not as bad as some we've had. So that's the calls leaderboard today. I appreciate those. And then the final thing, of course, is to show the members board. So we have Jeremy, K.O. Young, Kirby, Acadian, Nectu, Orjan, Pamela, Pseudo V, Science, Jiffy Cones, Kif, Christy, Moustache Boy, No One Left Behind, PVG, Pastafari, and Rich, Rivernash, Shadow, Leakest Wink, Tom, Upshot, Zeitgeist, Huckleberry, Roger Ambrose, Tef, Tim Cooney, T, Wacky Slush, Edvard M, and finally Amon Ra, Andrew Winters, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Love Science, Hunter Girl 77, Issa, Anaster, Annabella, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Liberty Giblets, How to Push Back, and Indentured Cervix. That is the inner circle. I think they did really well today, coming in at just the right point. That was excellent work, inner circle. Very, very good indeed. No argument there. And I think that probably gets us around there. I think, yeah, I don't know why Tarek wasn't on there. I suspect maybe people just weren't voting in that call. For me, Tarek gets Tarek gets the worst call. I'm going to give my own voting here. Tarek gets the worst call I think I've ever had. And I think my favourite conversation today must surely have been Buzz coming up to put that guy in his place. I felt a warm glow, even as I was feeling horrified by what he'd said. No one other than Buzz could have said that, actually. I know, I'm coming. She wants me to let her out. That's it. So, King Lion from Zion says, this is how atheism is defeated. Are you out of your mind? Fascinating thing to say at this point. Interesting. Yeah, because he believes it's filth, so he was horrific, but not a troll. He may well be right, Adam. I think Tarek wins my worst caller of all time so far. I think he's up there, definitely up there. So, my people, thank you so much for hanging out with me on this Saturday night. I was a bit worried that the World Cup football tonight might be a problem, but actually it's been a really good stream. I've tried to keep it moving. I've tried to keep it focused. I will be announcing a date for the first non-debate stream soon, where it'll be much looser, and the people who only want debate, I won't be offended if you don't turn up. It'll just be anyone can come up. We can talk about anything you want. You can tell me about your deconstruction stuff, or we can talk about anything else. And I'll be far less gatekeepy, I know, of the conversation than I have been tonight. I hope you appreciate that I'm doing this to try and keep the live stream focused for the majority of people who want it to be a bit more focused and on topic. But I do promise you that I will always keep a space for the other stuff too. So with that said, I'll be back on Tuesday during the day, likely with Sean. I'm sure we all missed Sean. I quite enjoyed flying solo tonight, though. It's quite good fun, but it'll be nice to have Sean back as well. So with that said, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Huge thanks to the mods who are always incredible, turn up every time. That's all I can say is you're all incredible mods. Thank you so much. And see you on Tuesday. I'm going to let the cat out and go get